And then we need the voice on. Hello, hello. Give it a like, guys. Track this up on. Wow, he missed the goal, did he?
That's a great summation. That is a great summation. Jay Clark, it was a tough loss, but finally North turned it around after last week. Their own home game in the West, and they got it done by a point.
Yeah, thrilling finish in the West. So Roos the 1-point winners, but they got out of jail, to be honest, Howie. And as Alistair Clarkson admitted post-game, they were probably lucky to win. So Job Shanahan misses first. He's very close. That lets North Melbourne off a hook. He's able to nail this next one. So such a talented young player, Job Shanahan. Big punching mate.
Shanahan.
Home with an absolute wet sail, West Coast. So he kicks that from the boundary line. But then it all comes down to your man, Jake Waterman, who has had the yips this year. 31-37 his kick, and then bang into the woodwork. So absolutely devastated there, Jake Waterman. It's not good news, though, for the North Melbourne Football Club with star forward Paul Curtis. He's facing a 3-match ban from the MRO. Here's his dangerous tackle on Hamish Davis. You can see pins his arms. No duty of care, doesn't release, doesn't roll, slams his head into the turf. So that'll be 3 matches likely from the MRO for Paul Curtis.
Melbourne got the job done over Essendon. The game they lost here in gather round, surprisingly. At the MCG, they are unstoppable, the Demons.
Well, how many, what's their record? Eight straight. 8 straight. They're in the top 4. Can you believe that?
And Cozzy Pickett and Max Gawn. Cozzy kicked 3, on fire again, Sean.
He is, well, he's a top 5 player in the comp now,
That's
isn't
good.
he? Another 30-plus disposals, 3 goals. He's getting tagged, but he's just running them off their feet. And Max Gawn gets it done every single week, doesn't he?
I think they're coming to Adelaide next weekend now. 4th v 6 currently at the moment, with the D's 4th and Adelaide being in the 6th place. How good a game's that going to be?
Melbourne in fantastic. Maxi Gawn with the check side and a massive 55-metre goal. Few injuries today at the MCG, though, Clarkie.
Significant toll. So Archie Roberts, a big one for Essendon, dislocated shoulder. Cole Langford with the quad issue, another soft tissue concern. Harrison Petty, hamstring for Melbourne, as well as youngster Lucas Cook has a fractured cheekbone. More on that later post-game.
All right, we'll get to a break here in Adelaide. It is a 15-point lead to Port as we have a look at Cozzy Pickett going through his paces. So the home side lead it by 15 points. The Oz kickers are out here having their time of their lives. Dwayne Russell next.
Boss City, baby.
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today. With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious
That's
activity.
2 ads in a row, Telstra.
Visit Telstra today.
Every journey starts with a single movement. From small adventures to enormous explorations, to the reason you want to be home. Force Lubricants, moving your world.
Pardon me.
He's one. Me too.
And me.
a Weet-Bix kid. Are you?
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today.
Oh. Then we'll keep that for the next one. Ugh.
I know I don't always show it, but
First go
winning does
card.
excite me. So when I see a chance to get ahead, I will change things up. I mean, why would you want anything less than the best? It's why I switched to Google Pixel. Gemini, help me come up with a race win speech that sounds like it came from me.
You'd say something like, thanks.
Perfect.
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today.
At Coles, footy fans can score more with the Coles goal because it's just kicked off this exclusive online offer. Use promo code TEAM20 at checkout to score $20 off a weekly online shop of $200 or more. That's right, order online or in the Coles app and add promo code TEAM20 at the checkout to score $20 off your shop of $200 or more. Footy fans, watch out for the Coles goal every Thursday and Friday to score more at Coles.
So I used to always deliver pregnancy tests to 23 Shepherd. Now it's just takeaways and nappies.
Nappies?
Yeah, you know those pants people pee in?
Oh, I thought they peed on the pregnancy test.
Oh, they pee on that too?
Yeah, I think so.
I guess they pee on a lot of stuff then.
Sure seems like
These
it.
ads are weird, bro. Alright, we'll do it for this one as well.
At the Adelaide Oval, great to have your company wherever you're watching. Great to see Fabian Francis watching in the grandstand as well. Having a look at Jason Horn-Francis.
Can't about.
Star he was as well, Fabian. Played a game for Melbourne, 22 for the Bears, but did most of his good work with Port Adelaide in the SANFL and 86 games in the AFL for Port Adelaide as well. Bit of a ribbing.
That is stepdad.
Port Adelaide up by 15 points for the Swans.
Come on, Power.
Quickly, Ken. They've got a couple of guys who could actually lift in the second half and take control.
Yeah, they certainly could if they could get these two boys going. Heaney rated the 31st player on the ground and Warner 35s. So
I'm pretty sure they'll fire up, boys.
15 points is not too big, but they really do need to get going, Dwayne.
Can't about.
29 possessions, 2 goals last week against St Kilda, Chad Warner and Isaac Heaney, arguably the best player in the competition.
So Port led it by 4 at quarter time. They extended it out to a 15-point margin. Sydney came from the clouds last week. They need to start rolling at some point.
Looked like Brody Grundy crossed the line then.
Shrugs the Warner tackle and gets around Jordan. Horn Francis caught one high.
50
To take his time.
in the protected zone. Oh my God.
Horn Francis waits and waits.
Call it, mate.
And looks towards the pocket. Just floating across the Sarong.
Sarong.
Better and better every game he plays for the Swans.
Yeah, he read that one well, didn't he?
Yeah, hard to believe he really got a game for Hawthorn, just 10 games for the
We've
Hawks.
got Rashudo.
Every game but one this year.
Got
Arguably
Howie.
the best team in the competition.
Is it Dwayne Russell?
Mills.
Yeah, Dwayne Russell.
I think he did win the
Shootout
two
and
best
Hinkley.
first, and he for Box
Big
Hill
one
as
on
well, so
the
he wasn't
boundary.
out of form, he just couldn't get into a good team.
That's true. This is a good team to get into, though, as well. And he's held his spot, and here he is on cue for us. Rowbottom stood under it. Farrell knocked it away from him, drives it long, gets it deep, but not deep enough for Whitlock, and a good mark taken by Hamling.
Been all right, Hamling tonight. Whitlock's just had a couple of quiet weeks, Ken. Young fella just maybe Just a little bit tired in the middle of the year.
Yeah, young
Haney.
tall forwards, they do take a bit of while to get going to be able to play, particularly the whole season.
Good hands. Heaney rarely down for a full game. Sends it
Oh.
deep forward.
Curnow.
Marks a win against Radaglia. Spreads it out wide to McDonald. Well weighted. And Logan can go back and line him up.
Looks like he's gone forward.
Yeah, I think he had
Who's
that
that
little
down
moment before half-time where he kicked the goal. He got that easy free kick, but young Ram did a reasonable job to keep him wide. I thought Charlie might have arced around and went for home, but he could have put a bit of
Yeah, it's what he
composure.
would have done at Carlton.
Picked 4 back in 2020. Kicked the last goal of the match. 23 goals for the season for Logan.
They need one, the Swannies.
Martin's got out as far as 20 points a couple of times. This to narrow it back to 9. McDonald,
Point.
confident off the boot, slides across the face.
1 point.
Could have marked that. Yeah. Savo could have just taken an easy mark him, and I think it was Sweet with him that could have communicated a little bit earlier.
Back from the groin injury. Kane Farrell hits wide.
Radaglia.
There is a Sava.
Oh.
Can't pluck this, and the ball accidentally knocked out. We'll get a ball in. What
That's
Adelaide in
all right.
that twilight zone to keep their top 10 hopes alive with a win. 4 wins, 8 losses. But a loss would be a dilemma for them.
Trying to get the Butters clearly in front of us.
Sweet shrug. Hit brilliantly, slammed it on the boot. A little wider than he would have liked. There's Whitlock with the
Hold on,
fly.
Whitlock.
Horn Francis and Tony
No.
inside 50. The chaos ball gathered
The
by
two of yous there, man.
Sung his praises a bit, but he turns it over.
50.
Paul Francis wanted the handball back.
Oh my God. Why is the rule so inconsistent? He had one guy on him, he ran away, and the other one stood the mark. It wasn't in the contest. 50 metres.
Edwards. Wicks, clever hand pass to Roberts.
Fucking hell, man.
Off the instep through the legs
It's
of
inconsistent.
Mills. Whitlock butters up nicely. Horn Francis, not really to anyone. Heaney starting to inject himself into the game. Sweet. He's happy to take on every
No.
single tackler. And eventually he was going to come unstuck.
That's a week.
Done by Blakey.
Yeah, he's been good tonight, Sweet, but he's bit off a little bit too much there.
Blakey off one step, needs to be perfect. Farrell read it. It was aimed for Grundy.
Ah.
Farrell cut it off, but it'll work out through Mills. Now Rowbottom, look for that forward hand pass. Chip it on to Cleary. Accelerates away
Cleary.
from Jones. Sends it deep toward McDonald.
Oh,
Played
in
it
the
really
back.
Well. He just got behind.
He pushed
Harris
him in the
Brown.
back.
He gets a second opportunity. This time, similar angle, 10 metres closer.
Yeah, he's had a good start to this.
Why is the
quarter.
umpiring so
Ram
different from one game
didn't
to
do
the
anything
next?
wrong. He was sort of just in the wrong spot there, where he pretty hard to go back against a
Oh,
bit of a
it's
stronger
push.
player.
It's more of a hold.
than McDonald.
Needs to make the most of it, doesn't he?
Yep.
For the Swans, they haven't got much wriggle room at the moment. Porter playing pretty well, so they need to make the most of it.
Fuck all in it.
The last goal of the match to finish the half, and then missed one early. We're about 10 metres further out, slightly tighter angle. Sent one across
This
the
one.
face and just draws this one.
He's
back.
got
So
this one.
McDonald's got 2. Sydney are back within 8 points. Let's have a look at the way it built up through the Harvey Norman replay with Ken Hinkley.
Yeah, it was. It was just a bit of pressure through the middle of the ground that got the ball from the turnover and got the Swans going forward. So the Harvey Norman replays we see, Bice attacking the ball, and then we get the free kick here. Play on, advantage, Rowbottom composure, to lower his eyes, and then Cleary going forward. And as you said, Rube, absolutely perfect. I mean, Ram didn't do too much wrong. The stronger opponent just had the back position and was able to hold his ground. And I think he just got it in. I don't think he got it in by a long way. So, but they need it.
Yeah, picked 4 back in 2020. We do tend to guess early. I suppose Google guesses after one letter, but you need to wait a few years to judge a draft. Jamara was picked 1, Riley Thilthorpe picked 2, the listed Drew Will Phillips picked 3, and then Logan McDonald picked 4 in that draft. He's really started to blossom now.
Oh,
Rodney,
no.
Warner took
Oh,
him
no.
as he loves to do. Got the handball forward.
Oh, no.
Jones, little dangerously.
What are you doing?
Cleary. Jordan rolls it. Past Radaglia. Laid a half tackle on Marty. Burnt Jones.
Oh, no.
In the congestion. And Marty got it again.
Whoa.
Was that a kick?
Whoa.
Did he take too long? Gee, there's not enough noise of
Fucking
affirmation.
hell, mate.
I think it might have hit his toenail.
So Sydney pressing. The start of the turn they were after. Through the hands of Grundy. Sweet, or just hand pass it straight up in the air. The spike
Oh,
might
boys.
work out to Burgoyne, slight fumble. Now Berry throws his head back. Warner gets him high.
A bit sloppy there by Warner. Can't whinge about that one.
Overexcited about the opportunity.
Berry's happy to give up ground and go back to Asava. Alia's calling for it even further wide, but he goes slightly more directly to centre half back.
Farrell to Richards.
The Richards. Should go back to
Cautious,
Farrell.
Methodical build-up this time from Port Adelaide. Gives their defenders a little breather as well. They've been under siege.
Darcy Ben Jones.
Sweet out
Good
the back,
run.
taking Grundy out of the way.
Go.
Ben Jones to Jones.
Ben Jones to Jones to
Francis.
Francis.
Half step to consider playing on. And goes inside nicely.
50.
And this is a big moment. For
Where's
Ballard.
the stand? He's running around.
Earlier on to put threes first.
Oh, he moved. Stand.
19-year-old kid comes in as a mid-season draft pickup.
Xavier.
Pick 5 in the recent mid-season draft. There's the family.
A little nervous.
Come on.
Come on, Mum. He'll be right. He'll kick this one.
He has.
Strong body.
Bang. Come on. What are you, young fella? Come on.
What's she worried about?
Not too much, probably, by the way he kicked it, but
I'll get
it's
rid of
great.
that.
Isn't it great to see these stories, these mid-season draft picks, and look, most of them that are getting picked up in the first 7 or 8 are coming in and playing almost immediately.
I'm not sure what the KO deal is at the moment.
It just goes to show that the talent underneath, if you're playing top-level footy at the levels below, the next step up is AFL, and they usually come in and play pretty well. And he's done that again tonight, young Bam Bam.
Bam Bam.
Well, there's a lot of reasons why you're not ready at draft age. I mean, he's only 1 year out. I don't know his history behind that, but there's all those mature age players. Some mature later. Some don't make the most of their first opportunity. Some aren't quite ready.
Well done,
for it.
Xavier.
Some get delisted too early with the shorter lists at AFL level now, but he's come in and looks right at home.
I think he was the captain of his under-18 team, I think, before he got into
You're
the
not
AFL.
captain of those sides unless you know what you're doing.
Mum Mirren, Dad Jason, sister Maddie, and partner Sophie Mackay, who plays with Carlton in the AFLW. Enjoying the show.
Oh, yeah. Soapy Mackay.
He was
Rang
the
up.
Sandy Dragons skipper.
I thought he was a captain of his junior program, which is, as you said, Roo, you're not captain of a junior program, an elite program, unless you've clearly got a lot of leadership, but also the ability to play.
Oh, some ball.
Seven disposals and 1 goal, 1. Pretty comfortable, Roo.
Keep going, boys.
Yeah, no, he looks fine. Never even been to Adelaide Oval. Imagine when he's played 20 games.
Yeah, like his home ground.
He's kicked one here now. Sweet.
Good spot. Kinlay.
Man said he's been a fantastic
To
kicker
Drew.
himself. Wide.
Pumps it in.
Towards Marshall. Hasn't been sided
Marshall,
yet.
nothing.
Burgoyne
Burgoyne.
slight
Got the fumbles.
He was away there for a
Fumbled
moment.
it down
Jason
back. Now he's
Edwards.
fumbled it up forward.
Wicks, the outside of the boot.
Darcy
Contest.
Ben Jones with
Ben
the spoil.
Jones, Rowbottom goes back to
Butters
Ben
to
Jones.
Ben Jones.
Now Evans takes a bit off.
Oh,
the
he
kick.
fell over.
He was looking for Cochrane and just slipped
Cochrane
at
fell
the
over.
inopportune time.
How good was that by Butters, if you don't mind? Brilliant play.
Everyone else was going the other way. He had some other different thought, didn't he?
Josh.
Saw Josh Carr on the edge of his seat first year for Josh Carr. Second year for Dean Cox. Two of the younger coaches in the AFL.
Bro.
Sherbrick had it. Wicks got it. Over to Grundy. Feeds it wide.
Burgoyne.
Attacked it. Fed
Didn't
it.
fumble that one.
Through. Chips it.
Oh.
Marshall gathers the crumb. Got his arms free. Flicked it to me.
Ah.
A little too slick. The handoff to Drew. Now
Ah.
Jordan's over it.
Do you think, Roo, that the Swans can overdo the handball? I know they're getting a lot of pump-ups around their handball meters, but sometimes I feel like they could just kick it a bit more.
Well, they probably can, but they have got a lot of their good players out too, and they've tested their depth
Oh.
at the moment.
Nearly another opportunity for Babbitt. Just dropped it at the wrong time. Butters doesn't need much of an opportunity.
Butters!
The number 9
Oh.
around the body. Misses a lot.
Yeah, they're stretching their depth
Damn
at
it.
the moment with 7 or 8 of their best 23 out.
Pretty
Makes
chilly.
a big difference.
Yeah, that's a reasonable point. Sometimes I feel like they're overplaying the handball game when they could perhaps take a bit more territory a bit quicker.
You got Papley, McInerney, Goulden, Campbell, McCartan, Melican out of their side. They're good players.
Yeah, it's a reasonable point.
You could argue that Campbell, McInerney, Goulden are their best ball users as well, or up there with their best ball users.
And speed as well, Dwayne.
Yeah.
No rampy either.
So, Rowbottom spins out of a jam. Warner, speaking of great ball users, goes long. De Curno on the line, right on the pate.
And a full.
Asava doesn't agree.
Not sure why not. This will be the kick, won't it? The left foot snap. I've seen a couple of these over the last couple of weeks, and I reckon if you mess them up badly, you should put them away and just use a right foot banana.
Yeah.
So, Charlie, this is your chance. Show us what you got.
Whatever you practice with during the week, do you do the right foot banana a week, or do you do the left foot snap?
Shit.
One Swans fan in the background. As Curno kicks the goal. It's like a Where's Wally shot.
Wow.
Swan in red and white amongst the black and white of Port Adelaide. And Charlie's turning it on
Quite
again.
until, mate.
Oh, Dwayne, she must be a courageous little girl, that one there, to go to the Port Adelaide home game in Sydney colours and sit up near the hill.
Yes, she must be rude. But it was,
bounce.
again, that position to get caught out the back, the defender doing the right thing, and then the kick just carries the right length. And the great finish by Charlie on his left, as I said, you've got to be able to get that kick. You've got to look like you've got that capability and not just hope you can kick it.
Kicked the opener, did Charlie Curnow. That's his second. So it was Port by 4 at quarter time, 15 at half time. Swans have kicked 2 goals to 1 in this third term to narrow it back to an 8-point margin. Charlie enjoying it. Whitlock.
Whitlock in the ruck.
Against McLean.
The seconds.
Where they should have an advantage.
Lining up.
With McLean, who recognised ruckman against young
Probably
Jack
get on
Whitlock.
some 2K, I reckon, as well.
They're filling out to do. Now they're playing at North.
Oh, come on,
Sheldry
Power.
toes it forward.
Oh.
Curnow really probably should have
dropped
snapped
it.
that in the end. Missed opportunity. Radaglia had gone to ground. Now trying to burst his way through the contest.
Oh, no. Warner again.
Drops it forwards. Aaliyah, king of the intercepts, is there. Picks it up.
Oh, we're
Kicks
kicking it,
to the
mate.
contest and doesn't get enough on it.
Done it a couple of times tonight. Aaliyah.
Is that Bryce?
Vice.
Bryce.
He's a long kick of the football.
You called play on.
Thought I heard move it on.
Yeah, I don't think he said play on though. So move it on means it's your time to kick.
Right.
That's play on.
And it's a simple mistake to make, I reckon. I reckon he's a bit stiff, Harry. I think you're right. Move it on versus play it on.
So
Oh,
Bryce should
you
take
blow the
goal
whistle,
here.
mate.
That's tough.
This will bring it back to a 2-point margin. Snaps it around the corner. Back to 2 points.
Move it on. Fuck off.
We'll try and have a listen here, Rue, as to exactly what occurred.
Okay.
Stand. Move it on.
There it is. Move it on. Is not play on.
Oh, my God.
No,
Yeah.
he hasn't been called play on, so it's simple when we hear
Move
that.
it
We
on.
get the time to think about it. But you imagine the young player there in his first game. He's just wanting to do the right thing for the team and get pressure on. Just misunderstood the information. He thought he said play on, I reckon, reading his lips. And then I think he said something else.
Yeah, I think we can read.
Said something about there's a lot of things going on out here.
Back to a 2-point margin. The Swans did lead early by 6 points.
And have it.
Biggest lead
Come on up.
was 20 points. And here goes Chad to Isaac. The big stars are shining all of a sudden. Jones wrapped up. Cleary had him cold. Umpire said no.
Ball.
Boyd bumped on the kick. Evans content to get it out.
Like to have another look at Lockie Jones and how he got rid of that one.
I think he might have dropped it.
It's gone up a notch. Magnificent scoreboard here in Adelaide, overlooking the hill.
sides with
I
pressure
started
going up,
watching
both
and
sides
now the
above
power
1
going
line.
crap.
Pick the last 2, 3 of the 4 for the term. Have Sydney. Warner stripped of it from Wines, and this one is paid.
Too high.
What?
In the way of Chad.
What?
Kick it from here, could do anything.
That's sort of sitting on the fence, Howie, really.
Yep. He paid it because I wasn't sure which way they were
He
going.
could kick it from here or do anything.
He's not going to have an airy.
He's given it to Heaney, so he's done the do anything, Kenny.
He's probably done the right thing.
Yeah.
The superstar. Another superstar, a bit closer.
Getting involved, these boys now, aren't they? Warner, Heaney.
Are you allowed to do a left foot snap?
Isaac Heaney can probably do whatever he likes. I'm interested to see the setup of this play more. We talked about before the game.
Yep.
The Heaney pocket play.
Every chance it'll fall short.
It's a long way, isn't it?
Very
Nah.
good from Heaney. There's not much he can't do.
Heaney won't fall
Isaac
short.
Heaney.
What are you talking about, Rashudo? He'll fall short.
Magnificent finish. And the Swans have kicked 3 in a row and are out to a 4-point margin. Kenny, you explained this to us pre-game, what they do with Heaney.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the replay here because Chad will know, Chad Warner would know exactly what they're trying to set up, and if we get a chance and we see the build-up here we go, the Bunnings Warehouse build-up. Here it is, Chad. We don't get a good look, but that is exactly what we think Isaac Heaney would have been setting up for if we had been big.
Richards.
Look at this. Wave in the air, get out of the way, leave me the spot. I'm sick of seeing that. I'm going home. I've seen it too often. Coached against that bloke too many times, and you just wonder how you let it happen time and time again.
We spoke about it pre-game, Kenny, how they exit the area and just leave him in that little 20-metre pocket.
He's physically too strong for any other player in the game. That's what I would say. When he gets that right matchup, and he had Mead then, who he's going to dominate for physicality and size. And then he's seen what he can do with the finish. I mean, there's a elite finish as well.
Highest scoring team in the comp have found another gear now. Look out, Heaney's on fire, feeds it on. Players everywhere, Sheldrick feeds it further on, hoping for Jordan. Had to lay a tackle on Drew. Splendid tackle at that. Drew was clever, got rid of it. Horn Francis, Heaney, 2 of the big stars. Mead a toe poke off the deck. Sarong the other
ball.
way. Ball in there for Sheldrick, arms free. Fed it off, it's hot in the kitchen right now. Wines, Richards, wobbles 1 to half forward, bouncing ball. Georgiades got there ahead of Hamling. He shook him. Floats it. Durden!
50.
That was a good mark.
50. You just changed the rules.
Kick, though.
The rules don't apply for other teams. Oh my
Pressure
God.
around the ball. As I said before, it's creeping up, the pressure
50.
in this game, and stakes.
He's really agile, isn't he?
Yeah, look, that's a left foot. I mean, not many players can kick the ball properly on their left foot, let alone a drop punt to advantage like Mitch just did there.
Yeah, well done.
Hard, easy, remember? Mitch Georgiades.
He does that well.
Been a great pickup. We've talked him up, Corey Durden. What they brought him in for, and they're going blow for blow for blow.
Come on.
These 2 now.
Well, that's goal number 20, I'm pretty certain, for Durden for the year. That's a great result for a small forward at this early stage of the, or middle stages of the season. Georgiades, he has got that power and the agility. Hardly ever see him kick left foot, but that was absolutely perfect. If it's any shorter, the defenders have
15.
an impact, and if it's any
Not in the
longer,
contest
Mills is
and
gonna
knocks
cut
the
it
ball.
off.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Rue. It had to land right in the middle of the 2 defenders, and it was a great kick by Mitch and Corey Durden. Great one-hander as well, and then to go back and finish. Game's on. It's certainly exciting that since the half, and Swans are playing everything at the power, and they've responded very well.
Great return, small forward, 13 games, 20 goals, 10. It might not be done tonight, Durden.
Yeah, he's on track for 35 in a season, which would be an outstanding result.
They pick up Horn Francis to step around his ruckman teammate. Mead sends it deep forward. Whitlock gets it in space, and
Georgiades.
the entire pack, cleans up everyone, including his teammate.
I think he had that. I think he had that until Mitch hit him, as we see here in the mark.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, nearly.
Oh.
Sweet with strength, punches it to a gap. Georgiades comes out again. He's got a sniff at the moment, as Mitch.
And Porter got a little sniff. Sniff they needed to respond.
This is fun. Sweet. Grundy. Big knockdown. Georgiades, you could.
Oh!
Wow. The crowd are getting up.
Holy.
Their seat with every big moment right now. It's a quarter and 7 minutes left.
Caught by 4 at quarter time, 15 at half time. Sydney hit the front. Would have taken it back by a 3-point
The
margin.
lizard.
Would have had the bye a couple of weeks ago. Will that give them a little bit of extra run in the legs? Or will the coming home from Western Australia take its toll in the last quarter?
Wicks squeezed. Sends it down the flank. Spills out the back of the contest. Amadi picks it up nicely. Creates a bit of space. Maybe tries
Oh!
and the big boy gets him.
Right on.
Big Harry Ram, all 202 centimetres of him.
Dude.
He moves really well for a big fella.
The battering ram from half back. Got Bam Bam at one end and the battering ram at the other. Off hands. Sweet with the flick over the top. Cochrane sizzles it. Burgoyne collects it. Butters. He shrugs.
Come on!
$10 million man.
Come on!
Show me the money.
Don't sell him too short. He's the $20 million
I'm
man.
going to say, Dwayne, you've put him on half wages. What about the finish? Like it's something that I know he works on really hard, is to hit the scoreboard a bit more. He sets up lots of goals, but this is what you want your captain to be able to do when you need it. Get onto the left and execute a goal like that. Fantastic shot.
Good pick up.
By Zach, and good ground ball by
Jace.
Jace Burgoyne.
It's Heaney, the non-tackle too.
Yeah, he says, let me go, I'm going to finish this.
Oh!
Show me the money. It was Rod Tidwell, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Jerry Maguire, he was the player. So Port, after giving up the lead, they take it back out to a 9-point margin. Cracking game Saturday.
Come on,
Night
Bell.
Football.
Port now with the 4 highest rated players on the ground: Richards, Burne-Jones, Drew and Butters.
Indian Sweet's been a great contest. Look at Warner
Oh.
punching his way through it, sending it round the corner to Roses. Kicked an early goal.
Come on.
Burne-Jones just hassles him away from it. Get close to the line. They
Come on,
steam
Joe.
after it. It'll be lassoed back the other way.
It's been good, Darcy, since he's gone back down to half-back. As an All-Australian half-back, he went forward for 2 or 3 years, and he's moved back down to half-back and playing some really good footy again.
Blakey off a step. He caught behind, but still manages to hassle Curnow away from the contest.
Why was he moved from half-back where he was All-Australian? Was it because you needed more grunt in the forward line, more keeping the ball in there?
I think it was against Swans, I reckon, in the up at Sydney round 3, I reckon, of 24, and he was just out of form a little bit. We pushed him forward from the sub position, I reckon, and he went pretty well.
All right, it's caught.
That's totally wrong, Ruby. That was my memory of it.
Paul Francis let a tackle, ball knocked out. Blakey to Bice. A spear to McLean. The clean McLean. How good were his hands there?
That is as hard as it gets to take a mark. When you're full tilt, defender right behind you, and a lot of speed on the kick. Difficulty does not get any harder than that.
Young Ram could not have done any more. He was elite with his effort and even execution.
Good hands.
Such a great mark.
And dare I say it, he has not missed a shot this year. He is 9 straight.
Put the wood on him.
Hayden McLean.
Good.
Right in the book, Harry. He still hasn't missed.
Across the face. He's still 9 straight. Ball knocked away from Curnow. Farrell barrels it away. Grundy in the hole. Knocked it down to Heaney. Shrugs. Loops it wide. Sarong, the hero from last week. Long and high to the hot spot. McLean. He got a free. He might be 10 straight shortly.
There you go, up.
The Ram did. Not arguing too much.
Arm chop.
We're out on a limb here, Dwayne.
I'm not joining in because I get it wrong every time.
It's his 4th game of 2026.
Heaney was 31st ranked player at half-time. Up to 14th now in the ground, so he's starting to come, which is
Premiership quarter.
Come with the Swans charge.
He's had to earn his spot back in this team.
Put the wood on him.
Swan fans, but he has been spectacular this
9-1. 9-1.
Not sure they're going to forgive you that easily, Ryan.
Might be in the sin bin at the end of the quarter pipe. Evans, thumping ball almost towards the centre of the oval.
Where? Where's the high? Just tackled him.
Hadn't been seen since round 6.
Oh my God.
Squeeze around the corner, Burn Jones.
Ben doing a great job.
Well, Rose is giving him a mouthful too to Blake. I don't know if that'll go down too well.
Richards going out for his 17th disposal.
1 and 2 on the ground. Richardson, Burn Jones.
They search for the middle to Butters. Slick hands. Evans sends it deep forward. George.
Oh.
Edwards did well to spoil him from
Chopped his
behind.
arms.
Berry. Burgoyne.
Oh.
Roberts, there was legs taken out. Here we go the way of Roberts.
You got the ball.
Just loud. And it's fun.
He had the ball.
Wide. Flyers
What
go
the
off.
fuck?
McLean can't mark. Kyle, that
Oh.
didn't look like a handball from here. That didn't look like a handball from there either.
Couple of good tackles this quarter, Ram.
Harrison Ram to send it back inside 50. He sizzles it to the pocket.
Ah.
Had the numbers there, the Swans. Edwards cleaned it up.
Ah.
Gives it back out. McLean had a
Oh,
couple
ref.
of feet. He bowled them all over.
Oh, throw.
From the barrel. Spike. Umpire let it roll. And the chip kick wide to Burgoyne.
Nice throw.
From home. Jace Burgoyne wants to go. Kicked the last 2 goals of the match of Port Adelaide.
Ah,
Skipper
come
just
on.
floats across the back of the pack and takes a pressure relieving mark.
Big last quarter coming up.
Mills on the Foss Williams stand.
Oh.
McLean is really having an impact. Lost his P, the number 2. And a long ball towards the flank. They're shoving in the contest. Butters.
Oh,
Good
that's
Evans. He goes to Burgoyne.
1 minute signs are up on the bench. Back to Butters. What does Farrell want to do with this?
Just
They
bang.
get aggressive down the open side. Sweet's not your run and carry kind of guy. Long down the line to where he'd like to be.
I think you'll just accept the contest.
He'd love to be contesting this. Grundy goes up, can't mark it. Ball falls. Bambit. Good drop step. Pass. Little overcooked.
Go.
Horn Francis made it look spectacular.
Oh.
How's the kick? Berry on the end of it.
Come on, very good.
Put it on a platter.
It looked like they were quite content to see the quarter out, wasn't it? They were moving the ball slowly in the back line, switched it across. Sweet took his time, and then all of a sudden the opportunity presented itself, and they might get a goal on 3/4 time.
See, the siren almost puts him off here. Going to kick as the siren's about to sound. Can't run around or arc out. Umpire's behind him.
What?
Did it put him off? Behind.
Called play on.
But the stage is
Yep,
set.
just called play on and kicked it.
To this one, the highest scoring team in the comp this year, the Sydney Swans, second on the ladder, hoping to join Fremantle with 12 wins on top. And it's a 9-point game. Port Adelaide 10-11-71 to Sydney 9-8-62.
All right, let's get 2K on.
We caboodled it.
They'll never believe us. kitchen that will impress even the toughest
Oh,
critics.
which controller was it?
Caboodle, you made it.
The dark and stormy bit of winter in Melbourne. That's the modern beats with late night eats and classic cocktails, kind of dark and stormy. Come winter in Melbourne, it's every bit different.
Bunnings Trade's got tax time sorted with big deals on big brands. You can score big with the heavy hitters like Makita, DeWalt, AEG, and loads more. You can also get the win with instant in-store bonuses and battery trade-in offers. So you can kick goals at tax time. Don't miss our big deals on big brands. But hurry, ends June 30. That's tax time sorted at Bunnings Trade.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, whoop.
It's World Cup time, punters.
Huh?
So get ready for this cracking offer from Sportsbet.
Don't have a
Anytime
controller.
goal scorer in
Oh,
your
send the
same-game
ball.
multi,
Let's
and
go.
if that player has the first shot of the match, we'll settle that leg as a winner, even if they miss. That's right. Add an anytime goal scorer to your same-game multi, and if they have the first shot, we'll settle that leg as a winner. First shot wins, only with Sportsbet.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
How about now?
Don't take your eyes off this one. We could be in for an upset.
Should have gone to Specsavers. The winter sale's now on. Until 30th of June, get 50% off lens options.
Is anything biting today? No, just the buzzes.
2,655 postcodes. Connected by One Australia Post.
Might be in the water.
Too much turf, mate.
Oh, it's closer than I thought.
Gotta win,
Never
boys.
enough golf.
First, gotta win.
Okay, so Vodafone,
Ah, let's
they
go.
give you that big, fancy pants telco experience, kind of like Telco, only it's cheaper.
Did she just say they're cheaper than
I'm just saying, why would you pay more? She can't say that.
You can't say that.
No. Why? Allie, no. No, 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 no. I will not be silenced. Tell my story.
There is no story here.
Vodafone is cheaper than
Do not say that.
World Tour. Alright, what have we got in the World Tour? Ooh. Wah, wah, wah.
Xavier Bammett via East Melbourne. He was the Sandy Dragons skipper.
Nash.
Out in the draft last year. Picked up a couple of weeks ago in the mid-season. Picked number
What have we
5.
got?
Hadn't been to the
Steve
Adelaide
Nash,
Oval before. Had one shot that
Tony
he missed. He
Parker,
didn't miss that one.
Dylan Brooks.
On debut, kicks his first AFL goal. The family, mum, dad, Jace, the whole crowd go absolutely berserk for the young man. He kicks his first AFL goal. He's had 8 touches, and his team at
Where's
three-quarter
Joe?
time lead by 9 points. Sean Burgoyne.
Well, Howie, I want to tell you we're set for a big
Where's Joe?
cracker game in this last quarter, and the two superstars from the respective teams, and Isaac Heaney and Zach Butters, I reckon, are going to have a big say in it. Isaac was the highest-rated player in that third quarter with 7 disposals. He also kicked the goal
Luca
on his left
Coach.
foot. We've seen that from that pocket. And the other one is Zach Butters. He's had the 18 disposals and kicked 1 goal himself. He's the second highest-rated player on the field tonight. I reckon these two superstars are going to have a big say in this final quarter.
Can't wait. We build them up at the start of the game. Butters and Heaney. Saw Dean Cox can grab the leaders. What type of things do you say at three-quarter time to your leadership group in a tight game like this?
Oh, I think that'd be pretty obvious. I mean, it's been a pretty tough game as you see him grab them and pull them in here. He's going, you know, he's going to go to the people who can influence the game. He's been pretty direct with what he's asking for, with the way he's pointing. I would imagine he's talking around, let's get this job done and stop messing around in the last bit and play some pretty serious football. We've got a bye next week. I think it is, they've had their bye. So we wouldn't want to be going into the bye in this type of form.
Butters starting at half forward.
Yeah, that's brave with the way he played. Mills. He looks like he's having fun all the time, doesn't he, Zach, when he's out there lipping off?
Had some tight wins, Port. They're 4 wins, 0 losses when they've been leading at three-quarter time. They lead it by 9 points. So it's the perfect setting for Saturday night football to come to its climax here. Can Port take a 5th win of the season? Sydney looking for a 12th. All is set. Beautiful night for footy. A lot of rain around earlier on, but it's cleared up and we're set to go. Final term here, Port.
Right, challenges.
4 at quarter time, 15.5, 9 at three-quarter time.
And about.
Swan Stars lifted them late against the Saints last week. They'll be looking to do the same thing tonight. Lloyd battles with Burn-Jones. Been a good contest. Burn-Jones never gives in. Sits over the top of the football.
Ooh. Ooh.
See Butters come up the forward side of the stoppage. Now he moves his way into the middle.
More for
and Mills
Goat.
drops off him.
Drew. Next, this is Burn-Jones again. End over
Finals
end.
are all done.
Butters chases after it. Whoops. Shoulders taped up. He slid at the wrong moment, but he clears it across the line.
Ken, are they doing that to try and create a bit more?
I think it's called a boot. This should be a lasso free kick, by the way. The Swans are caught Butters' boot.
Yeah.
Off his boot and out of play. Should be Mills' ball.
Throw in.
Throw it in. Gee, they've had the rough end of the umpiring, the Swans, at times tonight.
How can they make that decision?
That is crazy that that's the 4 umpires and an arc couldn't see it.
The last 2 touches were his boot.
Yeah. Okay, well, it evens up now. Holding free to Grundy.
To answer your question before, Ruth, they bring Zach up to empty their forward line out, as you said,
exactly.
and try and get an extra around the ball and break a tag. That's what they'd be trying to achieve.
They'd be happy with all 3 things.
Yeah, everything that comes from that, they'd be happy, especially if Mills follows him up.
Give more room for Georgiadis.
Roberts long. Fists go up. Dangerous spot to knock it to. Butters. Was that holding the ball? Jordan wrapped him.
No
and
prior.
Again, the umpires decide a ball up is in order.
Yeah, maybe no prior.
So now Horn Francis has come back to the forward line and Butters and him have just swapped over, I reckon.
Burgoyne with Topo. You've got the distance.
All right, let's get some double coins on.
Yeah, they've got 6 forwards now, Port.
All right, how are we going to the chat, boys?
Butters. He's got the biggest job in the game here at the moment.
Nothing.
Rowbottom just...
Let's have a look at the stats as well.
Just as loose Swanee in behind the plate.
Yeah, that comes about from Roberts, I'd imagine,
Callum
coming up and
Mills.
taking hold of Horn Francis at the front.
Wicks in the defensive zone.
Head
Mills
out.
that creates that drop off as
Short
they
and
come
sweet.
back. Although they've got
Logan
still
McDonald.
got 6 defenders, so
Georgiadis, one guy's 3. Come on, mate.
That's releasing.
Jordan Swiss are the most clearances? What the hell? Come on, about.
Sweet. Neither one really knew who was going to take the free. Big Geordie gets it.
They're very whistle happy tonight.
All right, let's go.
Gonna take it to the contest down the ground. The contest is won by Marshall. Hasn't been a factor so far.
2 hours.
Can he lift them late?
Just some challenges, huh?
By foot. You've turned it over.
Mitchell.
It's got to be 50, and it is. So Bicel steam forward here. He's got McDonald one out with a lead.
And Heaney go to the pocket.
So watch out for the space created around Heaney.
Oh, what? Let's see if there's any world tours in
Get
auction.
a great view of it here.
Hamling. So he's just 10 metres off the post, Heaney.
With a leer.
And just see him now at the bottom of screen. Here he goes. Oh, he nearly got it too. Couple of strongmen wrestle like it was in the fair. Curnow tries to send it back. That's what you're talking about, Ken. And even
31,000.
he nearly got rid of him.
He was
Joe.
trying to bench press him, but he's picked the best defender to go against. Maybe Port Adelaide have finally realised.
Oh, it's pretty
That's a
high.
face. The palm to the face.
Yeah, they've
Not high either.
They've paid that plenty of times.
Absolutely. Grundy got their big boy pants on, a few of these players right now. They know time's of the essence. Need to know the big moments now.
24.
Wicks. Chips and wide.
He's back in his pocket, boys.
Cunningham with the experience back into the team. He sees the leads come. He sees Heaney. He sees Amadi. He's got them both. Heaney brushed him off.
Oh.
And across the face.
He's so good, Heaney.
Watch Heaney.
think that's what Port Adelaide need to do as well.
Told you, we've watched him for about 5 or 6 years doing this. He just keeps doing it.
So good.
Farrell, Sydney doing all the attacking.
22
but no love on the
500.
scoreboard at the
23.
moment for the Swans.
22 500.
Hamlin
We'll
caught
get one
behind.
soon.
On the way of Todd.
He needs a big last quarter, Marshall. Can he be on his
Still-
last couple of efforts at Port at the moment?
The same. Who?
If he doesn't play well, I reckon he'll be out of the side.
Okay, I thought you meant at Port.
Well, at the moment.
Richards, Toyota logo, centre wing. Couple of little steps, and there's floats it forward. Tough one to mark, and Hamling, who's been good on return,
Kevin and Pearce.
takes it on his chest.
We need an invincible centre.
He's got the experience as a premiership player. Wicks, he uses his speed, sends it out wide. Amani in the one-on-one, beat Farrell, hands it off. Lloyd, open forward line, one-on-one. Alia, Kerno, couldn't do something with it. Charlie out the back. That's what they're paying the bucks for.
Kerno.
He's got 3. And
Good
it's a
call,
kick
Nat.
difference.
Well, Port Adelaide have lost 4 games by less than 3 points. They won last week by 6 points against the West Coast Eagles. They lost to 1.
Yeah, they certainly do, Roo. They do like to play in the close ones, is how he called it.
How's that
earlier
not
at the
chopping the
time, I think,
arms?
so. As Charlie went to the crowd too. He didn't mind letting them know when he kicked that ball, so I think he might have got some advice. Yes, as he waves to him.
What the fuck?
Is he saying he's kicked 2 or 3?
No, 'cause he's got 3.
All right.
So
Yeah,
two
what's he
coming.
doing there?
He forgot he kicked 1.
Might have 2 coming, perhaps, for this quarter.
Right, back to a 2-point margin. It's the game we're hoping for on Saturday night football. Radigalera and Kerno. At the other end, Georgiades and Edwards, the 2 bookends. Butters, top of say, will he have Wines, the Brownlow medalist. Sarong comes from behind, possibly could have taken the mark in the end. Bice overruns it. Cochrane at ground level, Marshall, Bammett, Wines, looks for Butters, why wouldn't he? He gives up ground to the man Mountain Jones, who gave it straight. McDonald, turnovers on Warner, he'll put the afterburners on the Chad, takes 2 bounces, go for home. In the end, it's off the instep. I'm not sure exactly what he did. Kerno pointed to goal, and a rare error from Warner. It's a let-off for Port.
About to come back though, Bice. Good grab.
Well, Warner's on.
He's spent though. He needs to take a breath here. He needs to take 30 seconds. Get some oxygen in. He is cooked.
He's cooked.
That's that last kick.
We said before, Lockie Jones hasn't had those bad days. He's just had a bad moment, didn't he?
Good and correct call. It was a bad moment. He's been pretty solid, but a bad moment. And that's what's going to happen in this game, as it always does on these close ones. Little moments just make the difference. Is he going to kick it?
They have led for a couple of brief moments in this game. A brief moment in the third. A brief moment in the first. He drives it long.
Goes bang.
Lead.
Oh my God.
Great escape last week.
The Warner.
Might be the big steal this week.
Well, it's pretty handy when your 2 best midfielders have kicked 20-odd goals and 18 goals each. It's just handy goal-kicking midfielders, and Heaney and Warner are exactly that. 2 superstars of the competition. Let's have a look at him. He's on his own for ages there, and they just managed to find him. But to put it through from 54 metres out in the last quarter is a great kick.
Well, the coach went to these leaders and he asked them for the efforts. So at the moment, they're delivering. Kerno's certainly been good. Warner's been okay. Hamling's been good, as you said a couple of times. So they just need to keep doing what they need to do. And Port need to now find a way to get back in front.
Only 2 goals the term the way of the Swans. They came so late through Sarong last week against
Oh!
Sheldrick must have
On the ball, mate.
attacked late with the footy.
Well done by Mead. Really good
On the
effort.
ball. How's that not holding the ball, mate?
It is okay, I suppose.
He didn't though.
Here, Wines are not letting him clear a couple of big boys.
And did he tackle him or bump him?
Grundy and Sweet. Been a titanic battle all night. Warner threw it towards Roberts. Grundy, ground level. Burgoyne just to ease his way through the contest. Butters can't get past Wicks, but does get rid of the football.
His shot's quick. Oh, game 1 done.
We got 6-2.
Get the double XP on.
Sydney's way at the start of the quarter.
Grundy rips it
That's
out
a
the air.
free.
What was it to half forward? Lloyd, the roller, Evans, Burgoyne. He lends a hand, keeps it alive. Bangs it to the wing. The Lizard, manhandled by Mead. Play on, said the umpire. Turned off the deck to half forward. Marshall couldn't handle it. Edwards
Whoa!
Good crowd ground ball.
On the ball, mate.
Good ground ball for a big fella. 197, I think he is, Edwards.
Picked it up cleanly. Wines. Wobbling ball. Again, Edwards, an important fist.
Okay.
Richards goes for a 30-metre hand pass to Georgiades, who has no room. Hamling's really played him tight, which he had to do.
So you've got to be strong over the ball in these moments. We've seen a few really important ground balls here now.
Butters coming into the contest. Jordan. Here comes Butters. Keeps it in front of himself. Blakey just jumps out of the way to not offend. Now Warner. Richards. Warner will have the toe. Richards has got the guts and the grit. Butters has got the skill.
Oh, shit kick.
Bottom in an important area. Now Cleary sends it back.
Kick it to Mitch, mate.
If it sits, Lloyd's away. It's sad. And Lloyd is away. Inside to the quick wicks. Couple of little dance steps with some poise to Roberts. They have not led this game by 2 kicks at any stage, the Swans. Wicks feeds it further on. Lloyd, will he go for home? It works back. He kicks a miracle. One of their all-time greats. 7th on the all-time games list. And that might be the biggest moment of his 285-game career.
I'm pretty sure his premiership was the biggest.
We've been talking about the forward handball and is it important or is it not? And have a look at what they do when they need it. Running the ball. That was only a goal right at the last second. It's just missed the inside of the post. It needed every one of the 48 metres to bend around.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, it's a block, mate.
It took every metre to get into the goals, didn't it? But again, you talk about the handball metres. 630 Sydney in the game so far, and Port Adelaide 98. So they're definitely different styles. And you're right.
Yeah.
Just keep going after
Suck
it
it.
regardless. I've said a couple of times. Maybe they could kick it a few times, but they know what they know and they do what they do.
Only 3 goals of the term. The Swans trail by 9 at 3/4 time. They're out to their game-high 10-point margin. Now it's up to Port to respond. Richards had a big...
Oh, how's that not advantage?
No, it's not.
Fuck me.
So I don't quite get that. They took the advantage.
Come on, Ump.
And maybe they'd called it before and we got to see it.
They steam up at Richards. Berry's been lively. Goes out to Burne-Jones. Cleary
Watching a footy.
stands the mark.
5-second violation.
Number 33. Not sure what to do. Pops it into the pocket.
Oh.
Hamling, who's had a good game.
Oh, Horn Francis copped a big knee, I reckon, then.
Oh, my word, he did. A couple down. Hamling was the one that just roared his way into the pack.
Doesn't stay down long, Jason. He must have copped one. Oh, and the ribs, lower ribs, the floating rib.
He is a very sore boy, as you would expect after that.
A little bit of a push, was there, from
Oh.
Francis himself?
Maybe, was it?
We'll see it again, I'm sure.
Slowly getting to his feet.
Oh,
Push
yeah.
by Horn Francis, but that's just controlling his
I
space.
think the reason why Hamling flies in there was he pushed.
You reckon Mead got him?
I'm not sure. I don't want to accuse him, but
He's a tough man, whatever happens. Stay out there after that. Berry.
well, if it gets him in the wrong spot, they're broken for sure.
Yeah.
If they're broken, you're not running around.
50. And 50. Gave the ball back to the wrong person.
So Berry will be the recipient of a massive moment in this game.
Thank you.
Kick the big goal in the showdown.
a goal in the second term. Just gave it back to the wrong footballer.
Yep, it's going to snap.
Cunningham.
So Berry to bring it back to less than a goal.
That
Oh.
annoys me a little bit, I've got to say.
Well, he's a left footer.
Joey is such a good kick of the footy, and to take a snap from there, just go back on your left and just do what you have done for probably the first 18 years of your life almost. It's just kick it on your left.
What do you reckon? It's an AFL thing.
Well, I think it becomes part of your makeup more in the game today.
50. 50. Oh my
Time
God.
left in this. He set it up for Harry Cunningham to thump it out. And we'll get
We'll win
a
this game, mate.
11:45 left. 9-point margin. Game's on a knife's edge now.
3 goals to 0 in the last quarter. Swans have done all the scoring. Yeah.
Who?
City.
I wasn't watching that. I was looking at the setup behind the ball from
What?
both teams.
Grundy wants the overlap.
It's got a
hand
fucking
pass.
rut contest. Fuck me.
Accepts it to Warner. Wanted to keep the ball moving to Cunningham. Deep ball inside 50.
There he is.
Aaliyah, the intercept. Magician takes another one. Just quickly on Berry. Do you leave it to the player eventually, Ken, or would you show him in the edit and ask him?
Yeah, look, you've got to trust your players to do what they do, but I think there's some spots on the ground that you simply
Oh
should be
my
able to go
God.
and get you to drop that.
Stop calling holding. It's a ruck contest.
Grundy to Heaney. Little too slick by hand. Back to Grundy. Little tap handling. That was bizarre.
Stop calling holding in the ruck. They're holding each other, mate.
In full voice.
Yes.
The players are spent.
Look at old mate. Saturday night at the
Well, that's what it means to him, isn't it?
Some advice going down there.
Bad night.
Yeah, cool holding there. Cool holding for power there.
Third wide.
Huh?
Richards, Burgoyne, round his body. Right to the
Held his
triangle
arm.
logo.
Cool holding for power.
Important moments now.
You fucking dogs.
Turnover. Heaney, Mills gets away from Babbitt. Heaney forward, hand pass was brilliant. Rowbottom, Sizzler inside, gets too much on it. Radaglia wasn't sure it was coming his way. Spills it. Cleary, snap round the corner. They make them pay. McDonald really makes them pay. And Swans now out to a good old margin.
What football from Heaney through the middle of the ground. They just give it to him no matter where he is, and he finds a way to weave through the traffic. Have a look at this. Watch here. Give it back to him here. He's under enormous pressure. Get out of my way. And then opens it up. And watch this from Radaglia. This is awful. Cost him a goal. Just too good, the Swannies. And that was a real howler from Radaglia.
And the coach at three-quarter time went to the right route. And he said to his leaders, we expect to win this game of football. And Heaney, to his credit, has been able to say, yeah, okay, we've got that. Chadwick's had 4, Heaney's had 7, Grundy's had 6. The experienced players.
God,
in the
where are
team
you
seems
handballing
to
it?
Kick the last
Ball!
four goals, the Swans.
Call it, mate.
Last 9. And they can smell more blood here.
Fuck me.
They can join Fremantle top of the ladder with this victory.
I'm firing it. Oh, where are you handballing it?
Kyle's been good again. Nice dance step from the kid. Shows his poise. McDonald, they've had all the answers. McDonald tried to go. Back again, it comes to Kyle. Short. Oh, he held his ground and held to Sharon. And he backpedals, does Harry.
Good night, McDonald's. He kicked 3 goals. He's roamed far and wide. The wing seems to suit him, and then dropping forward
Yep.
as well. Blakey, they'll land the lockout blow here, the Swans. Gordon sees something in the pocket. Heaney had 2 to beat, nearly did it. Wines. Aaliyah gets away from Cleary. Doesn't clear the area, though. Butters was simply brilliant. Slid on his knees, grabbed the football and got rid of it in the blink. Georgiades, clever. Marks in front of Sarong.
Got to go now, the Power. They've got to take the game on a little bit more, and they've got to get going. 10 minutes to go, and you've got to close the margin. It's not panic stations, but it's time to get going a bit quicker.
Logan Evans. To centre half back to Burgoyne. Can he use it well by foot?
No, you
Opens
can't.
the door slightly.
Ugh.
Good contest from Roberts. Wholehearted character. Now tight on the line. Lloyd keeps it in play. Roberts turns it over. Little step and a jink from Richards.
Goes to Berry. Tight ropes the boundary, goes long. Flyers go up. Bammett can't mark it. Whitlock hasn't been his night. Grundy, the big boy's been good. They rested him a couple of weeks ago. They didn't need him. They won the game by 114 points against Richmond. Leave the heavy machinery in the shed for the little jobs. Bring him out for the big ones, and he's been good tonight. Butters, short. Can Georgiades breathe some life back into it?
Absolutely can, Dwayne.
What a tap.
Well, over to you, Mitch.
We know what to expect.
As Ken Hinkley always says, he misses the easy ones, but he kicks the difficult ones.
I hope for Mitch's sake. Good boy.
Bang!
And they are coming back.
Come on, Bauer.
That's why we play in the big bucks, Ken. You know him well.
Yeah, I know him well, and I appreciate everything he's done in his footy career so far, and I just know how much he works on his game. And what a finish, Roo. I mean, that's what this is all about. This is all about clearly just the finish. The captain finds him, his housemate finds him, and he goes back on the boundary line when the team needs it the most, and he executes like an elite player does.
Two goals, three now for Georgiades. Game on, still plenty of time. Don't need to panic, don't need to take unnecessary risks, but
Can't be out.
attacking without being silly.
In front of 31,350 here.
31,000.
Heaney really getting rolling to Warner. The Stars combine. The chat off the outside of the boot. Roses stays down. He's in the area. Curnow shrugs, wobbles it forward. Lloyd will pressure Evans, who does well in the contest. Radically needed to be good. Burne-Jones is always good. And he hits Horn Francis.
Good footy, Port Adelaide.
Crowd roaring.
Heaney up to 30
Give it a
now in
Darcy.
the game, leading disposal winner on the ground.
Burne-Jones, he rolled it. Magnificent roll of that.
McKinley.
Just got
Oh,
to
Marshall.
somewhere. He just couldn't find it.
Oh.
He's a bit rusty this year. Here's Todd Marshall, 550 days out. He's returned this year. He hasn't quite found it just yet.
No, he's had a lot of time out, and a ruptured Achilles can take its time, obviously, but it's they really need him. I mean, they obviously make a big difference when he's in good form in the forward line.
6 disposal night so far for the number 4. Shin forward. He always had it. Hamling just held Whitlock out of the contest. Casual Blake. Caught by 4 at quarter time, 15 at half time, 9 at 3/4 time. Sydney kicked the first 4 of the term. For Georgiades responded.
Where am I jumping?
Radaglia. Jones sends a spiral high and forward. Marshall competes.
Whitlock.
Gets away from Whitlock. Sydney will mop up through Mills. Wicks now into the middle.
Horner's been fantastic. Back to Wicks on the run.
Oh!
High one.
Had the wrong tyres on, Dwayne.
Yes.
Butters.
Big Joe with a dunk.
Horn Francis. Got a clip for the ear. How about that Wicks decision? We see them paid sometimes in favour of the guy who slipped into a high. He didn't get the benefit of the doubt for this. And now Jason Horn Francis gets a chance to cut it back to a 3-point game. 5 minutes and change left. He struck a sweet.
Oh,
You can take a fifth quarter.
come on, Owen.
It's evolving into a classic.
Said earlier they've had 4 losses by less than 3 points this year, Port Adelaide. They've also had a win last week against West Coast. There's Fabian Francis, Jason Horn-Francis's stepdad, and his mum there as well. They're on edge. Everyone's on edge. Big game for Sydney to get top spot, and a big game for Port Adelaide to stay in finals contention.
Well, you get to a quarter like this and the good players typically stand up. Butters has had the last 2 goal assists. Georgiades has kicked a goal. Horn-Francis has kicked a goal. On the other side, Heaney and Warner have had 2 score involvements and 1 score involvement together, and Warner's kicked a goal. So we've got the big dogs having a go.
They got out by 15 points after kicking 7 of 9, the Swans. Before Port have responded with the next 2. They won't go away. Warner, Wicks, high, really high. Grundy almost used like a ruck contest, looking down towards Roberts. Berry only as far as Lloyd. Grundy, hand passes to space. Contest to be won now. Butters, too much on it for his teammate. Radigalia will come from the side. Curnow tries to shepherd with the big body. Spills out. Evans round the corner. Blakey's going to have to track it back. A little bit too much on it for the number 22. Taps it cleverly. Does he go to the middle? It didn't quite see what he was liking. Hooks it round the corner. I think they just got a touch on it to take care of business with Lloyd.
Nope.
Lucky touch, but a good touch.
Oh, that's a tough shot. Bang!
Fans take a breath.
See how tiny that meter was.
Ball back into play. 3-point game. Grundy rips out of the air. Floats it high.
Oh, umpire.
Did brilliantly. Left it behind. Aaliyah off the carpet. Wines off the carpet. Gets it 30. Gets it 40. Whitlock.
Oh, Whitlock.
Sarong left it behind. The hero from last week. Amazing tackle from Roberts.
Just kicked it.
Not rewarded. Close to the boundary. Barry got it up.
Go.
Feeds it further forward. Whitlock. He took on Mills.
Ah.
Wrong guy. Wrong guy.
Bates is working the phones. What messages can you deliver with this much time on the clock, Kenny?
Not too many, other than the composure messages. You know, make sure they're aware of the time. Make sure they understand what style of footy we're trying to play. And if you're behind, obviously you're taking a few more risks. If you're in front, you're trying to take a bit of the composure and just go a bit slower.
Heaney throws himself in the contest. Warner got an unlikely bounce. Port keeps it in through Barry. Burgoyne threw it away quickly to Will Drew. Sends it forward to Marshall.
Go.
Brings it to ground. Wines.
Go.
Needs to get it to Francis. Eventually
Kick it.
cut off by Mills. Got an important hand. Massive contest now. Jones steams. Sarong under pressure. Throws it into the middle of the oval.
Curnow goes hard. Knocked it down. Lays a splendid tackle on Sweet.
Fucking Ollie Wines fumble, mate.
There's still 3 minutes, so they've got to attack too. They might have to get another goal just to win this game.
They've sent McDonald back already.
Warner takes them on.
Fuck off.
Cleary takes the mark. Shows some poise. He waits for a few to get forward. He's got McLean forward. He's got a couple of options, and he floats it long. Curnow, McLean, off hands. Rowbottom.
Ollie Wines, you gotta have clean hands, mate. Fucking fumbles, mate. What are you doing?
Kick to the top of the square. Rowbottom was front and centre. Let's have a look. There was a good option to kick there. They had equal numbers. Up, straight to the front. Perfect spot for a small forward.
Clean hands, you pick that up, kick it into the forward line. Different story.
They didn't rush. He took his time. He waited till there was an option there. Didn't need to kick it to Aaliyah. When he was on his own, they competed and Rowbottom got the goal.
Yeah, I'm more interested in Evans. He's positioning at the front of the ball, at the fall of the ball with Rowbottom. He seemed to have gone slightly to the right and allowed his play to go from square in a really critical contest. So makes a massive difference. Probably, I won't say enough, but
that's a
enough.
weak umpire.
In the middle of the oval.
That's a weak.
On the line. Two of the best players in the comp. Grundy hit him in the head in the end. Warner. High touch ball. Sydney looking for the knockout blow. Curnow traps it. Comes a second time. Can't get away from Ratugolea. Forward, pumping hand pass. Jones will be under all sorts of pressure. Played it well to Evans. Back to Jones. Burgoyne. Now they've got to work against the clock. Port Adelaide. Got a high. They'll take the advantage. Horn Francis does just that. Goes a little chipping ball.
The back.
Free kick in the middle of the way of Port. 2 on the clock. In the hands of Butters. Wide out to Berry. No time to mess around. Realise it.
Oh, broke his ankles.
Steps around Blakey. No easy task. Then
Berry.
moments in the game.
Bro.
Didn't he go to the top of the square there, Kenny?
It's a good question, but I'd like to be able to answer it a bit more positive, but I would have thought that would be the option. 15 metres out.
Fuck, man.
Nothing you can do now. 90 seconds left. Down the line, Grundy's there, Curnow's there, Heaney's there, all the big guns. Burgoyne spanks it back. They've got numbers behind the ball. Edwards goes to fist. Safety first, that's okay. 1:18 left with a 9-point margin.
No free to George. Mitch Georgiades. Wasn't much in it, I don't think.
Port snag one here and keep the game alive. Sweet, missed a lot.
Whoa!
From behind. Chain of hands. Marshall, touch ball. Sydney have got the defenders in the right position. Mills was always just going to hook it anyway out of defence he could. Ball in the hands of Curnow. Gives the don't argue to Jones. The wrong man to give it to.
On the ball.
Go back and kick it quickly.
Yeah, just about give it a roost from there.
Might as well.
Shot Lockie.
He's got Farrell nearby.
Get on the arc and take the goal.
Tries to spot up a target. Mark needs to be taken. Goal.
Oh, he's got it. 50. He's moving on the mark.
This to bring it back to 3 points.
In the zone. 50 in the zone. Call it, you cheats.
Sweet keeps the game alive.
How come the rules don't apply in all games?
35 seconds on the clock.
Fucking dogs.
Already a fair few times tonight. Port have lost 4 games this year by 3 points or less.
It's a great kick, and Sweet's done a pretty big job. I mean, to go back and have presence of mind, to go back and take the kick quickly, but also accurately was really important. And, you know, he's on Grundy, who's been a pretty good player. So, big centre backs coming up, to say the least. 6, 6 and 6. That gives you a chance.
It does give you a chance, and they're going to suck all their players back from the front of the square, so there's plenty of room out the front.
Come on.
So Sweet really should try and hit it forward to space.
Come on, pal.
So it comes down to this. Sweet and Grundy both fly. Butters on the move. Goes and gets it. Hands it up. Quick fire kick to half forward. Can Port Adelaide find the miracle finish?
Come on, boys.
With a knockdown.
Where are we?
Last week's hero. Heaney jumps in. We're down to 26.
Ball.
He's wrapped up. We'll get a ball up.
Port with 18 seconds to somehow get it through the sticks. Grundy looks for the boundary line.
Brilliant.
Worth a kick. Really well worked from Grundy. Brilliant ruck work. Cleary
Over.
drives it forward. McLean, Aaliyah falls to ground. They've done enough, the Swans. Spills. Cleary again to Warner. And Sydney in a classic on a Saturday night. They came from the clouds last week. They hang on this week. The Swans break Port Adelaide hearts by 3 points.
Well, what a cracking last quarter. What a cracking game, really. Port Adelaide dominated early. Couldn't put it on the scoreboard. Left it open for the Swannies, and the Swans have come from behind for the second consecutive week to knock them off by 3 points. That's their 5th loss, won 3 points or less, Port Adelaide. That must be a shattering feeling for them.
Yes, Drew. It's just not a great finish as we go down to Sean Burgoyne.
Well, Isaac, 2 weeks in a row, you've had to come back. You're just talking about a lack of energy in the first quarter.
Yeah, we're down on energy. That was our main thing. Our scramble, our pressure. I mean, they were very good in the pressure aspect. We didn't probably handle it well. Our ball use fueled their pressure. A bit of energy was just down in the first half. So that was the main point from Coxie in the sheds. And then we started to ramp it up, which was good. And our ball movement is probably still costing us a little bit, which is a bit annoying. But good size will put a lot of pressure on you and do that to you. So we're going to find out other ways to keep scoring.
At three-quarter time, Coxie looks like he grabbed the leadership group in there. What did he say to you?
Oh, it was on us. It was on us to get going, and I guess you need your leaders to lead by example, and then the other boys will jump on board. So that was just the main, point around it all, and a bit of a clip too to get going. You want to go onto the bye with a win. Makes it a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah, and the time management. When Jordan Sweet goes back and kicks that goal, what's your game scenario then?
You just got to play a bit tighter and try and jam it in, and if we get a clearance, try and get it wide. And the big boys, I think Doss's tackle late was really good, and we could squeeze out with them knowing that they want to go through the corridor. So we're able to do that. We nearly got the CB wrong, which is a bit disappointing, but we got there in the end.
What happened there in the centre bounce?
I think JJ got in a bit of a wrestle and got caught up with Horn Francis, and then obviously Butters has got a it's either one of those two. So I probably didn't put enough work into him as well. So I got lucky in the end. Well,
winning footy is good footy, and you head into the bye. What have you got planned?
I'll go to Brizzy actually, go fish for a few days and just really get a release. So that'd be me, and then spend a bit of time with the missus. So that's about it.
No problem, mate. Enjoy the week off.
Thanks, pal.
Well, that's not a bad bye. A few days of fishing and a few days with the missus. That sounds like a good way to relax and have a little break in the middle of the year. He's had a cracking year, and he stood up in the last quarter. 8 disposals. Warner's had 10. Grundy's had 8. All the big names stood up. Butters had 9 as well. A big win for them. Top spot. How happy would they be with that at the moment? That is an awesome effort. Port Adelaide just licking their wounds after another close loss. You can look at that two ways.
Yeah.
They're mixing it with the big boys, but they're just not quite getting the job done. Look at their percentage, 101.
Under Colton.
Let's head back downstairs to Sean Burgoyne.
Well, Chad, I spoke to you before the game, and you spoke about the first quarters, and I just spoke to Isaac there. What did you take out of that first quarter into half-time? Because the Port Adelaide were getting you done in and around the stoppage, and they're winning the territory battle as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was record numbers how far down on clearance we were. So obviously we need to step up in that regard. But the reality was we were doing a lot wrong. We were down by a goal and then 2 goals in half-time. So I think the belief we had, knowing what we're doing wrong, we were still pretty close.
So what is the talk then amongst the players? Because you can wait till quarter time till the coach gets there, but what are the senior players out in the field? What are you saying to each other?
Well, we just say to each other, look at the belief and the files we've created for how many games now. I know we definitely don't want to be in that position where we're behind a quarter time, but I think we just keep saying to each other, look what we've done in the past and try to keep doing that.
When you're getting the ball inside 50, your tools were doing a pretty good job. I think they kicked 7 between your tools, but Aaliyah and Radical were doing a pretty good job as well. Were you mindful of those two down there as well?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's probably on us mids a bit. We kicked it straight down their throat a few too many times, and like you said, our key forwards work hard so much, so I think we've got to help them out a bit more.
Well, you're heading to the bye now with a couple of close wins under your belt. So what are you going to be doing then? Is it time to take the foot off the pedal and just rest and relax a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. I think with the kind of how many months, 3 months we've had of footy, and a lot of close finishes, I think for now we'll just put the tools down. But
look at the Ruck's got the most clearances.
In a couple of weeks, so we'll be back into it pretty quick.
No worries, mate. Go and enjoy the win.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, great access to a couple of superstars there. What about Lloyd's goal? Absolute cracker. Let's have a look at that, because that was an absolute beauty. A couple of good forward handballs.
Oh, enough tackles.
Really tough kick for right foot. And he just sneaks in real late. That was a huge goal.
Some of the big stars really did step up. When you look at the possessions at the end, not only that Lloyd goal, their most experienced player, but Heaney finished with 30, Mills 29, Chav Warner 26, Brody Grundy 26, and Nick Blakey 25. So without some of their stars like Papley and Rampy, Goulden, McCartan, Campbell, McInerney, Milliken, they really did need their senior players to stand up in critical moments, and they did.
Yep, they did. They did it. They just got through there. Great win for the Swans on the road.
Catch your breath, but don't go anywhere. The post-game show coming your way. Swans fans, we'll bring you the song. We'll give you a full wrap. of a massive Super Saturday and Super Saturday night. The Swans with another heist, getting the money by 3 points, 93 to 90.
Fucking hell, power. Ah.
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today.
Oh no.
We need to raise the bar. We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Bye.
We need to know the hunger so we can fuel the fire.
Oh,
Sports Nutrition.
Come on.
Tomorrow, today.
For 100 years, we've built tools with legendary performance and quality. Tools for those who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature.
Get him out.
Since 1926, still.
Good stuff, Billy. Remember, practice makes perfect.
Billy, time to go home.
But Coach said...
I know. Thanks. That was easy.
Well, practice makes perfect.
With UE Comprehensive Car Insurance, everyone on our team is on yours.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. Kate Cunningham, Detroit. Detroit.
I know I don't always show it, but winning does excite me. So when I see a chance to get ahead, I will change things up. I mean, why would you want anything less than the best? It's why I switched to Google Pixel. Gemini helped me come up with a race win speech that sounds like it came from me.
You'd say something like, thanks.
Perfect.
Classic. Classic.
Oh, he's gone down in the box. Big appeal for a penalty. The referee is having none of it.
Yeah, looks like he wants a Golden Globe and a Golden Boot.
I don't recall seeing theatrics like this before, I must say.
There's more carry-on here than a budget airline.
Anything can happen this World Cup, but you can always rely on the fast and easy Sportsbet app, the easiest way to bet on the Cup.
What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
At Aussie Broadband, our end of financial year deals keep us pretty busy. That's why we plan ahead for households like yours. So no matter how you use the internet, we've got you covered with great value end of financial year deals. On now with your local internet.
The dark and stormy bit of winter in Melbourne. That's the modern beats with late night eats and classic cocktails, kind of dark and stormy. Come winter in Melbourne, it's every bit different.
Feel is information.
Hurry up, game.
For control.
Load.
Feedback and impact. New materials. Zero lemons. Every variable accounted for.
Oh.
Engineered for tomorrow.
Oh.
Formed for field.
They were down at three-quarter Swans. The coach asked the big boys to respond, and they did. Curnow and McDonald kicked three. Heaney lifted Warner. And in the end, Sydney gets it done by 3 points, 2 weeks in a row. A tight win for the Sydney Swans. They knock over Port Adelaide 93-90 in front of 35,000 people here at the Adelaide Oval. A full wrap of the day's footy coming your way. Time now for the red and the white.
The block. Well, hey! You're a terrible referee, mate. How many times are they going to call fucking wrong foul?
A fighting win for the Sydney Swans, and their coach joins us moments after that song. Dean, we appreciate your time. The boys will ask you all about the game, but how long does it just take to calm things down after a tight one like that for yourself?
Yeah, it takes a little bit, but yeah, really excited with what the boys are building. Is when you get to tight games, we can close them out, and yeah, proud of them in that sense.
At what point, with how long, do you think right now it's completely out of my hands, it's up to them?
Oh, probably after the last centre bounce, once this first centre bounce come after Sweet kicked that goal.
Right.
You know, I think that's probably as before that. We can try and plan and try and get numbers behind the ball and go to a system that we try and defend the ground. And, you know, from there, once he did kick that goal and there's 20 seconds left or 30 seconds left, then it's over to the players to execute, hopefully, what we've done throughout the week.
And the conversation at three-quarter time, we watched it from up in the box where you spoke to your leaders, you pulled your leaders in.
Yep.
The questions you were asking them?
Oh, it's just part of it. I just said that this is the group that's going to get it done, not the other players. So we needed them to stand up in moments, to play our way, but not to try and do it all on their own. So to bring everyone through, we needed energy from these players, and to their credit, they responded really well.
A couple of them tried to do it on their own a bit.
Yeah.
Heaney and Warner were pretty good, mate. I think they were okay for you.
And I think them playing the way that they do is seizing the moment when it does come. And, you know, they don't go outside of what we want them to do, and they're unbelievable footballers, and they've done it for a long period of time.
Sorry, you go, Sean.
I was going to say, you must be loving the depth of having your 10. You get a couple senior players go out, and then you bring in Cunningham and Hamling, and Joel plays a really good game on Miss Georgiadis tonight as well.
Yeah, and that's the part as well. I said at the start of the year, this is going to take the whole squad, and yeah, we've got some players out, so do other teams.
Woo.
And, you know, it's about the next man that does come in. And
Long
to
way
their
out.
credit, every time we've asked some of these players, whether it's a debutant, whether it's Will Edwards or Joel Hamling or Harry Cunningham, the like, they've performed really well.
And now we go into the bye. You go into the bye. What's the plans for the group now as you go into the bye? Equal top of the ladder.
Oh, yeah, we'll have 4 or 5 days off now, and then get back at the back end of next week. We play Brisbane Thursday night up there, so it's an opportunity to put their feet up for a little bit, mentally have a break. But you know, when we're back, we'll train hard and get ready for Thursday week.
I've got a coach question for us coming out of me.
Yeah.
So you play Brisbane on a Thursday, so you don't traditionally get a full bye break.
Yep.
What do you think about that?
I think it's fine. Obviously, you know, playing on Thursday, Friday night games, if you want to be a team that plays there, you're always going to have short breaks at some stage. So, you know, after that, we'll have a few days off into a Friday game against the Bulldogs. So, yeah, we'll just try and manage our way as best way we possibly can. But, you know, we're going to make sure that we're right for Brisbane.
The ladder looks pretty nicely there alongside Fremantle. Good percentage as well. Fascinated by your man, Chad Warner. Just love turning up to the footy and watching him play. He does all the fancy stuff, and he's got obviously the wheels, but he's kicked one from 52 today when the pressure was at its greatest, Coach.
I think the best thing about Chad is he wants to stand up when those moments come, and you know, I think before when he turned the ball over and he was bouncing running inside 50, he might have been a little bit disappointed with that, but I think that's what he is. He moves on really quickly from mistakes he does make. The great players don't dwell on it, and he's one of those.
We were not on the look of you when I asked you about Chad, and you had that little grin. Away from footy, what type of character is Chad Warner?
He's a unique character.
Go on, describe unique for me.
That's the great thing about, you know, football clubs. All sorts, and you know, he's really energetic around the boys. You know, the players love him, we love him, and he's loving his time in Sydney.
Well, you spoke about Chad Warner's goal. Can I raise you one? Talk about Jake Lloyd's goal on the boundary. Is that the most important goal he's ever kicked?
I think it's probably one of them. He kicked one against GWS in a final that was really important for us. But yeah, the time of the game, you know, we got the obviously boundary line ball movement, got him to force to press a little bit, and yeah, I was going, did he square it up or did he have the shot? He had a shot and it went there. So I think it's really important that, you know, he understands his limitations, and yeah, I don't know if you're going to see too many more like that.
Well, on the run from almost on the boundary, 50 out, that's in his limitations.
Mate, that's an Adelaide Oval goal, isn't it? It's just a perfect spot to take that shot. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, I mean, both wins in the last 2 weeks have been close. We spoke off camera. Both teams you've played are actually playing pretty good footy, so they're good wins. I mean, beating Port here at home in the form, I know they're where they are on the ladder, but they're being better than their form suggests.
Oh, for sure. And that's one thing we spoke to the players about all week. Certainly last week with St Kilda, they've been in 5 or 6 games at three-quarter time within a goal. Port Adelaide have gone a point to Adelaide. Hawthorn, they're really tight. They beat Geelong here. So they're a really tough team to beat, no matter where you play them, especially at Adelaide Oval. And, you know, their pressure, they've got class across the ground. They intercept the ball well behind the ball, and they locate really quickly in defence. So to be able to get your game up and going was a little bit tougher and took us the whole game.
Your forward handball is obviously highlighted. Kenny, you were talking about it pre-game, and the numbers are extraordinary. Is this something you try and develop ahead of the game? Is it something you work on in pre-season, and why are you so keen on it, Coach?
I think it gives you some really good looks ahead of the ball, and I think we've also got players that, you know, we think they've got the capabilities to be able to do it, to run and carry and try and break lines. And you know, I think we spent about a month of it on the season at the back end of last year when we couldn't play finals. I thought it was really important to have a look at something, and yeah, we trained it all pre-season. We want to understand that it's a method or a mode that we can go to. It's not our only mode, so we need to, over the remainder of the year, try and build in as much as we possibly can, that if it gets shut out, we can go to something else.
That was one of the questions I had during the call a couple of times. It looks like the boys understand it really well, but they go too often. They just go too often, once or twice. As you said, the month at the back end of last year, really important. I reckon there's some fine-tuning still to come in your mind, I'd imagine, about the run and carry.
Oh, there is, and that's the part about trying to make sure that you can get it in a position where take it when it's there, don't force it.
Another thing about your ball movement, so you talk about the run and carry with handball, but your method go from defensive 50 through the middle. You must have real confidence that even in conditions like this where it's cold and wet and slippery, that Lizard's going to go through there, Heaney's going to go through there, Warner, and you get better usage for your forwards out the back.
Yeah, you do, and we want to, whether it's off a contest or stoppage, you know, we love to shape corridor, and it's really important that because you give multiple looks to whether you want to go inside or you want to go straight down the corridor. So, yeah, we've got players that play really important roles to create that space, but you know, as Ken was saying, you don't want to try and always only use it.
Coach, we appreciate time. Enjoy the week off and get home safely.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys. Thank you.
A 3-point win, 93-90 after Smith kicked the goal, and Port Adelaide had about 40 seconds to try and get something done. But in the end, Sydney hang on. A tight one 2 weeks in a row. I asked the coach about Chad Warner. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to deal with him much. He is unique. He's a fantastic footballer. He's a fantastic fella. But he's the type of bloke you turn up to watch play, Kenny, because he does stuff like this.
Yeah, the special ones do that. They do the unpredictable and the predictable sometimes, but more often it's the unpredictable. And Dean said when he had that reference where he's running in, having those bounces, and he was absolutely gassed and he missed the kick, it rolled along the ground. The next ball comes back, he's actually not working to position, he's just starting in a spot, and the ball hits him on the chest, and then he does this. He kicks the ball from 55 metres and it goes straight through. So they are special players, and they call them match winners for a reason, because they win those big games doing it their way, and you should never try and coach it out of them. I've been lucky to coach some really good players.
That was it.
Let them be who they are.
Ultra competitive. He's got that turn of speed and that lateral step, so he will always take on the tackler with his first possession, won't he? And then you don't know what he's going to do, but it's exciting.
Isaac Heaney, can just see him off to the side here behind us. A slowish, in his relative terms, first term, Kenny, and then you were reading out the player rankings, and they just seem to be going up and up and up the way he was working his way into the game.
And funnily enough, their performance went up and up with his performance, which is not a surprise. As we said before, the best players do that for you. Butters, Heaney, they all end up in the pretty good spots as the player rankings go. He's such a special player. I hope we don't get in trouble for showing up his set play tonight. But everyone in the competition, if you're not watching, there's something wrong. You've got to take that off him. He's too good at it.
He'll just do it better, because that's how good of a player he is. But he was always going to have a big say in the game, especially in that last quarter. Like you said, he was building in that third quarter. He was number one ranked player on the ground in that third quarter. Always going to come home really hard. And when the big games are there on the line, the cream rises to the top, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. And, you know, it's why you come to the footy. It's why we love the footy so much, is we get to see the special players play well. They'll value all the team roles that are getting done too around them, but they understand their job. And Dean said that. He said at the break, you know, you're the boys who are going to get it done. People who say, you know, oh, your role players can get it. Nah, not quite. They help you get it done. But these blokes, give body language. They give impression to the younger players out around them. Says, hey, we're right. We can win this game of footy.
Great to have Simon Goodwin. And first thing I'll say, you look good in red, mate. You look good in
Thanks,
red.
Howie. Yeah, it's a little bit different, but I've kept one colour on me at least.
How'd you feel over those last 10 minutes? We're just speaking to Coxie about how long it takes him to de-stress the situation. What about yourself?
Yeah, look, we've spent a fair bit of time on the players about their belief in those sort of situations, and these type of wins build character and belief and experiences throughout the year, and this is the sort of experience that you can tap into as the year goes on, that you keep building, close game victories and coming from behind, and we've been able to do that 3 or 4 times this year.
Goody, you've taken control of the offence. That's what I hear from people. You're controlling the offence. What's the change in the offence that you've brought based on the Melbourne model that you had? You've seen the game evolve, and now you're taking on a bit more run and gun. Is that the list profile or something different?
Yeah, clearly we looked at our list and looked at what are we capable of first and foremost, and obviously Coxie wants to play a really fast style of footy, so we went away and designed a form of offence that would suit our list and the way that he wanted to play, and clearly that's the way it started. And teams at the moment have started to defend us that little bit better, so we've had to go to a few different methods at the moment. We're in an arm wrestle with the competition at the moment, but we've got that one wood up our sleeve.
Well, you spoke about belief. Is that belief through wins, or is that Monday to Friday in team meetings and scenario training?
Scenario training, it's all of that, but I think ultimately it comes down to throughout the year you want to win different ways, and the last few weeks we've been able to come from behind. We haven't been at our best. We've had to dig deep into our squad with a few guys out, and everyone's stepped up, and that builds great belief throughout the whole footy club.
Goody, I know you want to talk about the team, but tell us a bit about your journey from senior coach and then coming to a new football club, integrating and playing a new role. How have you found it?
Yeah, well, I still see myself as a young coach, and I want to keep learning, and I want to keep evolving, and I think I can share my experience with Coxie. But it's not only that, I want to learn as well. So I love coaching. I want to stay in the game. I could have chosen Ken's path and gone into the media, but I wanted to stay in footy because I want to keep getting better. And this footy club's teaching me a lot of things, right from the executive, the board, all the way through to the footy club or the footy department.
And do you still keep an eye on Melbourne, or do you keep an eye on certain players that you've had a connection to?
Yeah, absolutely. I've coached nearly all of those guys that are playing at the moment, and I love seeing them develop. I love seeing how they're going. I'm proud of how they're going. I'm sure Ken will be the same at Port. You idolise the players that you coach, and you love them like sons, and I'm really proud of what they're doing right now.
What about Clary? Talk to us a little bit about Clary. He's in the same state with you again. What do you think about the change in his game and the way he's gone about his footy this year?
Yeah.
I don't know whether you talk to him at all regularly, but he seems to have changed.
We talk regularly, and we talked about moving up to Sydney and getting out of the bubble of Melbourne, and he's just loving that lifestyle. And I keep in touch with him. As I said, I'm proud of not only him as a footballer, what he's done, but as a person, how he's transformed his way back into the sort of footballer he is now.
Well, you have coached some great ones. Talk about Oliver, Petrarca, Gawn, Pickett. You come to Sydney, you've got Grundy, Heaney, Warner. What is it about the great ones that you see as a coach? Because Ken's coached, he said it before, but what do you see in the great ones?
They're just unconditional in how they compete. They've clearly got talent, but they just never concede, they never give up. And, I looked at Isaac again tonight. He just wheeled his way into the game, and he just wanted to compete and have an impact, and he did it again.
Goody, we appreciate your time. As I said, you look magnificent in red, mate. Well done. Enjoy the win. Get home safe.
Thanks, Howie.
Good on, mate.
Great to speak to Simon Goodwin, doing a fantastic job. Now, a lot to be done here from the
Goody.
room. We've got a full day's football to work our way through, but we'll get to Jay Clark in the newsroom. Clarkie, this win meant a lot to the Sydney Swans and a lot to one of their big forwards too, I reckon.
Yeah, certainly, Howie. So another 3 goals tonight from Sydney superstar Charlie Curnow, but he could be in hot water for this incident. Happened early in the last quarter. Now, it's a bit of an inappropriate gesture, potentially, a crowd interaction with the fans, a bit of an up yours, really, to the Port Adelaide fans. So we saw Geelong superstar Bailey Smith get a $1,000 fine for flipping the bird last year. Just wonder whether the AFL needs to be consistent on this matter. It is a bit of over to you, AFL. So we saw it there, Ken and Sean. Do you think the AFL needs to be consistent here? Do you think there needs to be action taken or a sanction for Charlie Curnow over that?
Come on, Jay, you've seen other things to talk about, surely. We're not talking about that, are we? We're not talking about the 2 goals that he kicked, and he's just telling everyone he's got 2 more to come. If that's worth anything other than crowd engagement. I don't know anything more about the game. It's just ridiculous.
I'll leave it to you, Ken. You're king of the fines.
Yeah, I get in trouble. If it was my way, I would have given him a bit more than that. But no, I didn't do that either. But Charlie's just saying, that's 2. I got 2 more to get.
Well, he kept the fingers together. He kept them together. There was no separation. What else is the news out of this game?
6-7.
Yeah, well, the umpiring has been a massive talking point this weekend, all year, really, and we'll get to Damien Hardwick and his criticism of the umpiring shortly. But we did see another controversial lasso incident. So the ball clearly deflects off Port Adelaide superstar Zach Butler's boots, which should be a Sydney free kick. So you can see it here. It comes off his boots not once but twice. Now, under the rules, that should be a Sydney free kick. It wasn't. The ball was thrown in. I guess more to the point, fellas, do you think that should be a free kick when it's last disposal out of bounds? If it's an accidental deflection, should we revert to just a throw it in and play on?
It should definitely just be a throw-in. It's an accidental out of bounds. It's not anything deliberate. Last touch disposal is, an intent and a deliberate disposal, whether it be by hand or by foot. That's just an accidental clip my feet. So I think that's the AFL. I have no doubt by the end of the year will go to that. And I think in the sample, Sean, I think that's basically the way it's umpired now. Accidental out of bounds, we just throw it in anyhow.
Well, yeah, I definitely agree with Ken there. But the other thing about that is that happened in front of the interchange bench where the emergency umpires are. So can they interfere as well in that or not? Is it
Interfere's probably right.
Or is it just the infield umpires? So that's an interesting question as well. But I'm with Ken with that change.
But then are you asking the umpires to interpret even more, Ken?
All I'm asking is if it's like it's an accidental knock on. You're not sure. It's not a clear handball or a clear kick. Throw it in. It's really simple. Keep the arc out of it and just throw it in.
And he's just changing the rules.
Anyone watching footy who would have a problem with that, as long as we're consistent with that.
No, I think you're spot on. So they had a tight win last week, Clarkie. The Swans have held on. They go into the bye. They've got so many stars out of this side. When are we seeing the return of some of these Swans footballers?
Yeah, really well placed, aren't they, the Sydney Footy Club? So Errol Goulden, the midfield superstar, he will be back in their next game against Brisbane, along with the gun defender Tom McCartan. So the Swans have a bye now, as you mentioned, and then they take on the reigning premier Brisbane up at the Gabba. I spoke to Leon Cameron, the Swans footy boss, today. He said that Goulden had been training flawlessly over the past couple of weeks and was pressing to take on the Lions, which is just huge news. He's one of the best playmakers
What's
in
Papley
the
done?
competition. And you mentioned some of the superstars in that Sydney mix, Warner and Heaney, etc. Well, Goulden into that is just a formidable mix, really, for Dean Cox. So Tommy McCartan also concussed last weekend against St Kilda, progressing really positively in his concussion and those protocols. So he's expected to take on Brisbane as well. So 2 of the best players in the team, Tommy McCartan and Errol Goulden, back in the clash against Brisbane, and hopefully in great shape for the business end of the season, Howie.
Yeah, good news, especially Errol Goulden. Good vibes here in the Swans room. So they've had 2 tight wins, and then they have a week off before they fire up again. We'll get to Essendon later on. We'll get to North Melbourne and the West Coast game in Melbourne. But Port Adelaide, it's almost developing into a season that could have been, Kenny. They've had that many tight losses that just gone against them. It could be very different in the win-loss column.
Yeah, it definitely could be different in the win-loss column, and that's what they'll learn, and they're quite a young team, so they'll learn a lot out of that. Look, as far as winning and winning a lot of games this year is probably not what they were thinking might happen, but I guess that the competitive losses are now starting to weigh on them probably mentally. So that's a little obstacle for them now, Sean, to get over going forward. But they'd be reasonably, I should never say happy about losing, but they would think they're doing a lot of things right with the group. You know, Bammett comes in again today, Ram plays today. They're playing a lot of young players. Josh is doing a pretty strong job. Defensively, very, very sound and going okay.
There it is. Well, there's 5 losses there under a goal, so that's valuable experience. Even though they're losing, you can draw on that and grow from the experience, and it does weigh on you. Eventually, you want to get a win, some more wins in that column by under a goal, but that's experience that those kids are going to get, and that can fast-track them for next year and beyond.
We heard from Simon Goodwin. We'll get to Jason Horne-Francis in a moment. Not quite yet. We heard from Simon Goodwin about the emotional tie to the players. Siren sounds, do you still have disappointment in you? Do you jump in the car and go, ah?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I have so many players there that you have such a long time with and a lot of love for. So there's nothing that I can fake about that. You know, Ollie Wines, Darcy Byrne-Jones from the senior players, Aaliyah, you know, and then you bring players to your club. Sava Radagalier, you have, you know, Hornet that comes from North Melbourne, Zach, who's obviously been a wonderful player, Tommy Cochran, another young player, Joe Berry. Yeah, of course I do. I mean, of course I want them to win, and I do want them to win. And, you know, my time was up at Port, and that was really clear. It was the right time for me to move on and the opportunity for Josh to take over. But I still want the club to do very, very well. My son still works there, so why wouldn't I want them to be doing really well? It's heartbreaking for them to lose, but I'm sure there's some positives in the losses.
Do you miss this? The winning feeling afterwards? Do you miss it?
Yeah, 100%. That's the reason why you love being involved with football clubs. This 45 minutes that's going on behind me now, and the work that you do with the young group of players, you love being involved with the growth of young players and seeing them come through. You know, you can imagine the Sydney people in the room. Young Edwards, I can see him over my shoulder there. You know, a young player that's had a challenging start to his career. When you see and feel this a moment, I mean, that. You know, Sean, you know what it's like, the 10 minutes in the change rooms when you're in there with the boys and you just talk about the effort and the energy that it takes. So much work goes into it. We're so lucky that we get to work in footy, and I love my time in footy.
I love it. I love it. I love the game of Jason Horton-Francis. Talk to us about this man. He was all around the ground. He was stepping up. He was kicking goals. Sean, his star.
Well, he is. He wants to play in the midfield. He wants to be the best midfielder, but he also wants to be the best forward in the comp as well. He's got that competitiveness that we love to see. We saw him get a really big hit in that ribs as well. Most players will come off. He fought through that, and he still went back with the flight of the ball, took a mark, kicked a big goal, got the hit by handling again. But this is what he wants to do, and this is what sets him apart. And, you know, the Warners and the Heaney and the like, they put themselves in the spot to win the game.
When he came to the football club, obviously high, #1 pick. He went to North Melbourne. It didn't work out. He was mired in a bit of controversy. How did you get around him when he arrived, Kenny?
He's a grumpy so-and-so. He can get hot under the collar. He can get hot under the collar, the Hornet. But you love the competitors. And some of my best moments are only brief with Hornet, but I love the way he wants to win, you know. And that hit that he took, you know, honestly,
ribs.
I'd have been on the golf cart going off.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm hopping up and staying on the ground, but that's what you want. I mean, his passion to be a winner is so strong. And sometimes it spills over into a bit too angry and loses his way, but you've got to admire, and Sean, you said it, the blokes who want it, and I think Dean said it as well, you know, the blokes who want to win, their competitiveness in them is so unbelievable that you can't measure it. And occasionally, Harley Reid, they blow a gasket a bit too hard and they lose their way. But you just bring them back to work because they don't want to be a problem to you, but they want to win for you. What can't you love about that?
I love it. We might take a quick break here. Up next, we need to talk about the West Coast Eagles, Waterman, the shot that wasn't a tight win for North. Big week coming up on Fox Footy. Josh Carr will join the boys AFL 360 early in the week. The news here from the rooms, the Sydney Swans have done it again. 93-90. They've hung on and beat Port Adelaide at Port's home by 3 points.
You're watching Super Saturday Live on Fox. Brought to you by the all-new Toyota RAV4. Long live recreation.
You have to score with them.
It's World Cup time, punters, so get ready for this cracking offer from Sportsbet. Add an anytime goal scorer to your same-game multi, and if that player has the first shot of the match, we'll settle that leg as a winner, even if they miss. That's right, add an anytime goal scorer to your same-game multi, and if they have the first shot, we'll settle that leg as a winner. First shot wins, only with Sportsbet.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Bunnings Trades got tax time sorted with big deals on big brands. You could score big with the heavy hitters like Makita,
Leonardo Barbosa,
Hasload, and loads more. You can also get the win with instant in-store bonuses and battery trade-in offers. So you can kick goals at tax time. Don't miss our big deals on big brands. But hurry, ends June 30. That's tax time sorted at Bunnings Trade.
200s for $10. And coach wants. Imagine. What tired. That's shit. Why?
At Aussie Broadband, our end of financial year deals keep us pretty busy. That's why we plan ahead for households like yours. So no matter how you use the internet, we've got you covered with great value end of financial year deals. On now with your local internet.
Oh, I should have used Parker
Kick off
and
your
all that.
morning to-do list at BP. Whatever you need to get your day off to a great start, turn into BP, and it's tick, 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 done.
Is anything biting today? No, just the muscles.
2,655 postcodes. Connected by One Australia Post.
The dark and stormy bit of winter in Melbourne. That's the modern beats with late night eats and classic cocktails, kind of dark and stormy. Come winter in Melbourne, it's every bit different.
For 100 years, we've built tools with legendary performance and quality. Tools for those who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature.
Cutting it.
Since 1926. Still.
Get the power of end of financial year savings
At Tyre Power.
You get a great break when you
Oh,
buy
it's clean.
one free on a great range of Toyo tyres.
Get in before June 30 at Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent.
This program brought to you by Macca's new Quarter Pounder Deluxe.
You're watching Super Saturday Live on Fox. Brought to you by the all-new Toyota RAV4. Long live recreation.
Curtis goes in, Duggan's there, Baker on the boot, Waterman! The game on his boot with under a minute to play. He goes back and hits the post. A miss from the Eagles spearhead.
It was great sportsmanship from you just then getting around Jake Waterman. What did you have to say?
As much as we love winning, you hate seeing that when the opportunity's there for him. But as I said, he's a gun, absolute gun. He's kicked some rippers this year, so it's bad luck, but it's luck went our way. It hasn't for a while. So yeah, we'll take that win for sure.
Quality answer from the North
Three
Melbourne
in the
captain,
key.
Nick Larkey. 1
Cheats.
point winners for their home game in Perth. Waterman not able to seize his moment, but as you just pointed out to me, Shawnee, he still kicked 3 goals, 3, Jake.
Yeah, he did. He still kicked the 3-3, had the 12 disposals, 9 marks, and then last week against Port Adelaide as well, had the 3 goals as well. But he's just developed the yips in front of goals, which he's gonna have to work through, Ken.
Yeah, he does, because he's a very good set shot at goal more often.
Set shot.
And he's done that over his career, and he's just going through a patch at the moment. People talk about these players, you've seen the vision of him on the screen, how much he cares and how much he wants to win, and his last 2 weeks, they'd be a nightmare for him as far as nearly getting it done for his team.
As a coach, how much would you talk to him about the yips, or do you just let him work through it by himself?
I would absolutely talk to him about how much I trust him.
Yep.
And how much I'd trust him to go to work and do what he wants to do, and to back himself. And next time he gets a shot, I want him to go back, look confident, not worry about it. Even if he misses, I don't want him to worry about it. I want him to know how important he is to our team and our team's success. And with that confidence and his own confidence, he'll quickly turn it around.
Saw a couple of goals there from Jack Darling against his former side. Meant a lot to him and meant a lot to North Melbourne. I don't think they're too concerned about the margin, Shawnee. After what happened last week down south against Fremantle, they've sold a couple of home games, which is a commercial decision. This is Shanahan to really tighten it up late. They go home with the 4 points.
Exactly right, and I think they've been really pleased with Nick Larkey's game today. He's been down a bit this year, and he produced today, didn't he? 4 goals, and he took a huge mark from the kick-in as well. A contested mark, which pretty much iced the clock, kicks it long down the line, but his form was a major boost for North Melbourne.
Yeah, the pressure that you put on yourself, isn't it? And Larkey as the captain and being over there, he would have felt a little bit more than everyone else, I would have thought, in the playing group when it come to last week's performance, and then just to get the win. The club, and I said through the week that they just needed some respect back on the weekend, and they played with the right way. Didn't matter if they won by a point or 5 points or 100 points. It just mattered whether they turned up to play the right way. Their club is invested in financing their club the way they need to, and at the moment that means going to Perth, and I think you've got to understand that. All those people out there and supporters who say you just don't need to do that, you've got to understand some clubs need to do more than some of the bigger clubs in town, because that's the way they survive.
Amy Luck of the bounce. It involves Well, a young star that's made his way from suburban football to North Melbourne, Cooper Trenbar. So have a look at this. It's been debated, this type of goal, in recent times after what happened to Geelong, but Trenbar, there's a goal-mouth scramble, there's a bit of uncertainty, and the goal is paid. You have a look at the replay, and exactly what happened here. Ball just off the shin, the knee. Oh, sausage.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I reckon it hits the shin. Yeah, that's a goal. That's 100% a goal.
Absolutely.
We've seen one tonight that was hit the knee and it wasn't a goal.
Yep.
So that's absolutely perfect.
He's been one of them amazing pickups for him, one of those young stars, jumps at the ball. Seen him here in gather round out at the Barossa, take a huge pack mark on the goal line. You know, he's going to bring some exciting times for the North Melbourne fans.
Let's hear what the North Melbourne coach Alistair Clarkson had to say after their 1-point win.
Fine line between pleasure and pain, isn't there? I can't tell you I was overly confident that Jake was going to miss that shot. And we were lucky to win in the end. We did do enough, however, particularly coming off such a poor performance last week. We did do enough. You know, we tackled well. We applied a lot of pressure. You know, with West Coast over here, you know, it's when the wind's behind their sails, they can get going, and we did really well to hold them back. But you know, just luck that we ended up winning the game, really, because with it at the death knock, they probably should have finished that goal and win the game of footy.
We didn't think we quite played as well today as we have for 8 weeks, and there were times where the game could have got away from us, but to be able to fight back again, huge resilience showed. I think we're 20 points down almost at three-quarter time maybe, and giving ourselves a chance again. I think that's 3 games in a row. Was it less than 10 points? It's shattering to not win those games, but it's also huge growth that we're playing the way we are. We're definitely playing better football, better system, giving ourselves a chance of winning more games.
You reckon they're coming, the Eagles?
Yeah, I do. I thought that for when they beat Port here, I reckon, what round was that, Sean, when they played Port? Round 2, I reckon. And I remember saying on radio, we just stop, keep little scenario. And I said, when the Eagles start shaving, look out. Because they were so young. I seen them on the ground and they were just so young. And Shanahan was one of the boys that I seen. I thought, wow, the way they played that day, they've had a really good year. And I know Minnie's disappointed today, but he had they're a young group and they don't have as much depth, and they had some players missing as well. So both coaches would be somewhat happy enough with their performance today. And Clarko, you could see the relief in Clarko. I'm glad I'm sitting over this side today when I see the blood and drain from his face. I just needed to get a win. And as you said, I wasn't. People think I'm a bit crazy when I say the close wins and losses come down to a bit of luck. He just said it again. It's a bit of luck. Jake Waterman missed a shot that I would have thought 7 or 8 times out of 10 Shawnee kicks.
He does, and I reckon the other thing for West Coast is the loss of Ruben Gibney. You know, Larkey kicks 4, Jack Darling kicks 4 against his old team, and their best defender goes out with a quad injury. He would have made a difference today. And you think a game that's won by a kick, you know, you think he would have had a say in that.
He saves too. It's a different game, isn't it? And he's a good player. But that's every club. We're talking about a club in here that we're in here tonight. They've got plenty of players out injured. But when you're a younger team and you're trying to get going, you just can't cater for the injuries. You need all your players on the park.
Let's keep turning around because a couple of the legends, Josh Kennedy and the great Mickey O, has just wandered in as well, who's a star.
Mickey goes with entourage wherever he goes.
We probably should just grab him very, very briefly. Yes. Mickey, can we just grab you for a quick chat? Mickey, can we just grab you for for a very quick chat? Shawnee wants to have a chat with you, mate, over here. You can't let Mickey O not appear on camera. Yeah. Mate, lovely to see you. How are you, mate?
Really good.
How'd you go in the last 5 minutes here?
Oh, it's typical Swan stuff, right? They got the job done in the end, but it was Port. I thought Port had nothing to lose, and they just absolutely served it up to them. But it was a great game. Great game.
What are you up to yourself currently?
I'll tell you what, I was actually getting all the tickets for all the whole family. Yeah, I thought it was about 3 or 4, but it was actually 60 tickets. So we got them all in there, and they loved it. They're all Swans people. I got my great uncle Wilbur Wilson here, who's an SNFL champion, so it was really good to show him around, and Mum's here and everyone's here, so good.
It's times like this where interstate trips, you miss this the most, don't you? When you get a win on the road, all the family's in, you can hear the music in the background. It's probably not to your liking, but this is what you miss, isn't it?
Oh, it's incredible. Road trips, you know, they bring people together. You get to catch up with a lot of family and friends that have travelled as well. They've spent their hard-earned to come watch their team produce on the big night, and that's all you want from your teams. You want effort and consistency around that, so the Swans are playing a really great brand of footy at the moment. I really love what they're doing.
Have you got a favourite in the current group? Come on, give us your favourite.
I love Jake Lloyd. I just think he's an unsung hero. Harry Cunningham's another one. The big fella here, Brodie Grundy. You know, and you got the superstars that are playing.
That's who you normally roll with, the superstars.
Whoever can get you into the nightclub, right? But it's been incredible. They're very even. I think they've got a really good bunch of young kids coming through at the same time. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the season holds.
What do you think that the rest of the season holds? How far can they go?
Yeah, that's a big question, isn't it? I think we're all excited about what they're doing right now. And certainly as an ex-player, an ex-hack and bloke who's now sitting on the board, like we talk about it often, but really proud of what they're producing and what they're doing at the moment. And they hate it, Kenny. They always say one game at a time, but it's so true. It's so true.
303 games, 529 goals at premiership. Never call yourself a hack, mate. I just grabbed you and feel the thrill of chatting with you.
No,
we'll let you go back to the family.
Thanks, guys.
Good on you, Mickey. Just great to bail up Mickey O'Loughlin. Sometimes, Kenny, you just have to grab stars of the game, and when a man like that wanders in, you just have to have a word to him.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's like I used to get that with Silk when I was at the port. So it's like when a 400-game legend turns up at work, and you go, you got to get to know him a little bit more. And the great players are, Hall of Fame this week.
Yep.
Yeah, get him out.
We love him, and particularly me. I mean, because I can remember back to all those good players, and even back to when I played. Even remember back to when Sean played. It was that long ago.
Clarkie, you're back in the newsroom twiddling your thumbs. Sorry, mate, but when Mickey O wanders by, you need to have a chat with him.
I enjoyed it, Howie. Certainly not a hack. The great Mickey O'Loughlin. I love that. Back to North Melbourne's thrilling one-point win over West Coast in West there. Looks like it's going to come at a cost with gun goal kicker Paul Curtis facing a 3-match ban for this tackle on Hamish Davies. Now, this is going to be a controversial one, but he does pin the arms of the West Coast youngster and collapses into his back, which forces his head into the ground, and Davies is concussed immediately. The concern from the doctors there is considerable, so he'll miss next week, obviously, with the concussion protocols, but it's back to the MRO and potentially the tribunal for Paul Curtis. He was suspended for 3 matches last year.
Fucking all-star.
A dangerous tackle where he pushed into the back of Port Adelaide's Josh Sin, and now he's potentially in the same situation. So we wait for the MRO, Michael Christian's verdict tomorrow. They play Essendon, Richmond and Port Adelaide over the next 3. He would be a huge loss, Paul Curtis, because he is so important to their structure. In North Melbourne, I mean, a shocking loss last week to Fremantle, back on the winners list tonight. It lifts them to 11th spot, so they'll start favourite in those 3 games, Essendon, Richmond, Port Adelaide, North, and if they can win at least 2 of those, well, they should be inside the 10. Alistair Clarkson said he wanted to take this club to finals over the next 2 years, so a big opportunity for the Kangaroos in the next few weeks, but look to be missing their gun goal kicker Paul Curtis.
That's a great summation, Jay. You stick around. We need to speak to you about Essendon Melbourne after the break. But before that, let's hear from Port Adelaide coach Josh Carr after their 3-point loss here to the Swans.
Here's my man.
Josh, how do you balance the pride that I'm sure you have for the team for taking the Swans all the way with the frustration just
No, look, I thought it was a really good performance from the team against quality opposition. We fall short again. You can put that on the list of close games for the year, but those close games that come against quality teams, and probably just shows you a little bit of a gap in the big moments between those guys at the moment and where we are.
Darcy said, I think post-game that you don't want the players to get comfortable in those sort of losses as much as you do obviously take the pride out of it.
Yeah, we spoke about that after the game. We got a number of young guys playing. I think it was, I counted before, 6 guys, 20 and under, that played in that game. So the experience that they get to go out there and play against a good team. But what we spoke about was, there comes a point in your career, being happy to play a game of footy and play an AFL and being happy with your performance, no matter whether the team wins or loses. And for us, growing as a team, it's got to hurt. You know, so there's got to be an element of disappointment still for those young guys that are playing. I've no doubt. They reflect on their game and they see what they can learn. And then inside there'll be moments where they're really happy that they're playing AFL football. But it's getting to that next stage of their career where they're really disappointed as a team. And you know, I thought as a team we played super. We played really well. We played connected footy. In the end, we just weren't good enough in moments through the game.
Quarter time, did you feel 0-6 and ahead in the indicators?
Probably didn't reflect a few of the early shots on goal. You know, the 0-6, but the ones that you get a chance to put away, you got to make the most of them against a quality team.
Josh Carr after their 3-point loss, plenty to come. Sunday ticket tomorrow after we wrap the action tonight from the MCG. But do not miss tomorrow. It is Richmond versus Brisbane kicking off your day of football. Then St Kilda take on the Giants. That is set up, especially if Liam Ryan gets flying again. That's something to look out for. After that, then you've got Bounce. You got the Chief and Gazy and the entire crew in action. And then the boys, of course, to finish off the round on the first crack.
You're watching Super Saturday Live on Fox. Brought to you by the all-new Toyota RAV4. Long live recreation.
Oh, no.
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today.
Not there. Where are you running, mate?
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today.
3 times? Yep.
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today.
Simply remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad. At Officeworks, we've dropped prices on hundreds of must-haves, like this A4 binder now $3, and this HP ink cartridge now $44. That's low prices every day and here to stay. Officeworks, big ideas, low prices.
It's hot.
Really hot.
Let's do it.
Whatever role you need us to play. Numbers?
Looking good.
Expansion? We're your partner for every stage of business. NAB, more than money.
Bunnings Trade's got tax time sorted with big deals on big brands. You can score big with the heavy hitters like Makita, DeWalt, AEG, Hasload, and loads more. You can also get the win with instant in-store bonuses and battery trade-in offers. So you can kick goals at tax time. Don't miss our big deals on big brands. But hurry, ends June 30. That's tax time sorted at Bunnings Trade.
Now this presents a really good chance for the United States.
Hang on, look at this. Mexico's built a wall to keep the US out.
Yes, and ironically the Americans are really unhappy about this. And it's turned away at the border.
Anything could happen this World Cup, but you can always rely on the fast and easy Sportsbet app, the easiest way to bet on the Cup.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Where she goes.
You're looking pretty relaxed.
Well, I mean, I am. It's the end of the financial year and I've paid less tax than I've ever paid before. So, you know, I'm sitting here without a care in the world. And it's because Henry have done it all for me. How good is that?
Thank you. Oh my god.
Is anything biting today?
Nah, just the mosquitoes.
2,655 postcodes. Connected by One Australia Post.
You're watching Super Saturday Live on Fox. Brought to you by the all-new Toyota RAV4. Long live recreation.
Breeds kick, set Merritt a task. Gordon is first onto it. Hands with Sharp. Steele. Here's Langford again. Now Sharp. Gordon will step around. This will be some sort of start. Maxi gets the MCG rocking early.
Not too often do you see a big ruckman finish like this.
No, I must admit, I didn't think he had it in him.
Welcome back to Super Saturday Live on Fox, brought to you by the all-new Toyota RAV4. Melbourne 45-point winners. Just hold that thought. What were you just discussing with Chad Warner? Where are you going?
He's going home to country Victoria for a few days off to Nil.
And you told him about
It's a great pizza shop in Nil. for the Nil pizza shop, when I'm coming through, it's a free one.
Right.
I think they've got the big green slide there as well.
Right. Extra pineapple all around.
The flies, though, in the summer.
Are they?
The flies, no good.
45-point win for Melbourne earlier today. It was the game they dropped here in Gather-Round where they got rolled by Essendon, which was a shock, but they were back to their best today. 13-17-95. You can see the work. Cozzy Pickett 32 and kick snags. We saw Max Gawn's effort. They are at home at the MCG, Shawnee Burgoyne, inside the top 4 at the moment, the D's. They're captivating.
Well, it's 8 straight at the G, so that's their home. That's their advantage. And when you've got Maxi Gawn, you know, there's a lot of talk about the All-Australian ruckman, Luke Jackson, Brodie Grundy. Max Gawn's still in and around there as well, Ken. He's got it done again. Another 2 goals, 24 disposals. He's getting the taps done. And Cozzy Pickett just running amok.
I know who is in the All-Australian team. And that's Cozzy Pickett. I think he's had 60 and 6 in the last 2 weeks. Going okay. If you want to know why Melbourne is sitting 4th, the 2 people we just talked about, Cozzy and Max, have had a lot to do with it.
Well, 60 and 6.
Max.
He played on Monday, so that's in the last 6 days, Ken.
Yeah, I'd take me 3 or 4 years, I reckon, to get 6. But good on him. He's such a good player to watch. I mean, I think they lost Petty today, though. He done his hamstring. Yep. And they've got Adelaide over here next week, so that's a big, big game. I mean, if you're talking about top 4, Adelaide could nearly push them out of the top 4 and move into the top 4. So what a story they've been this year, and their youth has been really exciting. And, Cozzy's obviously listed the players that they lost, and then Stephen King comes in and play an attacking brand of football. I'm interested. That's why I asked Goody that question. And Melbourne played a much more dour brand of football when Goody was coaching, and then he comes to the Swans and they play this exciting attacking. It just goes to show, if you don't evolve in the game, you don't last in the game, and that's what Goody's been able to do too when he's coming to Sydney.
Well, everything seems to be exciting there at the moment. A new voice. You hear him talk about Kingy. If we make a mistake, he doesn't yell at us. We've got freedom to do what we want. They rock up to wait till the losses come. But they rock up to games in casual clothes, different music, and there's a different excitement around that team at the moment. But it gives every other team who's outside of the 8 or 10 hope that you can rebuild really quickly.
A bit like you, Howie, when you rock up sometimes without the right gear on.
Yeah, well, I didn't have the inappropriate scarf on today earlier on, Ken. Now, let's get to the coaches. And Stephen King is the first we'll hear from.
I think really, just in light of the last couple of weeks, how big they've been for us as a footy club emotionally, coming off a 5-day break, coming off Alice Springs. So this one was, on paper, it might have suggested just rock up today, but considering even our history at Gather Round, that was hard work today, and I thought our first half we got to work and set the game up for us.
Not the brand we wanted to play. We were flicking it out of context when we wanted to hold it in. Ball security is really important. Basic fundamentals of the game just kill us. So the game's giving us feedback. We're not at the level we need it to be, and that's what we spoke to the players about just after the game. And got the bye now. We've got 4, 5, 6 days off. What does that look like? And what's the mindset when we come back? We can go 2 ways here. We can
16.
roll over, or we can push back on the game and get to work.
What do we do with those challenges?
Momentum, and that's what we want to chase.
So a 45-point win to Melbourne, their 8th straight at the MCG. Jay, injury concerns though coming out of this game, mate.
Yeah, Howie, the injury toll was significant out of this one for both sides, really. We'll start with the Essendon fallout, in particular Archie Roberts, who suffered a shoulder dislocation. Now, he'll have scans on this. Clearly, there's 2 options here. You can see this is, that's a different incident. So with Archie Roberts, he'll have a scan, and that will determine whether he will rest and a strengthening period. or whether he needs surgery. If it's surgery for Archie Roberts, you can see it here, then that would clearly be season over for him. The Bombers are on the bottom of the ladder. Also, Kyle Langford had a quad issue. Soft tissue problems continue to haunt Essendon at Melbourne. It's Harrison Petty, a hamstring issue. Let's scans on that. Could miss a couple of weeks. And also youngster Lucas Cook. You saw the vision before, a cheekbone impact there. So we'll see if there's any breaks. Fingers crossed for all those boys.
We saw Dean Solomon, the acting Essendon coach. Possession 9/10 of the law. Clarkie, how's the Essendon coaching situation shaping up?
Well, he was declared the front runner by Scotty Gallen in the Herald Sun this
Mavs.
week due to his close links to Andrew Walsh, who'd described him as he's the preferred candidate. So all eyes on Dean Solomon, and he was asked today his intentions for the senior job and where his focus lies.
The most important role I need to play right now is ensuring we have momentum into the finish line here, because if we fall away the other way, it can do a fair bit of damage. So my sole focus is on these players and these staff, ensuring they're in a good headspace and we're playing the right way and we hit this finish line with momentum.
So Essendon hit the bye now, and this is where we look to
Andrew
Walsh and the rest of the Essendon board for some clarity around the process. They said they're going to thrash it out. So over the next 2 weeks, you'd expect some sort of clarity around that, whether they are going to conduct the full process, whether they might target someone, or whether they give the keys to Dean Solomon. The spectre of James Hird won't go away, but it was interesting listening to you, Ken Hinkley, before. The passion clearly for coaching for mine still seems like it lives within you. I know Essendon targeted you for an off-field role, a separate one last year. Do you still consider the coaching fire still burning within you, Ken?
That's a great question, Jay. You do seem to ask the right questions at the right time, and that's another one of those examples. So really a good question.
What about an answer, though, Ken? I think that's what he's more interested in rather than his question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very lucky that I get to work with great people like yourself, and I'm enjoying my time doing that at the moment. So I look forward to whatever is next. Hopefully there's plenty to do.
You want to follow one up on that, Jay, or should we let him off the hook there?
Oh, I did try, didn't I? I think, well, there's Tasmania in the mix as well as Carlton, and we know the Tasmania coaching search is down to John Longmire, Ken Hinkley, and also Nathan Buckley. So all eyes to see how that process plays out as well. But I think we need clarity from Essendon regarding James Hird first, and then potentially people like Ken can be involved.
Another tough loss for the Gold Coast Suns Friday night football. It's the hardest trip in footy. I don't think they've ever won down at GMHBA. Jay, what's been the wash-up and the conversations around Gold Coast after that loss to the Cats on Friday night?
Yeah, certainly with Damien
Mavs
Harvey, the
under
coach of
Nuggets,
Gold Coast, has been in the spotlight for his
all 50
comments
points.
post-game, critical of the umpiring, and in particular,
50 points or rebounds
his
and
comments
stuff.
about the thumbs up, thumbs down from the Geelong fans, saying it's a bit of a Roman Colosseum sort of a situation where the noise of affirmation from the Geelong crowd was influencing the umpires. Now, I've got absolutely no doubt that Greg Swan, the AFL football manager, will be on the phone to Damien Hardley, who has form in this area, on Monday morning. Now, I'm not expecting a fine to be triggered straight away, but I think there will be a conversation. I don't think the AFL likes this sort of disparaging language about the umpiring in particular, so that will certainly be one to watch. The Suns are in line potentially for a $50,000 fine, though, after the fifth umpire contact. So Daniel Rioli made contact with an umpire. Let's have a look at the vision here. Now, that's the fifth. Now, under new rules, you blink and you miss it. You can see him at the back there, so his shoulder collides. The AFL and the umpires are flat with the amount of umpire contact that is happening at the moment. So that's the fifth. That means under the AFL's new rules, that's a $50,000 fine. There's other clubs on 4, so those conversations will happen on Monday morning as well. Are you happy with this? It feels like a severe financial penalty, fellas, but the AFL is cracking down on this umpire contact.
How difficult is it after a tough loss when you've still got the emotion, Ken, and then you get into the press conference? Now, we just saw how easily you can avoid and evade questions if you need to, but after the passion of a game, the situation Damien Hardwick's been in, what's it like?
It's pretty difficult, and you know, at times I've had some correspondence with people of power and about what you should and shouldn't say, and you know, occasionally I've seen a couple of documents that may have come across my desk at different times. But
right.
It is really, really hard. Everyone makes mistakes. We all understand that. But when you, like, imagine tonight, if you go through that with a fine-tooth comb, and Port Adelaide have lost 5 or 6 games by small margins. It's such a critical industry that we work in, and the outcomes are massive for the people in charge. And for Damien, you know, he's probably going to have to answer a question, I'd imagine, but that should be about all. I wouldn't mind him joining the coaches fined club to take a bit of pressure off some of the previously fined coaches, but Oh, look, give us a bit of grace. I mean, we're pretty competitive and we have to work really hard.
Points,
More often
assist
than not, we have
freedom.
the good of the game at heart, and we
Not
try
blocks.
to
Should be
explain
all
that more often
actions.
than not. And I think occasionally if we go into the spots that we shouldn't, just
See,
remind
that
us.
should
What
count.
about the $50,000 fine? You know, as a coach, you got structures around stoppages where you want your players to set up and how to move. Do you have to alter
Do they
them
have
as well
assists?
so players don't
Yeah,
set up
have
behind
assists.
the umpires? In that case, Daniel's actually got his back turned to the umpire and he's chasing the small forward. That's a little bit different. I think that's a tough one. But we've got to protect our umpires. But when you talk about the stoppage setups, do you have to change it?
No, I don't think you can change it, but you just have to accept that if you get caught and you get
Huh?
blocked, you just can't afford to hit the umpire. I mean, it's as simple as that. There was another ball up. I'd like to see it one more time. I think if we threw the ball up a little bit higher, it would help give us a bit more time to, get around the umpire without crashing straight. Because when the movement comes straight away and you have to go, your first instinct's just to get your job done.
Yep.
And you're not thinking too much about the umpire. Here we go. That's thrown up pretty high, so I suppose you've got enough time. But
The umpire is completely unprotected, though. They
Yeah,
have
that's right.
no eye. You have to look after them, don't you?
yeah, you do, absolutely.
Unprotected.
I'd nearly find, I'm not sure who the Geelong Manor, you'd nearly go, well, you shouldn't be allowed to run behind the umpire to use it as a blocking mechanism.
Well, we were out in the centre and they were practicing stoppages, and you said to me, steer 20 metres clear of that, because if you go in there and get accidentally hit, you'll know about it. And that's the position the umpires are in, backing back without looking what's going on around them.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to use, I'd imagine you shouldn't be able to use the exit point for the umpire in any way to move through or around. I think you just should stay out of the area.
Final one from you, Jay. The Hawthorn coach has got a bye this week, Sam Mitchell, but he's been on social media.
Yeah, he certainly has, Howie. Sam Mitchell has posted a lovely tribute to his wife, Lyndall, who's been through a bit of a health fight over the past couple of weeks. It's been known within the football industry that Lyndall Mitchell has essentially been spending quite a period of time at hospital, and I believe the coach, Sam Mitchell, has been spending nights there amid all his coaching duties. Clearly, I think he might have missed some training time, skipped a session here or there to be with his wife, but great news tonight with his Instagram post praising her resilience and her fight, and basically confirming she's back home now and feeling a lot better. So we're thinking of the Mitchell family, and great news from Sam tonight that she's back up on her feet after a pretty tricky couple of weeks.
Yeah, spot on. I think we all echo those thoughts. Shout out to Lyndall and the Mitchells and the kids. Jay, you can take the rest of the night off, I reckon, mate.
Thanks very much, fellas.
That's it for Jay Clark, and I think that's about it for you two as well.
Well, that's good, but Jay hasn't done too much, has he?
No, he's done all right. Sunday ticket as well tomorrow. Have a look at this. Richmond versus Brisbane. It's your 1 o'clock game right here on Fox. Then St Kilda versus the Giants. Looking forward to that one. And then Bounce and the First Crack crew as well. So hope you've enjoyed the footy here. Shawnee, well done to you. Kenny, always well done to you. That is it from Adelaide, where the Sydney Swans have got over the top of Port Adelaide 93-90 by 3 points. Get home safely tonight if you're out and about. Have a fantastic Sunday, and we'll see you soon right here on your home of footy. That's Fox.
Oh my god. Jockey's shot as shit. As if.
This program brought to you by NAB, your partner for every stage of business. Amy. Lucky you're with Amy.
14.
Harvey Norman
17,
half-yearly clearance on
7.
now. Bunnings, proudly getting
Oh,
behind.
that's clean. Come on, bro.
The all-new Toyota RAV4. Long live recreation.
Why? Alright, that's it for the footy, I think. That's it, mate. That's it. Let's turn the sound up. Better NBA.
And it's Barnes in at the small forward position. That's the lineup in the game for Seattle. Second quarter of play with around 2 minutes gone so far. Here's Robinson, and it's sent back by Jokic.
Not you, mate.
He's an underrated defender. He's learned how to use his length. No coverage, that's...
You get the assist for Spurs.
Barnes has got 11 points in the quarter.
And you can tell he's looking for his shot. He just
Thank you.
believes in it.
Well, yeah, and the defense is going to have to respond
and chase him off the arc.
Well, now that they've settled into this game, you can see the offense is firing
Ah.
on all cylinders.
Yeah, and that is key for them, continuing to build out this lead.
And you gotta respect
What's with the lag?
He's added to his game every year and becoming a more willing passer.
They're just gonna switch hands.
This is his third trip to the free throw line. Free throw good, Booker. Both free throws good from Booker.
An elite offensive threat. Booker continues to try and find ways to improve his game.
20.
Yeah, and being able to catch and shoot is a skill in itself. Some guys need the ball in their hands to be effective.
And that one's good, Barnes.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
A nice shot.
Oh, yeah, right, mate.
She knew exactly where she was in relation to the rim. Goes up and gets it done in the paint.
And yeah, he's not messing around. He wants no part of a comeback in this one.
Oh.
Well, this is how you shut the door, right? You keep making good shots. And
So you
build
shut
the
the
lead.
door, right?
Harrison Barnes getting it done for Seattle. He's raised his three-point total to 6 now. A lot of points from beyond the arc. We'll return shortly.
Can't drive that in there, mate. All right, motorbike around the stadium. What are you doing?
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead.
25 more for him.
Barnes has really been making it happen, guys.
Well, through the
Ah, just let me steal it. Fuck.
he has been nothing short of a marksman from deep.
Yeah, he's been locked in tonight. Through the first 2 quarters, he's been a huge factor from outside.
Booker with it. Jones dishes to Robinson. Back to Jones. Brown with a screen on Parker. Jones the pass to Robinson. 4 on the clock. And it's sent back by Jokic.
Well, not with the Joker there. That was a tremendous block.
It blocked. Barnes on Barnes.
Pass to Caruso. And again, Seattle with the triple.
But nothing better than knocking down the triple.
Booker outside. Jones finds Booker. Here's Brown. And Jokic with the rebound. And so it's Parker with it. He'll bring it up for Seattle. Here's Barnes. Oh, and that one had the right spin on it, and it is good. Barnes has got 27 points.
Boy, you have to be impressed with the offensive production. They have got it firing on all cylinders.
Well, clearly the defense has had no answer for them. Might be time to try something different.
Seattle on defense. Haven't given up any points here in the second half. Booker the pass to Jones. Robinson sets a screen for Barnes. Shot clock at 5. He had a nice open look right there. Robinson's got 5.
And I tell you, for a big guy, Robinson is really light on his feet. Gets
20
off the
more.
ball quickly and has the nice, easy shooting stroke. And
Oh, come on.
They have been relentless from deep. And you see the defense trying to react, but to no avail.
Look, when the 3 is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Bang.
Drops in the tray.
Hey, whatever adjustments they made at halftime, they are working to perfection.
Well, sometimes you just make shots, but they've certainly come out on a tear here in the 3rd quarter.
Over in the corner, Barnes. And right away, they match it with a 3-pointer of their own. Barnes has got his second basket. And there's Barnes. That's good on the assist by Parker.
They just won't miss.
Ah, let me steal it.
Incredible.
Well, as a coach, this is
Say.
when you enjoy what you're watching. Your team playing well and everything just flowing.
Barnes outside. Looks for Morning. Gets it to him. And the dunk by Morning.
Well, he led him with the pass there, almost like a quarterback timing a route. That was impressive. Well, he can beat you in a lot of ways. Very challenging to defend.
To the middle, and now Jokic pushing it up. No one back to stop him.
Well, he moves like he's in slow motion, but Jokic is lethal in transition.
And pushing it up, here's Seattle. And here's Barnes for three, and again.
How many Barnes got? 5 more. The Adsley assists and rebounds as well.
He's delivered, and he's the leading scorer in this game.
And that's what they have to do more of. They got a great look out of that possession.
The 3 quarters of play all in the books, and this one all but over already. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Yeah, he puts that pass right on the money and made things look easy for his teammates.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. Parker finds Barnes. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Parker. Barnes has got 45 points. Well, the grimace of pain tells it all. He's hurt, and let's hope he's okay.
Well, really feel
2K injured the wrong Barnes.
I mean,
one more.
The entire team just.
They injured the Barnes from the other team.
Yeah, this can bring a team together. Guys can step up and try to pick up the slack for an injured teammate.
And here's Barnes for 3.
Oh, you're joking.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
The high post shot lands soft on the front of the rim and drops. Barnes has got 47 points. Oh, wow, guys, doesn't look good. We've got an injury here.
What the fuck?
That's the one thing you just really can't control or even guard against, and that's injury.
Oh my God, EA, 2K, whoever.
But at this point, all you can do is hope he's not gone for too long.
Booker's gone 1 of 3 on the night. Here's Caruso.
So we've still got Thunder, Bucks, Spurs. Do we have any other Nuggets on the bench? Nah.
Buries it from 3-point range.
Well, when he's able to find a shot he likes, Caruso can be pretty effective from range.
And the call will be against Tony Parker. That's it for him. He's fouled out of the game.
Parker's out.
4th quarter still young, just over a minute play. Pass to Robinson to stop the run. It's hauled in by Ilyasova. Ilyasova's got 5 rebounds tonight. Caruso kicks to Ilyasova. And another.
What's Thunder got? Oh, still got 40. So Bucks and Thunder.
3 for Seattle.
Yeah, coming down the stretch, they've become reliant upon their perimeter game.
Well, if you're looking to get points in a
It's
hurry
fucking
as
carry.
the game clock's running down, that's certainly the way to do it.
Here's Brown. Seattle grabs the miss. From past the arc. And that one's good. Caruso's got a pair of 3s here in the 4th.
Caruso.
It's stolen by Frazier. Pass to Caruso. Shoots. And another basket for Seattle.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
Absolutely. They're playing.
Oh, I'm so bad.
And executing at a real high level. Everything is working for him right now.
And he makes the first. Both free throws good from Booker. And it's Seattle with the ball. A great 4th quarter, just giving up 2 points. Took him.
Thunder 15. What's Bucks?
No
18.
time on that one.
competing, you know, giving your best when it matters most.
Ah.
Yeah, they've got clutch guys
Fuck
on
off.
this team, and they never let up.
There's 47 seconds left in the game. And stolen by Ilyasova.
Well, that's just great awareness. He was ready.
You count steals? No.
Taking no chances all the way to the 10.
Outside Robinson. Good. And a nice assist from Booker.
Just a little confusion among the D as to who was supposed to be on it.
Ilyasova hits the bucket.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, you know, it's become a three-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
Oh my God.
Buries the long-range jumper.
As if.
And this is Allen's go-to shot. Just a sensational shooter from the three-point line.
And here's Ilyasova outside. And again, Seattle with the triple.
Just a humongous fourth quarter for him, especially from long range. Just in a groove now, and that tray has been deadly. Yeah, that's a bad move there. Stops the clock and puts the other side on the line.
We're up by fucking 50 points, mate. You joke.
Caruso looking for an opening. It counts.
Ever since halftime, they played
Caruso.
basketball on the offensive end.
Well, the coaching staff.
Who's the GOAT? Oh, Nash. My first GOAT, boys. Steve Nash, my first GOAT. All right, I should have my World Tour thing ready to go now, shouldn't I? Oh my God. Just played a full pickup game, mate. Oh God, so bad. So people can't quick flip cards. You're punishing the wrong people. Punish the fucking exploiters. 30,000 show up for a Sydney Port Power Go. That is pathetic. Turn up for your team, mate. Fucking bullshit. Triple threat. Spurs. Oh. Dylan Brooks. He's playing for the Hawks. Is the other one Thunder? KD can assist. And then we'll put in Parker. Oh, with 2 Spurs. Hang on. Who's the other one? Mavericks. We got Curry. Shoot some threes. What do you reckon? I think 23 points, so. Won't be so slow. Oh my god. How does that go in? Oh no. They need to add blocks and steals to this point thing. Why is Durant passing the ball in? Fuck me, mate. Did you ever do anything normal, Durant? His shot is so shit. close enough. Most of his shots are way off, but still going in. That's been easy. That's a clean block. You cheat. Durant, stop passing the fucking ball in, mate. You got a fucking 7-foot monster who passes it in. What are you doing? Bruh. Fuck off. Should have been 23. How many off are we for pretty close for all of them. Rep. All the rep. Those challenges. Suppose we can do them in breakout. Then we're kind of doubling up. Yeah, we'll do the same. And you get an icon piece as well, I think. Bloody hell, how slow is that? That was slow. Press pass, it passed like 2 years later. Dish move. We didn't do that all day. What? He's getting booed. Getting booed at his own stadium. Everyone plays in the same stadium. No one has home ground. Yep. Gotta get 17. And a 3 and the 3. Oh! Shit. Oh, 3 blocks as a team. Do I have 3 blocks as a team? No. No, I don't. One more. One more block. Oh. That's for the bonus flag. Bonus flag. Ah, shit. Should have got some pretzels. Should have got some pretzels. With other games, we weren't getting those. Oof. 1, 2, 3. Wow. Fucking shit. Shit. Alright, how close are we, boys? Look, if I'm choosing that, take me to it. Challenges. Look, if you go here, World Tour stats, where does it take us? To the start of the challenges. Take us to the World Tour. Oh, God, you're so dumb. Like fucking, we're pressing into this section, but you take us to the start of the fucking menu. We got almost. Gotta get the rebounds. Should be counting the blocks and steals. Should. Oh wow. The Mavs on. What? I think Mavs are done. So he is. Spurs got 9 more for Thunder, 7 more for Spurs. Even though Durant's Sonics. Oh, gold card there, not too bad. Come on, yo. 2 more and then 2 threes. Oh, that's a steal. Come on, man. All day. Oh, no. Well, he missed it. Two more. Oh, my God. What's his 3? 73. Not the live stat. Spurs and Thunder done. Who's got the assists? Oh, I need 1 more assist for Victor. Victor. Here it is. Bang. Oh, Adrinas Sabonis. Adrinas Sabonis. All right, these boys are done. Who are the other ones? We done it all. Let's go back. Ah, Nuggets, Bucks, and World Tour. Big bogey. Nuggets, Bucks. World Tour. We have to go someone smaller here. Go Miles Turner. Oh my god. So tired. Yeah. Got playing some more fucking Bond. Tax sims are pretty fun. I think World Tour is I think World Tour's 100 points, isn't it? Oh no, it's 50. Shot. Ah. What are you talking about? Kept trying to grab the center. Oh. What is this three? Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. Get out the three, mate. What are you doing? Oh, you joking. Oh, I just went straight through the ball. Awesome. That's great. Oh, Nuggets is done. Nice. World Tour it is. Oh, fuck's sake. What's the point of having a high skill ratio? A high skill stat if you can't fucking do it. Oh, yeah, I got a 99 steal, but I can't fucking steal the ball. What a fucking joke. What is even the fucking point of having a 99 steal if you can't do it? What's your fucking game? Hey. Hey. Oh. Let me check something. Let me check something. Hmm. Let me tell you something. Okay, now. What do you mean? That's a filter. Is it a filter? Is that a... Oh my god. Nope. Nope. 40. There's no way. Nah. Nah. Jesus. Nope. She alright, is he? How? Hmm. Yep. 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 I'm sure they just make the... Yep. 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 That looks like a fake profile. Yep. Yep. No. Yep. Yep. Nope. Yep. What the fuck? Yep, yep. Oh, the kids are out. Oh, 90. Hello. Where's my rep at? 22. Imagine. $20 for bucks. 20 for bucks. What can we watch?
We'll say that the word orange doesn't rhyme.
Okay. A chugging whiskey. I'm gonna die.
Don't get tired, you juggalos.
bicycle. I thought that was just the buddy.
So,
Oh boy.
my arms were straight, but my hips were too high. So
Alright, this is take 2 because I'm absolutely rattled. I thought I was going to be late to the airport, sprinted through, dropped my bags off, fucking flustered. Anyway, I'm at Brisbane International Airport. I not only have an airport beer, I have an airport champagne because we are celebrating because a year and a little bit ago, I ate a donut and it changed my fucking life. At the start of the year, I said I wanted to visit 3 countries. I've been to 2 different countries already, and I'm heading off to Paris, thanks to Budgie Smuggler. We're doing a pop-up in Paris, and we're doing some stuff in London as well. Hence the champagne, because we're fucking celebrating. If you watch the live, then you know that I've already had a champagne, so now I'm feeling a bit loosey-goosey. But I just, what the fuck? And premium economy, by the way. So cheers to that. If there's any Aussies in Paris and you want to come to the pop-up, I'll leave the address in the link, in the bio, whatever. Sorry, I'm rattled, I'm excited. So let's have another champagne. Sorry, Mum. Paris, what the fuck? Can't believe my life. I can't believe what's going on. Hasn't even sunk in that I'm at the airport about to go to Paris. But anyway, I love you and leave yous, and we'll see ya in Paris. What the fuck?
It was great sportsmanship from you just then getting around Jake Waterman. What did you have to say?
Oh, I mean, as much as we love winning, you hate seeing that when the opportunity's there for him. But as I said, he's a gun, absolute gun. I watch a lot of his stuff. Would love to play a bit more like him, but that's footy. He's kicked some rippers this year, so yeah, it's bad luck, but it's luck went our way, which is it hasn't for a while. So yeah, we'll take that win for sure.
Fine finish. Someone who's had to wait and watch his trouble, but he's going to get a little bit better. Forward by Johnston, towards Richard. Fine finish. Someone who's...
Calm down, just say it.
Bobby opened the feeding room completely naked. Asking for scissors. Oh. Oh. What the fuck?
Just hang on, they just find a way somehow. They find a way through Jake Waterman. We got to sort that goal kicking out. We're costing us games. The Eagles are flying high. We thought this is going to be it. They're going to win. He misses. North, it counts. You didn't deserve to win, but you'll take it. Just take a win, get out of Perth, and never, ever come back. North are still hanging on to wildcard. Eagles might be done. Football is the greatest. Just hang on. They just find a way somehow. They find a way through Jake Waterman. We got to sort.
Well, there you go. But historically, since they've been capturing that stat over the past decade of 180.
I can smell tuna. You've opened
What do you mean?
Oh, tuna. I can smell it. You got 10 seconds to get that out of here.
Get rid of it. I need my fork. I can't find it.
Selwood dispossessed. Karmas at fullback. This box stinks at the moment. This is uncomfortable. Keys is taking the boundary line.
George, did you allow this?
Get it out.
That's great.
Come on.
We're under a roof as well.
If Stevie J can drop bombs in the commentary box, I can open up a tin of tuna.
Smells like whiskers.
Boundary throw in. Top of the square. Going to be a free kick going to the Dogs.
Well, there you go.
What is that? Chopsticks. Wow. Yeah.
Flights on a paper.
Yeah.
Go! We heard you can split the G. You want to try right here on national television?
Should we try and split the G?
No way.
It's a thing. That's
Really? Yeah, you drink
That's
it to
insane.
the. You
Where
want to
does
try? Heck no. Where does it go?
Where does it go? You got to split the
God.
G.
Okay, let's see it. And Paul Rudd can really do it all. Go! Whoa, he definitely. Oh my gosh! No, you did not.
I missed it. I missed. Por vocês.
I know, it's going to piss on him.
Did you see what came in today?
Beast. Shot. Oh, what have we got here?
Well, she went there for a minute.
Oh, I remember this. There was some another.
As soon as I got here, I smelled some strong sticks as soon as I got by the elevator. And I used just go around here and clean up like that. But you know how you think it's dead red or something like that? I kept walking. I don't see that side. So I said, just walk on the floor. When I walked on the floor, I said,
It was a Wednesday, August 30th, 2023, that officers were called to a parking lot in downtown Atlanta, Georgia. A parking lot employee had been cleaning up the place this morning. The trash, the stairwells, when he came across a strong stench. At first giving it a good old sniff, he thought it was like a dead rat or something in the parking lot. But following his nose, it led to the stairwell on level 1A. Hidden underneath the stairwell was a covered figure, and from the smell, they'd been there a fair bit.
It appears to be a white female, 40 years
Oh, good day.
From the location. Looked like she was completely naked, tucked up under the stairwell.
Hey you and welcome, my name is Mike, and in this old video, a YouTuber went on a night out that ended up turning into a nightmare. It ended in a stairwell, a hunt for CCTV, and an animal shelter. So, don't forget to subscribe to see 2 new true crime videos every week.
One more
Now,
point.
Let's give it a go.
Oh.
It was at 7 a.m. that officers arrived to that parking lot, called Underground, though it is fairly overground, and this was in downtown Chester Brown ATL. This was on MLK Jr. Drive, just across from the Fulton County Courthouse. So that parking lot attendant that morning, he smelled something rough. You know, the nose knows that ain't good. So when the police officer pulls into that parking lot to see what's up after getting the 911 call, the parking lot attendant is just like, he wasn't going anywhere near that again.
I'm not on here for girls. Man.
And looking under the stairwell,
Wait a minute,
on
you
that
get
level,
random
deep
lights
under
from
the
what
stairwell,
weird
like properly
accounts.
scrunched up, were the remains of someone. It looked like a female. The remains were small, appeared naked, though scrunched up, and the face was covered by a newspaper.
Okay, the hair was covered up, right?
I don't know, man, what I found right there.
It looked like a female or a male to you?
To me, it looked kind of like a female.
Possible, because she's small. Yeah, it's a dead body there up under the stairwell. So
yeah, I talked with our security. They walked the stairwells last night. Said they didn't see anything.
Nah, it's a smell coming from there. So even if they didn't see nothing, they would have. Nah.
Well, we have people through the garage all night because of masquerade.
I'm saying though, this person is dead, been dead for a while. So they walked the stairwell, they would have seen her up under the stairwell. So she didn't just die last night.
From the smell, the body appeared to have been there a couple of days, and this is Hotlanta weather. Though security had been through here the night
I'm not
before,
sure about that.
and said
Yeah,
they
he
saw
needs to
nor
do much
smelt
more
a
to
thing.
reach
Though what the responding
freak of
officers
nature.
would have to say to that is,
What does he
you
have to
might
do?
want to
He's
invest
going to
in
be
better
stars in this
security,
World
pal,
Cup, given everything that he's already
they
done.
did in their
He
arts
does
come
goals.
through
He's a
here.
killer
There
in
is
the
no
box.
way
But
anybody
I saw
walking in
myself
here
more all
would not have
around.
noticed.
I like to play with the ball.
You think he's one-dimensional? They wouldn't have seen it because it was properly
he's a killer in
slashed
the
up and hidden. Unless there were
box, but
stroke
that's enough.
victims,
He's
that smell was
intelligent. He
impossible
does
to
what he
ignore.
needs to do. He doesn't do more than he's able to do. He doesn't waste energy on that.
2507 the radio.
The parking lot was closed off. More officers arrived to secure the scene, and the case began, starting with identifying who the shit this was and what happened to her.
Yeah, she's under the stairwell.
No. Just the way this body's positioned, it doesn't look like, and the way she's shoved up, she is shoved all the way up underneath the step.
Yeah.
Is that like,
Look natural to you?
No.
Right.
Come down, please.
Go ahead.
No clothes.
You see the homeless?
There's no clothes or anything.
You see the homeless though?
Weird.
At first, it seemed like maybe a homeless person, maybe it had been an overdose. Just a very strange place. And the fact that the body was naked didn't point to that, but whatever it was horrifying. Now, one thing from the get-go that could lead the police towards some sort of identification was that on the right wrist was a wristband.
Well, it got the name on it?
I don't know.
Hopefully it does.
Sometimes some of them are just so generic.
Like an event band that, you know, they give you at concerts so you can go in and out as you please. The one on the victim's wrist, though, clearly had the name Alley Cat Music Club.
Alley Cat Music Club.
The Alley Cat Music Club was, well, I'll hazard a guess you could figure that one out.
I'm like, oh, maybe they're right. I go look at their team. I don't recognize any players in the team.
Part of the
I'm not kidding though when I say
there's
it.
Alley Cat, there's Masquerade, another live music venue, which also is supposedly haunted by headless soldiers, and staff refuse to go into certain parts of the building at night. A haunted like gig venue as part of these buildings and parking lot, but turns out there was something way more horrifying than any ghost stories just across the alley. So the victim had been in the Alley Cat, at least they could work their way backwards. She was found on Wednesday morning. The club last had an event on the previous Saturday, the 26th. On that Saturday, a DJ and Grammy winner named Victor Calderone had played, so likely the victim had gone to that gig.
Yeah, they had an event this past Saturday. They got an Instagram, so it was this past Saturday.
What kind of event was it?
It was Victor Calderon and Gimme Marcon Orsini. Trying to see if they got any mass posts.
Can't
People
wait.
posted like, "Where's my friend?" or anything.
Yeah, that's the other things.
Maybe she had come in here, parked her car here, going back after the gig. I mean, she must have been to the gig if she had the wristband. Maybe going back there, something had happened. Or she had just been taken here. Searching for anyone who had been in attendance.
I love Australians.
Hadn't made it home
maybe
in
they're
those
right.
4 days
I
since.
go look at their team.
That
I don't
eventually led
recognize any
police to
players in the
Mitchell
team.
Dang.
I'm not kidding though when I say it. It's like, what are they drinking over there? Because they got no shot of doing anything at the World Cup. Right, and they're the weakest team in the group. In the U.S., although they've got their weaknesses and their deficiencies, you got like 6, 7 players, 8 players playing in the Champions League, playing in some of the top clubs in Europe. You go look at Australia, they should be.
If they were smart, they would have took that off her.
This was quite simply a case of Mitchell wanting to go out and party and dance away in the city, and then ending up murdered instead.
Money.
Are the U.S. winning the game?
Against Australia. If you're
Mitchell
so
Dang
confident.
was 25 years
I
of
don't
age
know.
from Norcross.
Whatever, $1,000, couple $1,000. It doesn't matter to me. There's no shot Australia could compete with the U.S. It's the only way they can play is in defense and try to keep 0-0, and that's the only way. But they don't have. There's levels. Like, yeah, I know about football, and it's like, anything can happen. Yeah, okay. But there's also levels of quality, and the U.S. has players that play week in and week out the highest levels of Europe, and Australia does not. And that's as simple as that.
Production is just wanting to confirm as well that you're
She
going to
posted very frequently on her channel.
Where's Socceroos?
Hey guys, my name is Mitchell Dang, and in today's video we are going to be transforming my hair from long to short, just because I really want to see how I would look with short hair and just kind of like see, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna see what I can look up because I have yet to look anything up.
She made vlogs about the vacays, babies.
Hey guys. Hi guys. So I kind of want to like vlog. I don't know if I want to vlog because I don't know, I might be shy, but we're gonna see. And yeah,
The get ready with me's, the food, the shopping. And you know what? Sometimes just shooting the shit. She had a good personality, was pretty decent if given more time.
So this is the shirt, and then I'm wearing a black mini skirt.
Her final video was posted on August 28, 2023, the day of the concert. hours before she was murdered. What she was wearing in this video would become critical in the investigation.
I'm just going to go and dance my heart away.
Mitchell loved the Dirty Birds. She loved being herself and she wasn't afraid of anyone. So when she didn't come home after that Saturday night, the worry didn't begin immediately. That Saturday, the night of the concert, it had been a regular ass day for Mitchell. The Dang family all had dinner together. Then after dinner, Mitchell asked her mom if it was okay if she went into the city to go dance away and party with some friends, which she did. When she didn't return home that night, her parents just assumed she's 25 years of age. She's probably crashing with some friends. It was a Sunday. She'll show up when she shows up. But then come the Monday, that's when the Dang family really started to worry about her. And then just a couple of days later, they got a knock on the door that she had been found.
Yeah, that's right, Justin. Mitchell Dang's family says if it takes more police presence out here, more security, they don't want to see any more loss of life. Mitchell's body was found in that garage right there where tourists and patrons park. She was very excited about what would become her last night out.
The story is really hard to wrap your mind around. A young woman goes out dancing in downtown Atlanta and somehow ends up killed. Her body was found 4 days later in this parking deck.
However it happened, it happened.
So you don't really know.
We don't know. We don't know how it happened. That she went to the music event
Streams,
and on her way back to the car, she was attacked.
Mitchell had been stripped, sexually assaulted, and the cause of death appeared to be strangulation. She was missing her phone, her wallet, and her car keys. Mitchell had driven into the city that night. She was planning on getting the subway train home. But she hadn't parked in the parking lot where her body was found, so how the shit did she even get in here? Who took her here? CCTV from that parking lot all the way back to the Alley Cat Music Club would give the investigators a pretty good idea of how Mitchell got here. It appeared that after the gig, Mitchell had gotten separated from her friends and she was seen stumbling along the sidewalk, probably like she had maybe a few too many, at the concert. As you do. Then a random guy, stranger, came up to her offering her assistance. She told the guy to F off in those many words, actually, in fact, and she started walking away. But this guy would not leave her alone. They could clearly see on the CCTV, he wouldn't stop. He kept following her, talking to her, trying to talk to her while she was just marching off. Eventually, she relented. Like a frickin' shark smelling blood in the water, this guy saw a vulnerable woman alone late at night after having a few too many beers, and he was not going to leave her alone. She wasn't too sure where she had left her car, and at that point he offered to walk her to it. Like he knew where it was. She had originally begun walking towards Marta, the subway, but she then turned around and started walking towards the car park. And it was during this time he took her keys and phone also, the only things she had to get away. They were last seen entering the stairwell of the parking lot, and Mitchell wasn't seen again. 20 minutes later, this guy reappeared on CCTV, and authorities were able to track him. They tracked him as he used the MARTA, the Atlanta subway. They tracked him as he used Mitchell Dang's credit card to buy gas, and as he dumped her phone and her clothing. This eventually led them to 24-year-old Jakevius Arnold. Now, to get confirmation that this fellow was, the right guy, I mean, he had used his subway card. They had tracked him all the way around town. They had got a pretty dang clear look at his face. They ended up showing some images from the CCTV.
We get on some football after this as well.
Recognized him. She
should we
said,
should we get on AFL?
I shit you not. He has the same haircut, same build, walks just like. Now, Jakevius had run-ins with the police before, if you can believe such a thing. In November 2016, he was arrested for vandalism. Then, 3 months later, he was arrested while in high school for baiting 7 shades of shite out of another student and stealing their phone. Both times he was released on bond.
What's up, mate?
And he wasn't in trouble, again, from those 2 times up until the time of the story, 2023. So, like 6 years. Actually, I should say, he wasn't caught being in trouble.
What the hell?
I got you. I'm with you.
The hell, mate? How's that going? Full pressure on him, mate.
On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. You understand me? Yeah, put it
18. We'll score 2 and then we'll go 3.
It was on September 22nd, almost 1 month after that night at the Alley Cat, that Jakevius Arnold was arrested. He was taken in a place called Chambly, just outside of Atlanta, arrested by the Chambly police.
Slow
Jakevius
down.
had been working at DeKalb County.
Oh, now it's
Animal
just 3.
Services. His girlfriend, she also worked there. He'd been assigned to this place about 2 months now through a temp agency.
Oh, no.
Jakevius pretty much broke down after his arrest. He was charged with robbery, kidnapping, and felony murder. He would end up being charged with a lot more.
Wish me luck, brother. Thank you, sir, for coming to get me.
4 more.
Sir. I wasn't trying to. I should have just took myself in. I'm sorry. I really am. I really am. Thank you for coming getting me. Thank you.
What did it take him so long to pick him up?
Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Oh, one more.
Thank y'all. I needed this. I really did. I needed to live. I needed this because I am a horrible person. I really am a horrible person, brother.
Koozie.
I have no words. I have nothing else. This is all I can say, brother. And wish me the best, brother.
When he was taken in, Jakevius did it, like, straight up did not deny what he'd done. That he had murdered a Mitchell and was like, yeah.
10 points in the paint.
He got. What he said, though, was that he was trying to be, you know, what you call them? One of those, you know, good Samaritans. Hey, I'm a good guy. You'll always trust the guy with glasses, won't you? And he'd been trying to help out this, you know, drunk, intoxicated woman, make sure she got home safe. But as they entered that stairwell, he would say, Mitchell she turned around and began, Kitty got claws. She began scratching the ever-living shit out of her. So what he said happened next was he choked her out, dragged her down, began sexually assaulting her. She woke up. He then strangled her till she died and began sexually assaulting her body. Yep, that's some real good Samaritan shit right there. He then removed her clothing for DNA and evidence as he watched some true crime TV shows, stuck her tiny frame under the stairwell, and later dumped her clothing and her phone. And then get a load of this freaking devious TV to the max. He would kind of like just randomly bring up, hey, you want to get a load of some shit? This ain't the first time I've been doing this kind of thing. He'd done this multiple times before to multiple vulnerable women late at night. He would say one time, again, same MO. Dragged a woman, a vulnerable, intoxicated woman, dragged her into the bushes. He would say he left her breathing, or thought he did. Another time he tried it with another woman late at night, but she managed to fight him off. She had mace. So
What's in the
maybe
pint?
carrying mace is not the worst. It's actually quite a good idea. Were there more victims? Definitely. Were there more murder victims? Possibly. He would say that first victim, who he said he left breathing, actually he's kind of like not sure. In fact, she may have had a death rattle when he left her, because he was pretty darn able to describe Mitchell Dang's death rattle.
Did he say that he'd ever done anything like this before?
Yes. So he admitted to 2 other sexual assaults, also possible homicide in a different jurisdiction. The same mode of operation. He, middle of the night, he approached either vulnerable or lone female, asking for help, pestered them. He drug them in a wood line, stripped her of her clothing, choked her until she was semi-breathing. He did not have sex with this young lady because he said that she smelled.
Individuals, however, in those other cases, they remain unidentified. They've been passed on to the county police where those incidents happen.
Bang!
Yeah, police have said they're investigating them, but they find more. They're gonna find. They will.
Could I just say one thing? What do you want? Just to my girlfriend, please. Just one thing. Just one thing, sir.
Can you take that? Can you follow him down? I'll do some stuff up here.
Yeah. Can I?
Do you have a locker in here?
Yes, I do. Can I say one thing to my girlfriend?
No, you can't.
Can I say one thing to my girlfriend?
No.
Please.
Give me a second.
I know what I'm going. I know what I'm going.
Fuck him. Give him shit.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize to everyone.
Jakevius Arnold faced charges of murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, aggravated sexual battery, necrophilia, robbery card theft, and kidnapping. However, rather than take all this to trial, he would plead guilty to those charges. He had done some horrifying things, but at least he spared the family that. And in March 2026, he was sentenced to life
Alright,
in
who do we
prison
get with our
by the
99
Fulton County Court, where he
card?
remains to this day. And Shanae. That is the case of Mitchell Dang, you know, this beautiful young woman. She just goes out to dance. And this happens.
I'm just going to
Fuck
go
what?
and dance my heart away.
Again, as always, you see here, it's crying because he was caught. Not for the victim, not for her family. He was begging for forgiveness. You know, forgiveness is like an interesting thing. It's like, forgiveness is about you. It's kind of a selfish act, really. It's about you feeling good for the horrible thing that you've done, because it clears your conscience of the act. You know, it's like, what about the people you did it to, though? You ever think about that, pal? Because if you were really feeling remorseful, true remorse, you would not ask for forgiveness, because you know you don't deserve it for what he did. But of course, that's ultimately up to those left behind, those left with the loss of the amazing person that was Mitchell Dang. And Jakevius will have to spend the rest of his days remembering what he did. So yeah, walking home, you know, alone late at night, just watch your back, because there's sharks everywhere. Sharks who, as you see in this case, will usually turn into pumpkins when they're caught. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Thank you so much for being here. As usual, if you're looking for some more of that chapter, there's Patreon. $2 a month, it gets you early access, ad-free, all videos. There's a whole playlist of exclusive videos there, and there's a Discord and all that sort of thing. Or do yourself a favor, check out the That Chapter podcast every Monday. Brand new podcast exclusive story for free on all podcast platforms. So do yourself a favor.
Smith.
Check it out. You got ghost stories, you got UFOs, you got
Josh Smith. Joe Smith.
or whatever. Until the next whole video, which will be up in a couple of days, twice a week. Please take care of each other. Please take care of yourselves.
Josh
I love you.
Smith. Not bad. Alright, second 99.
When was the last time you think Kyler Murray didn't get all the reps?
Middle school.
Maybe, right? Kyler's like, I'm used to getting every rep.
agility.
I'm trying to play fast. I'm trying to be as up to speed as possible. I'm not getting all the reps that I'm used to. And McCarthy's like, yeah, I can't control it.
Then if Kyler Murray and JJ McCarthy are in a true competition, Kyler Murray's going to win it. It's just a matter of time.
2 weeks ago, I sat right here and told you that Kyler Murray sounded like the big man in Minnesota. He
Glenn
was
Robinson.
calm, he was grateful, and he was
I
offering
thought it
to
was Joe
mentor
Smith.
the kid whose job that he literally came to take. And if you missed that, this is what he said.
I think that's
great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy. Any way I can help him, obviously, I feel like, you know, I've played 7 years now, going on 8, so I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, you know, we're both competitors, and I know, you know, we both want what's best for the team. No, he's overly accepting, you know, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that, so it's been good.
JJ McCarthy didn't exactly
That's
take
it.
too kindly to Kyler Murray's comments. He compared it to two kids being in a classroom.
You know, it's just like two guys in a classroom. You know, he sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us.
So this didn't last very long, because on Tuesday, the quarterback that everybody already crowned walked out for the first snaps of Vikings minicamp, and he threw back-to-back interceptions. Ironically, the second pick got intercepted by a guy who you used to share a locker room with in Arizona. And the kid that everybody buried, and the one I made an entire video about, the one who supposedly can't accept reality, he went 7 for 7. And then after all all of that, guess which quarterback walked up to the podium and started complaining? It wasn't JJ McCarthy. So this situation just escalated and it got a lot more interesting, and I don't want to come off as one of those YouTube channels that overanalyzes every single day of minicamp, but I have to admit, this is fascinating stuff, guys. So over the next few minutes, I'm going to show you how the most lopsided quarterback competition in all of football just turned into a full-blown soap opera. This involves a head coach doing damage control, an NFL insider flipping his entire story in 1 week, trade rumors with actual draft picks attached to a 23-year-old, Justin Jefferson commenting on the situation again, and a podcast with 2.6 million subscribers that got so thirsty for this drama that they ran a whole segment on practice stats that turned out to be completely fake. And I honestly think that last part might be the wildest part of this entire story. So before we get to the content, just brief shout out for my pop culture channel.
Did I just give us
content there on a consistent basis. I think you guys are going to really like the new content we have coming on Flight Mike TV. I'm going to leave a link to it in the description down below and pinned in the comment section if you guys want to check it out. And now that we get all that out of the way, break!
I don't.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. What's going on, everybody? So the last video was 2 weeks ago, so let's just pick up right where we left off. The last video ended with that 2 guys in a classroom clip doing over 1 million views and the entire football internet diagnosing JJ McCarthy in the reply section. Well, that clip got so loud that the coach of the Minnesota Vikings had to stand at a podium and address the vibes of his quarterback room. Think about that for a second. Kevin O'Connell is trying to install an offense, and instead he's out here doing couples counseling through the media. So what did KOC have to say about all this?
The dialogue between those guys, the interactions have been very professional, and it's just been a positive room, and I think Carson has a lot to do with that as the veteran in the room.
He also said something that I actually love, that his players don't all have to be smiling every day, and that there's no hiding anything in this competition, which is fair enough. That's a coach protecting his room. But then he kept going, and this is the part that caught my ear. According to ESPN, Kevin O'Connell laid out what he actually cares about. Did we take the right footwork? Were our eyes in the right spot? Did we make the right protection call against one of Brian Flores' blitz looks? And then he basically said he doesn't have much space left over for who says what and how they say it. So let's read between the lines here, shall we? This is a head coach telling both of his quarterbacks the same thing.
I am not grading press conferences. I am grading how well you perform in camp.
And here's a little thing I learned in this league. When a head coach has to publicly say a relationship is professional, it's because everybody is questioning whether it is or it isn't. Nobody holds a press conference just to remind you that everything is normal. That in of itself is a story. And while the head coach was managing the temperature inside the building, the temperature outside of the building was going nuclear. That's because there's trade speculation now, guys. Remember Tom Pelissaro from our last video? He was the insider out there telling everybody that this was a true competition. It was wide open, anybody's job. That was the whole sales pitch. Well, last week on KFAN, Pelissaro changed his tune. After weeks and weeks of pushing the open competition story, he backed off of it. And then he floated the idea of the Vikings trading JJ McCarthy. This is the same insider, 10 days apart, from anybody can win this to maybe they just move the kid. So you might be wondering why the flip. Well, it's because of what the beat reporters were seeing with their own eyes. In the 2 OTA practices that the media got to watch, Murray reportedly looked like the clearly better player. And Pelissaro hinted the rep split is about to start tilting. He said he'd imagine you're going to see the reps change a little bit over the next couple of weeks as the team locks in its training camp plan. ESPN's Vikings reporter Kevin Seifert went even further and flat out called Kyler Murray the heavy favorite to win the job. And once that's the take, the vultures start circling. Former Vikings linebacker Ben Leber went on KFAN openly pricing McCarthy. He said a 3rd round pick would feel really good, but a 4th is probably more realistic, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. A 4th round pick for a guy who was
Alrighty, send that one off. All right, let's go. Catler packs. Which packs do we need here? Prime time. Ice cold. Ooh. Ashcroft. Contracts. Is this ice cold players, is it? Oh, big West Coast. Plays at North Melbourne. Nah. That's shit. Team builder. Ah, next gen. Cooper Harvey. Right, what are the challenges? $103. Dustin Fletcher. 2 rebound 50s, 28 hit outs. With a key defender. Amassed 2 kicks with any player. Record 2 rebound 50s and 2 kicks with any player. Player 4 times. 2 ice cold 2 series. 2 matches. Entire lineup of Essendon. 71 goals with a key defender. That's pretty doable. That's pretty doable. Ginnivan, Papley, Taranto, a Penguin. All right, what do we need for Ginnivan? 9 marks. 6 goals with the Hawthorn player. 50 goals with Collingwood players. 50 points for Jack Ginnivan. Must 68 inside 50s. 50 intercept marks with Jack Ginnivan. 50. Ice cold packs. That's all right. All right, for Papley. Player HB match. Player wearing 11. Win by 13 single match fielding at least 3 Sydney players. 497 tackles. Use a Papley card, kick 6 goals in a match. 95 tackles with ice cold players. 5 matches with Tom Papley. 4 matches with any player wearing 30. 207 goals with the 2026 series Sydney player. $101 Tim Taranto. 124 handballs. 11 clearances with a single player. 38 touches. Number 14 on your team for 2 matches. 6 games with Taranto and 990 tackles with Richmond on GWS. Oh my God. Logan Morris. I don't even know if I have a Logan Morris. Is it ice cold? Oh, next gen. Key defender tap out. Oh, 2026 Sydney. Where's Sydney? Sydney. 6 goals. Do we even have Papley? I don't think we have Papley. Three Sydney players. Oh, I'll put Tom Barras in the ruck. Swip him. Swip him. Switch him. Do we have Taranto? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Bombers. Ah. I think it's going to happen automatic. Entire lineup at Bombers. 71 goals. The fuck's going on? Ginnivan. I don't think we have a Ginnivan. Do I have to do this in a row? Nah. That's just terrible. 50 intercept marks. Mm. 70 inside 50. Yeah, now 330 goals. 297 tackles. Toronto. Terrible.
And Wendy, Fat spilled something on his pants. Looked like a wedge-tail eagle had shattered him. What sort of nick were you in?
I was in good nick.
Jim, Joseph Jono has asked Bill, can you move a little to the right? He wants to go around the wicket.
Yeah. Oh, the side screen. Spot on, Fat. I like it.
There's another suggestion, Jim. Beluga Brownless.
Or Beluga.
Colonel Sanders gets a few runarounds. Colonel Sanders.
So I tell you what,
Uncle Casper.
They don't sell white suits, and no one sells them.
So how'd you go with it?
Well, old men's club Marco just said, "Here's some pants." So I had the white pants.
White pants.
But guess what happens when you got white pants on?
Like
you spill pumpkin.
No, Fat had to go and get some white jocks because didn't want the big black ones the G-banger showing out.
Surely you've got a pair that's a lighter colour.
Well, the Dale went. She had to go and buy me.
Well, they transparent
70 points in a match.
Straight through. See so she bought me.
What?
7 intercept marks.
It wasn't a G.
Hold the ball at least 10 times, 3 matches. 51 hit outs in a game.
All I was doing all night was pulling out of my ass.
They wouldn't have been a G-banger. They would have been a normal truck. Yeah. And your ass ate them like it eats everything else.
Swallow them.
That's what happened.
Anyways, I'm taking it back.
So they were
with the pumpkin on them and all.
White jocks are dangerous, Bill. White jocks very dangerous. As they pull up this morning.
Well, I slept in. I used them as a hammock, so I slept in them.
I play, Bernard, like you
Straight in the bin.
I play regularly with blokes that wear white pants on the golf course.
Yeah.
One of my good mates who's an older bloke.
That's going to be tough.
He always says, you're just one bad fart away from a cross.
That's what you think about when you're in the white jock and the white pants.
A crisis.
A crisis, Jim. No. And I was eating a steak and there's gravy and pumpkin. So anyway, we got through it. Nice white jacket. I don't think...
so that's not going back?
That's not going back.
You hang on to that one.
I'm hanging on to that one.
Where were you with that again, though?
Oh,
next year's whiteout?
No, I'll wear it somewhere when I have to get a bit more razzle-dazzle. I'll be up and about. Now, I've got something.
Well, you got something.
You like this,
Look at Fat's clapping his hands like a fool's head.
Because, the rub is now on 7 Plus on the app.
Yes. Look, he's waving to himself.
So,
hello.
And I think it's time that our man, Damo...
Where's the pin?
I
agree with that.
You couldn't do it.
No.
I couldn't do it.
No.
But I've found someone
that
will put the pin
23
on Damo.
sapphire cards in the
He's
lineup.
very well
Let's do
known
that
in
one.
the Channel 7 industry.
Oh!
Look at Cash Cow. Here he is. Come on, Cashy. We've actually got Cash Cow in the building.
Have a look at Cash Cow.
The cow.
He's had a bit to eat.
He eats fat.
Who is it, Bill?
It's a fat Cash Cow. Look at him.
Look at Cashy.
Cashy, can you hold that?
No,
Now
we
give
can't.
it to Damo. Can you put it on him? Come on, Damo. You've got to take it off Cash Cow.
Oh, take it off Cash Cow.
Yeah,
He's got hoofs.
Hey?
I want to know who is underneath that costume.
Well, see if he'll fix up your mic for you.
I tell you.
It's Jace.
I tell you what it is. It's a full udder.
You'd be feeding a lot there. Geez, you've been in a good paddock.
That's very good.
There we go.
I can't believe Cash Cow has joined us.
That's
He's giving
good.
away hundreds.
I've got this. I'll take it off Cash Cow.
Yes.
Cashy. Yes. Hey, before we get to the break, ratings.
Oh.
Was it the Ferrari against the Scarlettric?
It's not. It's now we're just against ourselves.
Yeah.
It's just like a timing lap at a Formula One race, where you're basically just putting a time down.
So tell the people out there.
Tell me what happened.
Tell us what happened, Jim.
The most comprehensive destruction of all opponents, really, since 2005.
Is this the football rating?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought
the rush hour. Of course.
Rush hour, yeah.
The rush hour, of course, unbelievable.
Yes.
I heard that.
They were basically 11 points.
Yeah.
And number one in Adelaide, Perth, everywhere.
The numbers that matter.
Unbelievable. We had 10 plus.
Exactly.
I don't even talk about demographics. 10 plus.
Audience that matters. Sorry, that's what it is.
10 plus.
That's what the boss said. So the audience that matters.
What's the other one? Time spent listening. TSL.
Cube. But
TLC, thought it was.
I'm talking from Thursday late afternoon all the way to Sunday twilight.
So Thursday rub.
Number one.
Go back to
overall.
Wednesday, actually.
Overall.
Wednesday rub.
Wednesday rub.
Yep.
Thursday.
Well, that's sort of more in midweek.
Oh, Sapphire.
Friday.
Yes.
Sapphire.
Huddle. Yes.
CSL.
Yep.
Sapphire.
No, Fat, we can go through all the
Sapphire.
shows. They're all number one.
I know.
Sapphire.
They're all
He said Thursday to Sunday.
So well
pretty
done
clear.
to the Triple M team.
Yes.
We've got a very good team.
No, it's unbelievable.
Very good
They're
team.
doing brilliant.
They are. Everyone
across
is.
the
Yeah.
whole weekend.
Except Bernie.
It's actually quite
I'm
extraordinary.
just looking at the cash cow. He's still in there. Why are you taking his head off?
Oh, Cashy's working.
He's pushing buttons at the moment.
He's on the tools.
You can take your head off,
Now,
Cashy.
did I also see?
Yes.
Did I also see purple?
Yes.
That our man, who I keep a close eye on.
Yep.
The supercar driver,
Hutch.
old Jason Buck won.
They did okay.
This is a man who, for the last 4 years, because the ratings on his joint have been so insignificant, that he's turned around and said, "Well, we don't judge ourselves on normal rating surveys. We actually judge ourselves on digital downloads and that sort of thing." This is a man who has spruiked that for 4 years.
Yes.
So we don't judge ourselves the same as everyone else. This week, finally, their ship has approached the dock. It hasn't actually berthed. It's just getting somewhere near the dock. Did I see him spruiking a normal ratings book?
He might have done that.
He is a fraudulent operator supercar driver. He picks and chooses. I've said it for 25 years. As a friend of that man, he picks and chooses.
All right,
You
that's
know
the
he's in the
Sapphire
States now
squad.
watching this World Cup soccer match, USA versus Paraguay.
So, Jace, now that you're not the cash cow anymore.
It's Jace.
Medium.
It's Chase. Jeez, he's sweating. He's been in that suit for 3 minutes and look at him.
He's shining.
So, Jace, now that you've taken the cow off, and I didn't know Hutchie was in the US, clip that up for me, please. I'm sending it directly to his inbox so he can hear it himself.
What's the ship doing, Jim? Just laps in the marina or something?
Well, it's just approaching. It's got to be allowed from the port authorities to actually land. He's just lurking out in the water somewhere.
International water steward.
the waters.
Has it got the tugboat with it?
But it hasn't gone out to him yet.
You can hear it? Can you hear it?
Archie, we are awake to you. We are aware of what you're up to. So you see him more than anyone.
I do, yes.
So when you see him on a Thursday night, bring that up with him.
He hasn't had a drink for 113 days.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Food?
No, I'm not sure about that, but he's hadn't had a drink, and he had a couple Thursday nights.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a bad effort, that, off the piss for 113 days.
It's actually very
You should
good.
try that, Bill.
Now, I'll tell you what we're doing.
Do that.
Mark O'Connor.
Oh, Marco!
Next.
Oh, Marco!
Yes. Got a little goatee going.
Yes.
Nice. Maxie Gorn out here.
Where's
we're
Slapsy?
going to be enjoying speaking to him. News, Nuff, quiz,
Yes.
all helping.
Everything. Yeah.
Got a leaked copy too
Medium.
of an ad script that someone amongst the four of us is going to be doing next week.
Medium.
And I think you'll be interested in it.
Good ad.
All right. This is when we're away.
Comments still coming through, Jim.
All right,
Michelin Man. I've got Michelin Man, Bill. Oh, no. Michelin Man.
Yes. I've heard that before.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No more side screens.
Side screen brownless.
Both ends, they said. Bring them on both ends.
Covering over and around the window.
Don't have to move him.
Built tough for Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a ream. And for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocking Saturday afternoon football. All right, we've heard, before you hit it, Kid Leroy, we've heard Satan lives in Hawaii. So we're going to try and get him on. Next couple of weeks, Satan O'Halpin.
Good chemistry.
Let's find out exactly what happened that fateful day of training at Carlton.
Bubble.
All right, now hit it, please, Sally.
For a 12-point marshal.
Harry.
Heading.
Complete enough behaviour.
Was it Ken Hinkie or...
Surprising given the comments that were made during the week.
Bubble.
A couple of little insertions from last week. So there we go.
Good work.
Just start with a good friend of ours, Tommy Morris. Now, if you're going to get around a segment, you probably should know the name of it, especially when you say it's the best segment you've ever heard.
All right, plenty more to come on the agenda setters. Tasmania, I can see clearly now, and well, Rui's best-selling segment coming up later as well. What is it called again?
Look out.
Look out. Looking forward to that. Stay on the agenda setters.
It's a poor entry. I don't think you got clearly out right either.
No, I'm not sure.
There's a couple of little hiccups in that one.
You know there are journalistic nipsies who are actually desperate to be part of this segment.
Who was he aiming for?
They want a piece.
They go after this.
Yeah, they do. They go after it.
And you know names, Jim?
So you've got to be careful, Bernard, that they're not purposely trying to get their ass in enough. It's got to be a legitimate cock.
No.
Interesting. You reckon Tommy's one of them?
I'm not saying he is. This is what I'm hearing.
Some don't want to be in this.
Yeah.
Peter Wright.
Jordan Lewis.
Don't mention that name. Just don't mention him either.
Bluey.
Bluey's, well, I don't even know where he is at the moment. Tim Solly next. Our contest, Bill, is pretty hard, pretty easy one to say. Or pretty hard, do you think?
No.
Contest?
Contest, if Fat can say it.
Yeah, if you can say it, I reckon anyone can. Not Tim Solly.
McCluggage brings
And
it
at
back in.
half-time,
Jones.
we've got a real contest.
Reward there. He's generally a good kick.
Well, that's coin toss.
It sits,
No,
and he's in business.
that was half-time, Bill. He just said
Provides some
half-time.
run.
Play it again. I thought he
In the
meant
clear on
coin
centre
toss.
wing.
And at half-time, we've got a real contest.
They're moving the footy well here. Quality
They
delivery
flick the
by
coin at
Fuller.
half-time, Bill.
Keeps it low.
I think they know what way they're kicking.
Did
Did you just hear Bill just say
Heads for the
hello, Mick,
pocket.
to Big Malthouse through the glass?
Well, he waved to me, the great man.
Oh.
On air. You're on air yourself. You're live.
Yeah.
How are you,
If you got
Mickey?
something on it,
I'm
you're
not sure
calling
he
the
did.
shots.
Did you
You're
like
saying
Daisy?
Taking
replay
time to
stuff
assess
when
the options.
just shut up. Turn him off if you
Yeah,
can.
turn him off.
What a bonus
Coach
this
Cal,
is.
turn him off.
Max Michelani, I suppose Ken get a little bit tongue twisted there at times. Mitch Cleary just can't say it.
Luke Hodge spoke about this corky that Max Michelani.
Mike's McElhenney.
Don't listen to that. I don't know what he calls him.
Luke Hodge spoke about this corky that Max Michelani.
Well, I think he actually gets it right in the end. Definitely not Mike. Now, BT, I know North Melbourne were putrid against Freo the other week, so they'll just bring that up. And I think this just sort of sums up how they were going. BT done it beautifully.
Kangas have been caught napping. Fremantle have got on a little roll and seem to have done it with effortless amount of effort.
good, tight hands.
So far. You can see him planning both sides of the this match.
Yeah, he was on it.
If in doubt, get out, but he kept going.
That became a hard game to call.
That's not like him. Yeah, it was very hard. Stevie J now. It's bit of funny stuff here.
It's actually funny. It can be funny.
I find him funny. I think he's very funny. And again here, just inserting a bit of humour into this. Now this was Essendon's Cox that went down.
Looking like this will be a stoppage heavy game. So tailor-made for those who thrive and getting their hands to it.
Looks tough. Yeah, wait for the Harvey Norman, but didn't look great on first look, did it, Jess?
It's a little bit stiff there.
Sam Walsh, you get the free kick.
That's commitment to the cause. He couldn't get rid of it.
He would have been sitting back, smiling.
Nothing doing. He was. I've seen the vision of it. He says it, and he's like a little kid. He's like,
not very quiet.
That's low-hanging, obvious fruit, Stephen. Got to be better.
I thought he was better than that.
He is. I enjoyed it. That's why I wanted to replay it. Robbo was just drifting into these areas as well, and you'd be the judge.
He was trying to beat a park.
Hey, Robbo, did Bailey Smith come off the ground?
Yeah, he's come off the ground. He's just having a run. Just starting to stiffen up a little, but yeah, still running on top of the grass. It just came off, had a run.
C-O-C-K. That's not too bad. It's just a little... Damo, don't you fall for that, Damo. You're better than that, Damo.
Got his palm to it.
He's a troll. I wonder if you're not running on top of the grass, where else you've got
It's pretty hard to run under it.
McCluggy
Anyway, you don't run on your face either, I think. Brownie said
lucky not to be rewarded.
Izzy Quizzy last night, he just had a little hiccup on antibiotics.
I haven't noticed your notebook in the 2.5 years we've worked together. I have not seen writing like that since I've got an antibiotic script. Antibiotic script.
Anabolic script. That's what got Essendon into trouble.
This one's a slow burn. We look after people when they make a mistake. Well, all four people in that call just jumped all over him. Well said, Izzy. We like that. Keep doing that. Now, Damo.
Oh, no.
Damo. You need to pull your head in a little bit, and you back yourself in, mate. I think you're low on confidence at the moment. Go with what you think, Cash Cow.
Can he find a teammate?
And he did concede this himself in the conversation with Ned Walter and Ben King. Jed, I should say.
And if you can land a Walter both Ned and Jed, it takes us
He was also mistaken. He thought he could break that tackle.
Damo, you got it right. Jed was right at the start, and then you started to doubt yourself, low on confidence, and you buggered yourself up. Just go with it.
Good advice, Bert. Thank you.
One other thing I need you to do is pay attention to my mate Rory Sloane, because I've noticed over the past couple of weeks you give him absolute donuts.
Yes,
here's just a little example. He travels all the way over from Adelaide to come on your show, and you give him this.
They need to keep playing this style of footy because that's how they won a premiership the last 2 years.
Yeah. Few issues for injury problems. Just moving on to the Gold Coast stage.
He's just moved straight on. Let's isolate your response and just have a listen.
Yeah.
What a Damo.
Dead flat. Absolute flattening.
You know what he said?
Tackle just won't do. The umpire will have it.
What about Fat? What about Fat giving before he even played it? Yeah, I've noticed that. You haven't watched the second.
Damo gives it nothing.
You haven't watched the show since you left the show.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's a big hole, big chair to fill.
It was a big chair to fill.
Who filled it? Rory.
We've got a couple of questions for you anyway. A bit of craft here. You best mates with Corn, Damo?
I wouldn't say that.
You're going to break a story this year, Damo?
Chance to relieve the pressure. Pushes into space.
Put a bit of craft into it.
Not going as well as what I thought, so I'll move on.
Get a few more, did you?
If in doubt, get out. Had a few more questions written down. Ran out of questions. Jim. Jim's in this week.
Careful.
This wouldn't have been your fault. This would have been... I don't know whether this was actually named. You should probably know this player, but you've changed his name completely.
No.
Well, no surprise, our girl Ruby Slicer, straight over to Potty Bass. That was at the end of the game, Bern. I'd had enough. I'd had enough by this.
This has been your fault.
No, it wasn't my fault.
You knew that, Bern, didn't you? You did know that.
I knew it was the end of the game. Couldn't get his game. I'd had enough.
Just going to write that down.
26 points.
Couldn't get his car today.
Couldn't drive a bloody manual.
What a load.
Actually, I've got a list here of Jim's excuses.
Yes,
Hang on.
Slaps it out. Has some attention to do.
244 excuses. North Melbourne getting belted. Yeah, right. Move on. Right. So just to complete going around in the room. Oh, we come along to fat. Here he goes.
The side screen, Bill.
The side screen, both ends, thanks. Around the wicket. No, don't have to move it because he's covering both anyway.
Insufficient intent.
Just struggle with the word compilation.
With that decision.
How?
Compilation.
We knew what I meant.
Do you know how to say it?
No. I don't know why I'd say that. I don't normally say those words.
Yeah, we'll try it.
No. He's missed.
He goes low with it. Low.
He gets away with
with the kick in. Now, it's charged into space.
What does Damo think of that one?
Good kick.
Yeah.
Get up, Purple. Come on, Purple. Give him some
Saturday,
energy.
Rob.
Come on, Sunday. We want to be
It won't be a
livened
goal.
up.
Amos,
Now,
Mark's
moving on
close
to the...
to goal.
You got it.
That's
Yeah,
ball
it's just got out.
Good
Basketball.
start. Very good one.
Obviously, Bill's huge Knicks fan. Spurs. Great finish the other day.
Was.
And you're all over the
No
finish, Bill.
trouble at all.
I know.
And they've skipped clear.
Well, if you're giving room inside 50, you'll pay more often than not.
Ananobi.
Is he related to?
O'Brien.
To a
Runs it
fictional
down.
robot.
To Obi-Wan
Motivation
Kenobi.
hands. Green. Farms it out. Green. Now it's someone
yeah,
else's
that's
goal.
the name I
Strip
know.
to the footy. Squeezes the kick. Ball to be won on centre wing. Daniels.
Is he related to a fictional character?
Right.
That could be
Still
some of your
Star
best.
Wars.
Could
And
be
Yeats
some
hit
of
the
your
scoreboard
best.
My Italian, mate.
Dunkley.
Guess what he
Knocks
drinks?
it back.
Only one
Great mark.
Peroni. Kobe.
Did he
Just put a really flat joke in the middle of nothing.
One side will be happier than
Just
the other.
wait.
But
That bloke's
there's a
name.
long way to go.
Hello, Mick.
He's
Time
bloke.
for some
His
more
name's
insights from
OG.
Gary on the boundary.
Not
and
old,
back,
or
and
anything.
it was
It's just
enjoyable
OG.
that first
No,
quarter.
OG and
There's a lot of
Ananobi.
energy
Yeah,
and
it's quite
enthusiasm
easy.
for the contest
Old.
out there, and hopefully it continues.
Or
Both
OG.
sides are expecting big things this
Original.
year.
Original.
You don't want to play your best.
Keep
You
going,
want to
Bert.
do
Moving on,
everything
back,
in a practice
back to
match.
Peoples.
There's a lot
He's
they can
been
both
in
do.
a lot.
Good on you,
Very
Gary.
consistent,
Thank you.
Peoples.
Rosie
Maybe he's trying to
with a
be in
chance
here.
to
There's
run.
some of these
What's
mistakes
he
he's
got on
making.
offer?
I don't, you know, we had a lot of
He's
stars
taken a
speaking of the basketball
beauty.
in the crowd. You've seen a lot of them.
Yes.
I don't reckon this man was in the crowd watching Essendon last week.
Stolen a mark.
Good to see Harrison Ford out there.
He hasn't hit it well.
That really would be good to see. That really good to see Harrison Ford.
Into the pocket he goes.
Telling me about Harrison Jones, maybe. I'm not sure. Trying to just, make an excuse for him. But it's only so much I can do, Peoples. Now, Chris Fagan spoke very well at the memorial this week, but just a bit of feedback. When you speak.
Not at a funeral.
Feedback
This
is
is
a
not
gift.
Lorna,
It
is
doesn't
it?
matter.
Is this from the funeral? Yes.
It's just,
No, Bernie.
just a bit of
Jim,
feedback.
Jim, I think you should pull record
bit
on
of feedback.
I'm going to let it go.
Let it go. There's a couple. Actually, I've got a couple of bits of feedback for him.
There's nothing wrong with
If
ambition.
the first one doesn't go well, I'll just get out.
That's
I know when to get out.
interpretation.
One of the greatest all-time full forwards. He's just got maybe got a bit of stage fright up there. I don't know, but this again just a gift for you. Here you go. Here's your gift, folks.
That's a big play.
But the only thing we were really worried about was that
Green, dangerous to leave on his own. Been called to play
what's the
on.
name of the Essendon
Only
goal
behind.
kicker?
That'll play on his mind, I suspect.
Matty
At least
Lloyd. I'm
until he
getting
can
stuck
make
up here.
for it.
Matthew Lloyd.
Takes the short option from the kick in. Gee, has found some
That's
space.
Mark Byrne and have
Here's a clear.
Yeah. Jim, I told you that shouldn't have run.
Generally a good kick. Poor footy there.
Get out.
You get out.
Pump them into
Had a few
attack
more.
once
What
more.
else you got there?
That's well
Oh, that
played.
reminded me of this, though.
Probing
That
ball.
bit.
Well, coming up
Green
after the
can
break,
run into
we'll
an
catch up with
open
Demon
golden
coach.
opportunity here.
Who, what?
Holds it up,
Who?
waiting for an option to present. We got it.
Do we want to go back to fakes? Can we go back to fakes?
What Burn does enough is he gets that ready. That is break the glass upon emergency.
That's right.
If he backs himself too far into the corner.
Boy, oh boy.
I've never seen someone refer to a mistake made at a funeral before.
No, neither have I.
Public funeral.
I'm distancing myself from
I've got more feedback from fakes.
But the only thing we were really worried about was that
He's leading all covers for disposals.
what's the name of the Essendon goal kicker? Matty.
We got a
dual premiership coach.
Exactly. No one's safe, Jim. Maybe
we all love him.
Maybe he did that to get in this segment. Maybe you're on the
So, whoa.
Anyway, Leroy, save me, please, isn't it?
Enough of the week.
Now, we've left this man alone for probably 2 or 3 years just because otherwise he'd fill up enough every week. And I speak of champs, but it's time he got the feedback. Champs, we're heading north, does the Queensland games, and I've had enough. And he needs this.
He's a champion.
Clever, Bill. Well played.
Burns had enough.
I've had enough of this sort of stuff.
Mario Cho.
You're at the footy field, you get caught. Come on, champs.
Nobles onto it, runs his full measure, gets catch, caught, runs his full measure, gets catch,
Gets catched.
That's
not even a word anyway. Anyway, this is why I've had enough of him. Anyway, and I don't know what he's trying to say. I think I know what he's trying to say, but it doesn't come out right because tomorrow definitely isn't early.
That's the one with Colin. He's got to be better. He's got to get front and centre as a small forward, not flying third deep when you got a couple of 200-centimetre blokes in front of you.
Yeah, he went up tomorrow, didn't he? A little early.
Intercepted it on centre wing. Honors the lead. What's he got on offer?
That's what I'm dealing with, Damo.
Jim, you should see Jim's face.
Careful ball movement. Actually makes position.
Can't defend
not wanting to run to a contest.
I'm trying to defend Camps. I can't defend him.
I can see where he's headed. Yeah, trying to. I didn't mind it. He had a crack at it.
Maybe not tomorrow.
Maybe tonight.
Tomorrow's never been early in my book, but anyway, 8 champs. That's just a bit of feedback.
This is I've had enough of him. Burns.
I get sent things of him every week. I'll get sick of it.
Draper got his palm to it.
Anyway,
what the hell?
I think, O'Byrne, from now on, just don't include people who speak at funerals.
And I don't ever include Chris Fagan again.
No, public speaking is if you put yourself out there, you put a mic in front of you, you're out there, you're open.
That's a no-go.
What did he do with that? Anyway, if anyone with a memorial this week, just send through your clips and I'll fix them for you.
Poor old Lordo.
With that flat, No.
I hadn't heard that. That will probably get a run around on the Sunday. I would tomorrow. I think that'll go.
So you're going to play it on TV? Absolutely. But you're going off at Burn.
That was a
on radio. We're going to do it on TV.
I may not do it, but someone on the panel
I'll tell you who that someone is. Ian Brown.
It'll be Brown.
He'll do it in a heartbeat.
Well, Rory Sloane won't be able to do it anyway. We know
He's under close attention.
What?
For Thirsty Camel, this is the
Sorry,
we distance ourselves from any reference to phones.
My phone's ringing.
News next
with a steal.
with Damo. We've still got Maxi Gorn to come and the quiz, of course. From McDonald's and Remote Water Dribble and Rocks Footy. All right, we've got Nuff Bernard over there. Nice helping, although Fags won't ever speak to us again.
We're done.
We've got a direct line of sight to the head of media at the Brisbane Lions. Said, never again will you speak to our coach.
Never again.
Lockie Neal not happy either.
No, Locke doesn't want any piece of you either, so there's two.
What did Lockie say?
It's all gone
not
to
happy.
script for them
No,
so
don't
far.
take you. Well, they're best mates. Don't take him down. He's their grandpa.
All right. Fat's here, old side.
Fat's here.
And Purple with some news.
Cash cow.
And the news has been the news
Yeah.
this week. There's been bluing going on.
Well, actually, do you want to start there, Dave?
Yes. Where do we go with this?
Well, Sammy McClure and your man, Al Nicholson.
I can't believe this.
As you said during the week, Jim, of all the possibilities of some friction in media, you wouldn't have had Al Nicholson
in the top
on the top 100.
Would not have got close to it.
Oh,
How
did I miss that?
This on the back of what Sam had said the previous night on Footy Classified relating to the Tasmanian licence and the stadium. So that was a good old-fashioned one. But
is that done, or is there more to play out? Because your antenna is always pretty good with bluing.
Sam did have a writer reply last night, and he did tackle the issue on 3AW, but I don't think Al would make it any further.
Given the ratings during the week, no one would have heard it. All right, Maxie Gorn, I think the great man.
He's optimistic if he thought he could break
we got you, Maxie.
Did well on the ratings, Jim.
Oh, my goodness.
Did not hear about it this week.
Well, you got to focus on the game of footy.
Well, breakfast and drive for you, Maxie. Yeah, I mean, breakfast was sort of the same, but since I've been on drive, I feel like that's really taking the numbers north.
Through the roof, Maxie. So well done, you're worth every cent. How are you going, by the way? How are the Demons looking today? Are you content with it all?
Yeah, no, well, content's definitely not a word, but we're certainly excited by the big stage today. I'm not sure how many will roll in with maybe a bit of rain coming around the Savo, but it's for the great man, probably the last of a little 3 week, well, it won't be the last, but in terms of the short term for these little 3 weeks, just to send him off the best way possible. And two great clubs that will come together, a bit of Neil Danaher in both jumpers. It'll be a pretty cool moment.
A couple of debutants today, Maxie. Joel Fitzgerald and my boy from the Woodville West Torrens Eagles, Lucas Cook.
Yeah, that's another premiership circle you jumped in and didn't play in, didn't you?
Did you hear that?
Well, I'm still trying to get you out of my photos.
When's the reunion? When's the 21 reunion?
You are not invited this time, I'm sorry.
I'll be there. I'm never invited.
No, they've both played really good footy over the last 2 weeks. There's not much I can say, really. I've known them for 18 days. Joel Fitzgerald's found 60 disposals in those 2 weeks. He's played even more, to be honest. So if I want to get the ball today, I'll follow him and try and find the ball. And Lucas Cook, he comes into the good time, to be honest. We're sort of needing another tool to go along with Daniel Turner and Jackie Boy Lever. And I
still
think
got a half.
It's going to be a good little time for us.
Look at him.
Max, Daniel Turner's form this year, it's been really good, hasn't it, regularly throughout the course of the year? Did you know he had it in 2026 to make this
30-40 game mark, so that means I'll probably have to go for another 2 or 3 years, which I'm not sure will happen, but he will captain this footy club at some point.
Really?
That's the kind of person he is. You can see it out there, the way he plays, and then the way he has the change room. It's almost similar to how I didn't know I had the change room until I did, so I was sort of 50-60 games going around smoking darts, and then I quickly realised that I had a few people that enjoyed the way I was going about it, and I just had to clean a few things up. And Disco's sort of similar. I mean, he's been in Disco for a reason, so he certainly has to clean up some stuff off the field as well. But I've got big raps right now.
Wow. Big rap. I haven't heard you say that.
Big shoes to fill when
Slapsy goes. Size 14,
yeah, I know. Apologies to Disco. I've just sort of...
There's a headline.
Hey, Maxie,
can you give us an update on Brody? My check, how's he going?
I'm due to go see him tomorrow. Yep. He's sort of been in and out while he's out of hospital now. Yep. I'm not sure if footy is the main priority right now. It's sort of getting the health back. It was a pretty gruesome sort of injury. You sort of knew it was when you looked over and 5 minutes had gone and there was still he wasn't on the stretcher. So you're like, geez, they're taking their time to actually put him on the stretcher. So it was a lot. Brody's an interesting guy. He's such a funny little, quiet little character, but his wife is far opposite and almost the complete opposite. And as I was running back out for half time, Polly goes, "Oh, sorry about that." She was in a completely different mode. And then after the game, I thought the family would be in hospital, but I sing him a song and I eyeball his dad, absolutely chanting the song down. So they stuck around. Obviously, Brody's health is at the forefront, but I think things are looking better.
Tell me about Trent Rivers, Max. I know he's played the last 4 games, but not played a heap of footy this year. This is a man 18 months ago who was, well, easily in your best 23, but also ascending getting better and better. What's happened with him?
Yeah, and 5 months ago, 4 months ago, represented WA in the State of Origin. No, look, he's just getting thrown around in positions right now. So the emergence of Jack Steele and then also what Tom Sparrow and Caleb Windsor have been able to do in the midfield has sort of squeezed him back to half-back. And then you've seen some of our half-backs, particularly with Jake Bowie coming back into the team, sort of squeezing him back to the midfield. So he's sort of in between both roles at the moment. He's still very well credentialed within the 4 walls. And we still highly value what Trent Edwards can bring. Obviously, a premiership player. He's played upwards of 150 games. Not quite there, just under. But I think we're only a stone's throw away from him being in his best form.
Are you surprised, Max, how well you're going this year? I mean, it's a completely different way to play. You're attacking, you're high scoring. Are you surprised that you've transitioned so quickly into a different game mode?
No, runs onto it. I mean, a lot of people were calling the D's out. I don't think Gary Pert went relatively a bit strong a couple of years ago, saying it's the best culture he's ever seen. But
that's symptomatic of their malaise.
I've been saying similar lines, not to the length of Gary Pert's degree, but I've been saying similar lines, and I've been relatively bullish on the group we had. And all it's taken is just a tiny bit of change. Goody was an unbelievable coach and one of the stars I know. And really, to be fair, gave us a great contest in defence base, and I don't reckon we'd be able to be doing this Kingy offence without all of us having 10 years of great contest and great defence. So a little bit of change has come in, and yeah, we've got 12 premiership players, and the guys who didn't play in a flag, the guys like Kay Chandler, Jake Melsham, Harvey Langford, Caleb Windsor, so some talent around that as well.
Do we like the ruck rules now, Maxie? You've had a good enough buddy look at him as a North Melbourne man. It's curtailed my man Tristan Sherry. He can't club blokes anymore. Do you like it as the elder statesman and the legend of this
disciplined defence?
We're still in a little bit of grey area. I'm sure that'll find its way out over the next couple of years. I'm sure it'll take. The umpires have started throwing up a bit smaller now at centre bounce, so that's been a little. They haven't told us they were going to do that. You just have to learn that one out the hard way. And then across the line, sort of come back in the last couple of weeks. I think Brodie Grundy and Tom De Koning were playing funny buggers at the SCG a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, I honestly think there's just so much grey area with this line crossing that we'll find the right spot, but unfortunately it'll probably be after I finish. So I've just got a ruck in grey area for the next few years.
Jared Witts last night playing the Gold Coast Suns, and he was one of the premier ruckmen, but there's rules have cost him a gig.
Yeah, I've always liked jumping, so I do like the idea that we're jumping again. To be fair on Jared Witts, Ned Moyle is probably one of the better guys that weren't getting the game, so I think Ned Moyle just put a fair bit of pressure on Witts and they made that change.
Didn't you pick that up, Jim?
You can say the same about Riley O'Brien and Lockie McAndrew. McAndrew's probably deserved his go, and then the centre bounce might have helped it, but then he's gone out and be able to perform still.
Lower percentages in the ruck, time spent in ruck anyway this year, Max. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, we brought in Max Heath for sort of 5 or 6 weeks, and I was able to just sit a full forward for a little bit. Goody thought it would have worked. To be fair, it still hasn't worked, but I kicked a few more goals this year, so that's been nice. It sort of works when one of the rucks can play really low game time, and that's what we were able to do with Max Heath. So you've seen St Kilda with their struggles when both rucks are trying to play high game time. They've sort of nailed it now after sort of 10, 15 weeks. It's an interesting. I'd much rather a second ruck out here at different points, but then I'd also like the idea, like today, of being able to ruck alone. So times you can't, but I've enjoyed the little bit of time of forward pocket that I had at the start of the year.
Sad day for New Zealand cricket, Maxie.
Yes, it is, Bill. Kane. I think he's nicked off two to the slipcord in the first test and said, I don't think I've got this anymore, so he's just decided to walk off. But yeah, as long as I've been a New Zealand cricket fan, Kane's been scoring runs. So I don't know who's going to fill that spot at number 3, but a lot of pressure. Maybe Rushin Ravinja could be the guy.
And is Ross Taylor still playing?
He's
played for 100 years, Ross Taylor.
Well, not for the last 5.
You can bowl, Maxie, but you've got to get your batting sorted out ahead of this summer against Australia. Good luck today. Big game for your club.
Thanks, guys.
See you, mate.
Someone will be taking extra shots.
How good was that during the week? Just tells you buddy straight, doesn't he?
How good was that check? Against the next captain. Told us why the ruckman, the new ruckman.
The Gary Pert might have overcooked the confidence.
Just a little bit. Big statement.
The most important skill in the game.
He's good. Darting on the way to training too. That's legendary.
He volunteered that again.
All responsible.
You thought he had the cigarette inside
the beer? No, stuck in the beer.
Stuck in the beer.
He used to have it about halfway through the second quarter.
How's he liking it?
Doesn't
hey
often
guys,
waste
it's Nate,
it.
aka the Foot Accountant. Welcome
Leicester
back to
making his claim for the Golden Fist Award.
Channel.
They're
World
going
Cup
hammer
content
and tong.
continues on FC26 with Path to Glory team number 2. We got everything yesterday from a glitch objective that EA is now going to have to compensate people for to an SBC that shows EA no ball, and they like to have a little bit of fun. But I want to turn our attention towards today and the rest of this weekend's content, where we have a pack that I think just about everybody is going to open because of evolutions. Now, of course, we've got huge SBCs like that End of an Era Puteas that are still leaked as well, and all sorts of World Cup cards coming to this game. Upgrades and new types of cards. We're going to talk about all today. If you're excited for it, drop a thumbs up to the video, hype the video, and subscribe if you are new. Now, let's get things started as we always do by looking back over yesterday's content on Friday, which I would have loved to preview with you guys in a video, but we missed yesterday's video, unfortunately, because of weather situations out the internet here at the house. So hopefully everything's good. Weather's nice outside. Shouldn't have that problem. That was the first time we had that problem in a long time. But everything's good. So that is why there was no video yesterday, as some of you guys saw on Twitter and the other YouTube posts that we did. But yesterday's content, the best part of content, is here in Objectives. The Journey of Nations Week 2 with the Al O'Wayron objective and all the great rewards that are inside of this once again. As you can see, I've got a great start on this objective, and I'm going to show you guys the quickest way to get it done, because you can, just like we did with Hugo Sanchez, really combine a whole lot of this together to make it way quicker to complete. But this card for Al O'Wayron is 99 pace, 4-star, 4-star. He can play cam, left, mid, right wing, and striker. He's got great play styles. And again, that's just a fantastic card. As of course, we are on our way to the Maradona. This is week 2 of this Journey of Nations completionist objective. Of course, once you get Al O'Wayron, you play one match with him, you will get 2 of 5 unlocks towards Maradona there. Now, this is the tweet that I have been using. Footwiz, once again, dropping a nice tutorial here on how to play this out the right way. It should only take you about 12 games. It's taking me a bit longer than that, but I've got a lot of progress, and there's 2 specific game modes that I think help a lot with getting this done super quick. You start off by playing 6 games in live events with 6 Japanese players assisting 2 goals in all 6 matches, winning 3 of them and scoring 1 chip. Now, the game mode that I was playing that in is the leftover Path to Glory exclamation mark game mode that is first to 2. Now, it's a bit difficult because you actually need to basically win all 6 of those matches if you're going to play in this mode, because if you're going to assist 2 goals in a single match, it's a first to 2 mode, so that means you're scoring 2 goals and you're winning. So that made it a little more difficult there. If you don't want to do that mode, I would do the Season 8 exhibition mode, which is first to 3, limited number of games per day. But other than that, if you don't do a live event or rivals or something like that, you're going to have to play world-class squad battles. So I would recommend doing that in one of those 2 live events.
That was a mod.
A few extra games, just because that is a first to 2 game mode, and you may not win that. You may not get to assist with those Japanese players in those games. But that is decently easy to get done. And the next set of games is really easy, because if you go into the objectives and you look at the finite details of some of these specific things here, like the New Zealand objective, right? That's 1 New Zealander in this squad of 4 Australians, including Tim Cahill, 4 Koreans, 1 New Zealander, 1 Qatar or Uzbekistan player, and 1 Saudi Arabia player. All you have to do in here is get this objective done in any game mode. So you can play the second set of 6 games on beginner difficulty squad battles, and that is fantastic to get the rest of these objectives done. So make sure you give this tweet a bookmark. There's a couple of other tweets out there as well. Chem Expert on Twitter is another guy you can look up. He's got a great tutorial on how to get this done. But that is the new objective in here for the Al O'Wayron and everything that comes inside of it. Now, I do want to highlight a couple of rewards. There are some banger Evos inside of here. I've already claimed one of them, but for getting in Tim Cahill here, you get a nice Evo called, I think it's called like Tiny Tim. It's a really good evolution there, and as we know, the Evo that is inside of this Asia and Oceania objective, which is called the Continental Cannon, is a huge shooting boost, which is really good as well. That Tiny Tim Evo is actually the one that was leaked a couple days ago that gives the left mid and right mid position and is a decent boost for Neymar. So very solid Evos inside of there. Now, you guys might be like, Nate, you're missing a big point of this whole objective, the biggest news about it. Kind of, but EA just mentioned it is messed up. Now, it was messed up. That's the best way to say it, because people were claiming the rewards from this objective, and they were just not showing up in their club. EA here with the very obvious fix. Restarting after 26 should resolve this issue. So this was tweeted about 4 hours after content. So they must have fixed something in the game to correct the issue with the objectives not being claimable. What the problem was, so many of you guys had already claimed the objectives and the players and the packs and the evos, and you didn't.
Oh boy.
So they said players who did not receive the correct rewards will be contacted at a later date for the appropriate content. So of course, you know, it's probably going to take a while, at least a few days, maybe a week, and that's of course a bummer with the good evos and the players and the packs that are inside. So
oh no.
It's very worth playing this, but if you are missing out on some of your rewards there, I mean, why are these things broken? That's 2 weeks in a row now. First, Hugo Sanchez was broken for the group reward on the Maradona completionist side, and now this whole objective set is broken when you're trying to claim the reward. So it's like EA dropped nice things and content that we like, but then there's always like this. There's always something that's messed up with it, you know what I'm saying? Now, with this, we got some market movements. We've got Kusanov and Uzbekistan players going crazy in price. I tweeted out yesterday a screenshot of this card going up from 60,000 coins to 90K, saying you don't even need this card to complete the objective, which is true, because they give you an Uzbekistan player for literally conceding no more than 3 goals in one match. So you go into that 1-2 mode, score 2 own goals, game's over, and you get a Uzbekistan player straight into your club. That's how I got one instead of having to use Kusanov. But check your clubs, okay, because there are plenty of players like Uzbekistan players that are selling on the market because people don't realize that it is that easy to get one of those players. 5,000 coins right now for Uzbekistan players. Somebody messed up there. But check your club. I mean, there's not a whole lot of other silvers that are selling for this. I think a couple of other nationalities. Right at content, I was able to sell a couple of New Zealand and Australia silvers here for about 1.8K, 1.4K there. But really, they're not selling for too much now. So that is one thing I did want to mention with that objective there. Now, really quickly, the rest of objectives does give us a few more tokens. Yesterday's content in the campaign tab gave us a Category Week 2 objective, which gives us, I think, a total of 65 tokens. That's pretty easy to get done. And then live events, we have the Journey of Nations, Asia and South Africa.
What?
Asia and Oceania, which
I played on
a whole lot of good rewards. But since we're talking about tokens, we got to go to the token store because that was also a big part of content yesterday. EA some of the rewards inside of here. Now, some of the rewards are exactly the same, but the Aris Kaeta, Sao, and Mane are new players in the Festival Football Token Store, and I'll say it. That Sadio Mane card for only 100 tokens. I know it doesn't have 5-star skills, but that is a great card for only 100 tokens. Of course, live for Senegal as well. They've got a bit of a tough group, but I mean, they could do something crazy, right? And this Mane card is always good in game, so that's not a bad price for 100 tokens there. I don't think they added too much else in here in the store. All of these packs were already there, but they did finally add back the 2,000 token main event Evo, but that's the thing. They didn't add back the 500 token gold standard evolution that a lot of people were also looking forward to. So question marks still around that evolution because we do not know where it is going to be because it was not re-added yesterday. There must have been a problem with that one. EA fixed this one here. And did not fix the other one. I did notice, somebody mentioned in chat, I didn't notice it actually, can't take the credit for it, that one of the stat boost inside of this Evo was changed. Ball control goes up to 96 now instead of 94. So I don't know if there were any other changes from what this Evo was first released at and what it is released at now, but it still does look like it's boosting players up to 97 pace, 97 shooting, and the same stats that we had before. Now, real quick, let's look at the Champs token store since we are here. They added in 3 pretty good looking players here for the red rewards. We've got a 99 pace, by the way, a crazy looking Akalush, and a decent looking Kim Min Jae there. So those are fully customizable with PlayStop Pluses. If you have 600 Champs points, then you can redeem those. Those will be out for only 1 week for this weekend's rewards only. And then I think most of the packs inside, if you just refresh for Team 2, you have the 93 plus 3 of 12.
Green to green.
A lot of people really got some good pulls from this one. Even yesterday, people saved their Champs rewards to open for Team 2 and got some really good ones there. There's a 6-player pack guaranteed, which actually is a little misleading by the title of the pack. If you want something to make you coins with the new promo cards that are in packs. There's a 93
Almost
plus 2 of 7 pick with 4 category team 2 players inside of it. So 750 tokens if you get that many from champs. That would be your chance to make as many points from the promo team as possible if you were to hit a big player like Florian Wirtz, like Jude Bellingham, or something like that. So that's that part of content. Let's keep it moving because we got a lot to discuss. By going to Evos, we had the Max 91 center back Evo called Hold the Fort, and it gives, of course, that is the National Pride card design that then you can customize the playstyle pluses on, which is a bit odd because you're getting playstyle pluses and playstyles through this Evo, but I guess it would be helpful for, let's say, somebody who is going to have less than 8 playstyles, or you want to customize.
Do they call play on or
on
something?
top of what you already get. I mean, it's not a crazy thing, but maybe it's going to be helpful down the line for something else. Like, maybe this Dante having this National Pride card design will be helpful in the future for like some sort of live event or just a requirement of using that card design. I'm not sure. But this Evo is really creating center backs that have a lot of pace because you can put center backs in it. They already have a lot of pace. Like my Mickey Van de Ven Evo here. Probably a lot of you guys have Mickey Van de Ven Evos that if he's 91 rated, he's fitting into this because there is no pace maximum. And once again, it is nice to see that it is allowing 3 playstyle plus cards into this one. You're basically going up to 95 defense and 95 physical for 75,000 coins with some other small boosts in there too. Bombito, Maldini, Van de Ven, and a couple of VVD Evo chains I've seen are some of the most popular cards coming in through that one. Now, that wasn't the only Evo we had yesterday, though. We did have a free one called Go On Sun. It's a max 90 Evo that also allows 3 playstyle plus players in it, but it boosts the overall +1 and it gives some shooting stats. It gives the finesse plus and the low driven shot plus. Playstyles gives a 5-star weak foot and I mean 95 finishing, 94 attack positioning, long shots, volleys, penalties. It is not terrible. It does boost the overall +1. Maybe that's a part of your Neymar chain though. After putting him into Evos through objectives, those objective Evos do go really good on Neymar. I'm gonna have to see what playstyle pluses I want him to really decide. I'm still in the middle of that, but gonna have to use the foot.
Not enough.
And look at all the new Evos in there to try things out. Now let's go to SBCs where we
should have
did
missed
have Pedro Neto. And I'll be honest, like this is a meta card. But I think the price is a little bit on the meta side too. It's coming in at 465,000 points for this Pedro Neto. And not having 5-star weak foot would maybe be the thing that would take people away from doing this. Like, also on the other hand, he's super meta. Press proven. He's got tricks for all the ball control playstyles. He's got the ping, the finesse, and the quick style. He's going to be good. And if you're at Portugal, then this is an SBC that you do want to do. It's just a little bit too much, I think, that we have a 91 rated squad in here. I mean, he's 65% downvoted on Footbin. So I think people are doing this because Pedro Neto is OP and maybe they want to back Portugal. But I also think it's a bit too expensive. And for some of the other PTG cards that we've had released via SBC, this one does seem to be a bit steep in price. Now, the good thing is you can wait and see how Portugal perform in their first, at least maybe first and second World Cup match because he's out for 2 weeks in total, so that is cool. The other player SBC that we had yesterday was the WEA SBC yesterday, and that was Tim Payne. EA kind of going with the hype online of Tim Payne being the least followed footballer playing in the World Cup, now being a huge following on social media after that whole thing blew up. But that's just W content. So he's a national pride card. I put playstyle pluses on him for how I was going to use him in the game. Going to run him at right back for the weekend league just because why not? He's not the most meta card ever, but it's just cool. And he's super duper cheap. It's like, what, an 88 rated squad to get the Tim Payne card done. So that is just fun content from EA. GG's. Now, moving on to like some of the upgrade packs and other content that we got. We got a 91 plus TOTS Summer Nations or UEFA winners.
See what we get.
Pick. I see this as maybe a way to get a team of the season card, but unfortunately it's a little more expensive than just like a TOTS upgrade because it does have the UEFA winners in it. And man, it's a 91 plus TOTS pick. The chances of you getting a team of the season are like 99%, and a UEFA winners card, like a road to the final, like
what?
Less than 1% with rounding or whatever. So it's 3 times repeatable every 2 days, and it isn't that expensive, but that's just kind of an interesting SBC there. Also yesterday, we had the 1 of 3 83 plus player pick return, which we do love, and we had the 100 players upgrade pack. You see this pack and you think, oh my gosh, that's crazy, right? Because that's 100 players. Guys, every single 100 players pack that I've opened in the history of Ultimate Team has been a stinker. I know it's 83, 83, 84. You do need 2 Team of the Weeks, Festival Footballs or Team of the Seasons, and we'll take a look at the Festival Football inclusion and squad requirements here in a second because that is a dub. But, this is one that I just might skip. Unless you need a lot of gold rares and you've already done all your provisions and stuff, then I don't think this is super necessary. Or if you have a bunch of 83s and 4s from doing player picks and stuff like that, then you can do it. I just don't necessarily love it. Now, we do have the 84x10 that refreshed, of course, 3 times a day. And like that last SBC, this one also allows Festival Football players to be turned in. So this is a huge dub that EA changed this around, not just having Team of the Weeks or Team of the Season being required in these SBCs. The player SBC yesterday, I believe, Pedro Neto is the same way. Yeah, it's any Team of the Week, Team of the Season, or Festival Football. So that is huge, right? Because Team of the Week cards were getting ridiculously expensive. Team of the Season cards were over 40,000 coins, and they haven't dropped a whole lot, or at least the last time I checked, they haven't, because there's still SBCs out there that require only these cards, but they have dipped a bit. You're at 37,000 coins for Team of the Seasons, and on the flip side of things, Festival Football cards have actually come up off of minimum price to be about 13K. If you can get these, especially Team 1, if you can get Team 1 Festival Football players on bid for 11,000 coins now, maybe even 12K, I feel like that is a very, very low-risk investment. These cards might all be 15 to 17,000 coins in a couple of days because people are going to be doing SBCs. Sure, we have a lot of these in our club, and there's still PTGs that are in packs with team number 2, but I mean, I could see those rising up a little bit because they are the cheapest way to complete those SBCs right now, and they're higher rated. Like, all these are 91 rated or above, and those cards are, again, 13,000 coins right now. So if you pick them up at like 11K or 12K a bid, I feel like that's a very easy lazy listing method that you can make some coins on in the next couple of days through the weekend, kind of stuff like that. Now, last thing to mention on fodder, if you bought fodder like on bid, GG's, it's not moving as much, Like yesterday, 89s were up as high as 4.6. Then they went down to about 3.9 after content. They're still right at 4K. If you get these on bid in the 3K range, I mean, still, we're seeing less tradable supply hit the market from Weekend League rewards and Rivals rewards than we used to. So I do think those can just trickle up in price, but we will have to see. EA is still dropping lightning rounds almost every other hour, I would say, in the store. Let's see, what do we have right now? Because the global limits, aka lightning rounds, have all been tradable packs. Yeah, they're still doing the 550Ks, and I know there's probably not a ton of people opening those, but that does supply not only fodder, but this Team 2 of PTG on the market as well. Let's take a look at Team 2 of Path to Glory. It's not terrible, but it's also not amazing, right? Some of the prices in here, though, do seem pretty cheap to me. Emi Martinez, live card for Argentina, only 138,000 coins right there. Laporte, this is a card that was a bit surprising to me. Live card for Spain, one of the favorites, top 2 favorites for winning this tournament. Only 200,000 coins, right? Way cheaper than Araujo. Not as good as Araujo, for sure, but way cheaper. Congress, only 145,000 coins. So I think that's a decent value right there for some of those cards. I even think that Shalhanoglu, who was extinct at 800K and got a price range update, is a little undervalued. I mean, compare this card to Frankie de Jong. I know it's Turkey instead of the Netherlands, but Frankie de Jong is 3 mil. This card's a mil? 900K right now?
Oh.
That's a very, very good Shalhanoglu card. You could argue it's better than de Jong, but does he have the chance to upgrade like de Jong has? So overall, like, it's a decent team. It's not super crazy. There's players in here that I would love to pack. There's players that I would be, ecstatic to pack, but there's also no Vinny-esque card. I mean, I know Bellingham is 6 mil, but I think Vinny is clear of Bellingham. Like, Bellingham looks crazy, don't get me wrong, but I think Vinny was better. I think, the other cards that we had in Team 1 were a bit clear of this team as well. Now, speaking of these live cards, of course, we have games going on right now. We had the 1-1 draw between Canada and Bosnia yesterday, so no upgrades for any of the Canadian cards. I do want to look at Alphonso Davies for that and just kind of mention, I think draws will, make cards drop a little bit in price. This Alphonso Davies went up a little bit yesterday, of course, after the drop into content that we had on Friday. But after the game was over, he did have a bit of a drop, but he's also kind of rebounding back at the same time. I think the draws are not going to impact the cards too much. Like, the upgrades that they're playing for right now in this first game is not that crazy. Like Edson Alvarez and Striker Jimenez, and then the other Korean cards got their upgrades for the PTGs, but like, they're kind of fodder cards. They're moving mostly because they're fodder and going out of packs. Nothing crazy, but it is nice to see that the upgrades are coming in at least a day afterwards. So, of course, I'm wearing the USA kit right now. I'm recording this before the USA game later tonight. I don't know the outcome of that one yet, but you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say sell it in the hype. Like, I've got Pulisic on my transfer list. He's right now about 250,000 coins rising into the game. Selling it into the hype is the play. Now, if USA win, he's probably going to bump up in price. If he goes crazy in the game himself, he's probably going to go up a little bit more. But if the other side happens, or if it's a draw, then there's probably going to be a drop. And you guys know, like, there's so much hype and anticipation built up into these games. Selling in the hype is always a good opportunity to just take some safe coins, and you might even have an opportunity to invest again later. Now, if you want to invest in Team 2, I would wait. I think their prices are still going to drop. We learned from this last week. We're going to have to see how the store packs look, and of course, once these games get started, how the prices start moving. These may move a little better than Team 1 because there's going to be games happening this week, but I think we want to wait still on some of these cards because I think they can come down a little bit more over the weekend. And then also on these PTGs, one thing to mention, use the tracker, right? Tracker, Path to Glory, you can sort by recently upgraded. You can see all the recently upgraded cards like Jimenez, Edson Alvarez, and Jens Kastrup were all upgraded. I think that the new live card, Lee Kang-in from South Korea, came out with his 99 upgrade already on the card. So that is that. I'm bouncing all over the place talking about these PTGs. Last thing I want to mention, these cards, PTG team number 1, did rise really well after content. They did. Like, people saw the content, like, wow, PTG team 2, kind of mid. Even with the center back Evo, take a look at Araujo, right? Up huge from 600,000 coins to almost 700K there. These cards are still good to hold. I'm still holding on to them. Do I still feel a little bit skeptical? Yes. But after seeing some of the price rises, like, take a look at Marmouche. Marmouche is about to be 500,000 coins, bro. And they've got a decently tough first game in a group that people think that they might not even get out of. And that card is moving up pretty nice. James Rodriguez is another one. He's 360,000 coins right now, besides that undercut there. And he was under 300K to start the day yesterday. So it is noticeable that Team 1 is moving. This is what we were waiting for. And as of right now, I would just be holding these. It would take some pretty big content and, like, honestly, something that would make people panic big time for these cards to really drop off a ton in value. It would be investors selling, like we've been talking about, that would make these move downwards. So it seems pretty safe right now. Now, last thing about the market. These team of the season cards are great to trade with. I'm going to mention them like every single day, man. Because Bruno Fernandes, 1.6 mil. That's up like 200,000 coins. Who else? Joao Felix was 450 yesterday. He's 618 right now. Fluctuation trading right now, which is just watching the market and the graphs going up and down, is still incredible. So get on the market, get on these rare cards, and get on team of the season cards of all budgets because they are making people a ton of coins. Now, that is a lot of discussion about yesterday's content. We have got to turn the page and talk about today on Saturday because, guys, there's a pack in the card that may shake up the market a little bit, but also I think just everybody's going to open it, and that's why I think it might shake up the market. Maybe not like a market crash, but just shake it up a little bit, right? Because this pack code was added a couple of days ago, and it's not out just yet in game. Makes me think it's going to be today on Saturday, tomorrow on Sunday. Sometime in the next 2 days on the weekend, we're looking for this historical birthday cosmetic Evo pack. You're like, hold on a second. Historic birthday? What are you talking about? Well, this is a build your own foot birthday evolution consumable. Remember earlier on in the year where we had the build your own foot birthday? It was 100,000 coins or something in Evos. You would turn your card into a foot birthday, and then you were able to customize the playstyles and playstyle pluses on them. That is this exact same thing, but this is a max 92 foot birthday evolution. And 92 rated cards have not been fitting into very many Evos. Now, there are a few, but since that rating overall is so high, I think this is going to be a pack that just about everybody is going to want to open because you get to customize the card. I mean, consider this, right? You've got some players like this 92 Mbappe that people really have not been able to Evo. And you have the customizability with Evo Undo where you could buy this Mbappe for 2 mil. You could Evo this Mbappe and then use him for a couple of weeks. Let's say this card is still expensive because people are buying him and putting into evolutions. He's not getting supplied anymore via the store. This is not a card like Foot Birthdays that dropped that much when Evo Undo came out because he's been 92 rated. You couldn't really undo Evos in this card. He hasn't been able to be upgraded. But this card is going to fit Evos, and you could customize them. Like Finesse plus Mbappe, you could put Rapid and Low Driven on him. Or this Rapid Mbappe, you could put Finesse and Low Driven on him. And then you've got an Mbappe that rivals the team of the year or the team of the season and could fit stat boosting Evos as well as a 92 rated card, since we have a few of those out there, and more of them probably coming in the future. I think that there could be cards like this that move up in price. I just think that with the overall of that max 92 being so high, that's going to make a lot of people go and buy this pack, which could drain some coins off the market, and also is going to just bring a lot of hype to the Playstyles Lab, and it might replace some cards that you have in your team. Like, that would be the whole point. Taking a 92 rated card into one of these Evos and giving them a different playstyle plus. Now, of course, we've already had some of these 92s that have been released by EA, but like it's the choice, right? It's the ability to choose your 92 rated card to put into this that is going to make this a really, really big deal. Also, again, like Evo undo, let's say you've Evo'd somebody up to a 93 or a 94 and they don't fit this new evolution that's going to be coming out, but you want to customize playstyle pluses on them, or for some reason, like a 94 rated card that you have, just you put it into an Evo and you regret it or something like that, right? Well, you might be able to undo the Evos off of that card, then put them into Build Your Own for Birthday, and then boost them up in a different way. Like this Hazard, right? Like, I know I put him into, I think it was like the Evo left mid one that gave the huge boost to shooting like a couple of weeks back. I could undo the Evo there, put him into this, and then customize his playstyle pluses if I didn't like his playstyle pluses. Or like Bobby Charlton, for example. I can't take off Power Shot Plus, but I could take off the Finesse if I wanted to adjust that. Like, there's just going to be options for days. There's going to be so many options with an Evo like this where you have Evo undo and you have the ability to add the Foot Birthday design to it and customize your own card. Now, this is a store pack, and that is the thing I do want to mention. It's going to be in the store. It's probably going to be a couple 100,000 coins because there's also an icon pick inside of it. EA is going to make a lot of money from this, man. I would not recommend opening it with FC points. You guys know we're never going to recommend that because it's just not the best way to play this game. But it's going to be something that does happen.
Did he not know the rules?
He thought he was a defender.
It was the last touch, Roy, and he had no interest in touching it. Or trying to fight and scrap for it.
One more example.
Did he not know the rules?
Eusebio, who hasn't had a new card in ages, but like you want to use Eusebio, you're going to be able to put Eusebio into this and give him playstyles and playstyle pluses that you haven't been able to really make this card meta with through evolutions up until now. So like that's the cool option with this Evo. I think a lot of people are going to do it. Let me know in the comments if you're like, Nate, you're tripping, or yeah, for the right price, I would get that store pack and I would do that Evo. I think the right price is maybe going to be 100, 150K. Max 92 though. I think EA is going to price it somewhere where it's not super expensive that it seems ridiculous.
Yeah,
I don't think it'll be like 300 or 400K.
We're going to
like
do it.
Somewhere where it's believable. And it's probably going to be like,
I don't know if I agree with you. I feel like we need to isolate that one game and take it one game at a time.
That's my prediction. I would guess today or tomorrow for that pack to come out. Now, let's talk about the rest of content coming today, potentially this weekend as well. We've got Puteus and Debonair. Now, ASY
I'm a big fan, bro. Yo, like, I use you all the time in FIFA. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
A lot of people man. Hey, man. Please.
I need a picture for my little boys.
No, I need a picture.
My little boys are big.
I want a picture, too. Here. Please. You take one for me? No, Peter, you got Peter Crouch, man. That's my... Hey, you so tall, man. We got Peter Crouch, man. That's my it's the English striker to go right there. All right, Peter Crouch. Peter, hey, man, that's my man. Peter, bro. We just met my man Peter, dog. Peter Crouch, baby. Yes, sir. W. Peter, chat. He is gigantic in person, bro. Peter Crouch.
Maybe this is 25 squads, but that is going to be a very, very meta card and a card that a lot of people want to do.
No,
I would say
we're not talking about Paraguay.
Right
That would be a disservice to the U.S. men's national team. I cannot believe what my eyes have just seen. The most complete performance under Mauricio Pochettino came at the World Cup. The first time we ever see the starting 11, and it was a complete dominance. The first half was as good as I've seen any national team play in any tournament, let alone the World Cup.
Kirk, you predicted a Brooklyn in this one.
World Cup cards and cards that you can customize with playstyle pluses. Star performers are something that I really wanted to talk about in yesterday's video, but here we are able to talk about them today.
Let us know what that was about?
EA are going to be releasing star performers for the World Cup. Now, if you remember, star performers
feels like we're
are
close, but we're just
cards.
missing a few little things with our gameplay.
That's League weeks and players performing really well in Champions League, right? Fede Valverde has.
No, every World Cup comes with new rules,
so many great
right? Some of them are great, some of them are terrible.
Until the end for Madrid,
but one thing never changes. Players always try to make rules that work in their favor. So in this World Cup, there's going to be a bunch of new rules. You've just seen one of them. This is a hydration break,
now, there hasn't been any
right? Where they're going to like stop the game so people can drink some water because apparently it's too hot. And we're going to keep up with all of them, and we'll see which ones will work for them and which ones will work against them. In our segment, Klarna's Play by New Rules. Yeah! Rule number 1, substitutions. Players have exactly 10 seconds to leave the pitch. 10 seconds. If they take longer, their replacement must wait on the sideline for 1 minute.
Okay, wait.
Temporarily leaving the team with 10 players.
Let's test it. Is it how long?
10 seconds.
10 seconds. If I'm not back by 10 seconds?
Yeah,
yes.
2,
they will be
3.
No, but the players.
No, 5, 6.
The difference is the players.
7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, you did well. You did well.
Yeah, and remember, the players are in shape.
No, he did well.
And you did not.
Restart. A visible 5-second countdown applies to throw-ins and goal kicks.
Quinones, potentially. How easy it is to get him, we don't know. But, and then you can use that card and customize it yourself, right?
2024 Celtics.
Would make sense for him. So that's one thing that I think
2023 Nuggets.
Content today, but we don't know a whole lot about it.
2022 Warriors.
SBC-wise is, I think we're getting some more SBC content today.
2021 Bucks.
TOTS upgrade pack. The
2020 Lakers.
Figs E-Thugs is going to expire. I bet we get a refresh of that or something.
All right, 2019 Raptors.
Also, the 85x10 Summer Tournament Pack that came out last week on Saturday is expiring, so hopefully it comes back today. Will it be
and
the
2014 Spurs.
84 and 85 rated squads? Will EA
S
change
tier.
it up?
Tiers. Yeah, S tier. Anybody else you think deserves an S tier? Yeah.
That's what we're watching out for.
You could pick any of those
Saturday. And the very last thing, this is a yap session. See, no video yesterday. I feel like I had to yap. Anyways, Greats of the Game, which is the full Icon and Hero promo that will be following up Festival Football Path to Glory, has already been teased by Foot Police. And he's saying Bombazo emoji. This is 45 minutes after the content drop yesterday on a Friday. He's saying Greats of the Game is looking fire. I don't know all the red card rewards for that promo, but the entire promo looks insane. Maybe time to save some Champs tokens. He says. Saving Champs tokens. Interesting. So I just wanted to kind of mention this because he's already set the precedent that something crazy is incoming with the next week's promo, and that means probably leaks are going to be coming in the early stage of the week. If he's already teasing it there, I don't know. We already know that the Greats of the Game promo is not a live promo like it was in the past because we already have seen and heard about the Eto card, that it is not live because it's going to be a gauntlet reward. And, of course, Eto and his nation are not in the World Cup. So that kind of already confirms that one there. But we still have a lot of questions on what that is going to look like. So we're going to keep our eyes peeled for more leaks related to Greats of the Game. But that's a long video. And if you guys missed yesterday's stream at all, started off very exciting, but did not end exciting for us trying to pack the one Captain America card that we were trying to get. There still is hope. That is through the Path to Glory SBC that we have that refreshes every couple of days. It is Team 1 specific. So I have a few more chances to pack him. Still got to get him. And then hopefully the USA boys tonight will cook up. But you guys will be seeing this tomorrow or Saturday, today. So you'll know the score. So you're either making fun of me right now or you're like, yeah, GG's, they won. Anyways, that's the video for me today, guys. Watch out for a little more content coming today on Saturday on the other social channels with all the World Cup games we'll be watching and getting involved. Love you guys, man. Thanks for supporting. And I'll see you in a minute tomorrow. It's been Nathan for the Counts Theater. Peace.
Tackles with them and them and them and them and them. 2 matches with a 14.
The lineups for Game 5 unchanged.
You've probably never heard of Slovenia's fastest speed queen, Joni Tomicic Predzed. She's an elite hurdler, but just as lethal in pure sprints. Watch her absolutely crush the 200 meter at the 2025 Patui meeting. Most athletes pick one lane, but she dominates both. After a career-threatening broken collarbone in 2024, she bounced right back and continued to dominate. Coming from a smaller country like Slovenia,
Oh, man. SGF was such a trip. Sure, there were some ups and downs, but we can finally feel pretty positive about video games for a minute. General trend was good, live services on the way out, focusing on single-player games. Sure, there's some controversy, there always is, but man, things are going great in Xbox.
Did I get it?
What a showing, am I right? It's great to see them like put up a fight, finally. And it feels good to be excited for their games again. Really, I don't think anything could ruin this. Oh no, not again. Xbox is planning massive layoffs, potentially even shutting down studios. They cite that component prices for hardware are twice as high as they were last fall, and they expect them to be 5 times as high for this fall. Not to mention, they say that this affects them more than other companies for the choices that we've made over the last decade. Sorry to throw you under the bus, Asha, but you're the former president of Core AI. I mean, at least they're saying the choices we made, but like Microsoft is surprised that Microsoft caused the price increases. Basically, they're saying that the future is so bleak that they need to make desperate changes to survive the conditions that they helped create. Great. And I suppose we're going to clap when they shut down, what, Arcane? Double Fine? They've already established over at Xbox that it actually doesn't matter if your studio does well because they already shuttered Tango Gameworks. So, great. And considering analysts are saying that they need ads to make this thing work, you might be able to play games if you can get through the advertisements. Ooh, buddy. And I get it. I'm tired too. People complain that we go from "we are so back" to "it's so over" in record time, to the point that it feels like we're just being hyperbolic in order to get clicks from people or something. But how else am I supposed to describe being finally optimistic about Xbox after their showing to this news? And don't worry, we're gonna dig into this, especially stuff like 5 times the component prices coming up this next year. If you think that a gaming crash is not upon us, you're very wrong. However, we're going to talk about how that affects us and how actually it's not just that gaming is going to be fine. It's not just that games will continue to come out and we will find ways to navigate this. The problem is on them, not on us. I actually believe that the customer, we're going to benefit from this. We're actually going to come out of this winning more than you expect, and I have evidence to back it up. However, there is some other good news to cover here at the start. A different underdog story that's going really well, one that I'm sure that absolutely nobody wanted. But guys, Ubisoft, hey, Rayman Legends Retold. $40 for a full remake of one of their best games, including content that they said they could never put into the original. And it comes with a free, I consider it a double package, 4K remaster of Rayman Origins. So 2 of their best games. And when it comes to Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync, they seem to have been listening to people. If they keep this up, maybe Ubisoft can go from perpetually in financial debt and hated by everyone to only a little bit in debt, and some people still like them. Wait, what's that? No. They shut down 2 studios? Yeah, they're closing down Winnipeg and Belgrade, which means they're cutting 400 jobs. Now, I don't think it's a stretch to say that Ubisoft, which currently sits at over 16,000 employees, doesn't suffer from extreme bloat. But I will continue to say that the individuals that they hired that are probably talented and good at their jobs are not guilty and shouldn't be punished for this. They found the talent, they hired the talent, and they mismanaged the talent to the point that they fire them. A long, winding road of terrible decisions that leads them to where they are. But if you want to know just how confusing and weird everything is at Ubisoft right now, yeah, they're firing about 400 people, but they also have 7 open positions for Ubisoft Montpellier to work on Beyond Good and Evil 2. I thought about applying for the position of senior game designer, but then I remembered that I can't design a video game and that I don't speak French. Je suis désolé. Technically, I could try and speak French. Give me a second. Je suis mort, bienvenue. Vous êtes magnifique aujourd'hui. Which, by the way, yeah. Hi, I'm Mug, and if you're new here, welcome, and if you're not new here, welcome back. And yes, you are indeed looking fantastic. We are going to dive into a lot of this news because I think the impending signs of like a very big change in gaming are coming, and we better keep our eyes on it. By the way, I've seen some people complain over the last few months that they don't like the whole "you're looking fantastic" thing. And let me just say that it costs nothing to be nice and try and make somebody smile today, whether you're successful or not. If you like the video, and don't subscribe yet, make sure I earn it, be it this video, some other video, whatever you want. We don't have time. Let's jump into it. All right, people, I call it like I see it. I think that Summer Game Fest truly was something very positive, and I want to dig way deeper into it in a much more structured video. But the positivity was there, and it was genuine. We did see huge shifts within the industry away from stuff like live service, focusing more on single-player games. I saw somebody in the comments section say that when NetEase is presenting purely single-player games, you know the trends are shifting, and I have to say I agree. And I feel like it was all a brief reprieve from the chaos of the industry, something that is always kind of burning. It's like the Springfield tire fire, and even if the A plot is, hey, we're happy with a lot of the new games that are coming and we get to be excited for them, the fire is still raging. In my humble opinion, Xbox did a fantastic job with their showcase, and they're pulling some extremely risky moves. Allegedly, Halo Campaign Evolved was meant to be at the PlayStation State of Play. So in the span of 5 days, going from having one of your signature icons of the platform show up at your theoretical main competitor's showcase to pulling that back, and then last minute having Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution be console exclusives is a gutsy gamble. It's a level of fight that we haven't seen, and one that I do applaud because I've said it many times before. If there is no competition, people get comfortable, and when they get comfortable, they squeeze. It's a cycle we've seen in gaming for years. When Xbox was winning and they got too comfortable, they went for always online DRM, essentially, with the Xbox One. PlayStation, in less than 24 hours, which had planned on basically the same thing, saw the reaction to it, flipped it to massive public acclaim, potentially just outright winning the PS4 generation in that moment, and leaving Xbox to play catch-up and cancel their plans because PlayStation was doing something different. Having companies willing to fight to earn our money is always beneficial for us, but we can't forget about the raging fire. Some companies are desperately flailing throughout the live service era and trying to make money off of that and failing. Some companies overexpanded, became overbloated, and thought that they were going to be successful when they weren't. A majority of companies have fully embraced greed, and especially when they answer to shareholders, have now just become soulless machines that want to make video games for profit and don't understand that to sell video games they actually have to be good and appeal to their audience. Then there's also companies that are trying to stray away from this and taking a different path, going back to the good old days of sustainability by just making good video games, but even those aren't exempt from controversy, be it use of AI, pricing models, timed exclusivity, a million different things. But the one thing that is currently affecting everything within the gaming space, and way beyond that as well when it comes to tech in general, is of course the prices of components. In the post by Asha Sharma and Matt Booty, there is a lot of negative stuff to find, but there is also some actual good points. There is an actual awareness of things, and it feels like what they're addressing isn't just, hey, we're screwed, but actually, yeah, we all know we're screwed. We're trying to figure this out. Now, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean I'm defending Xbox right now. I have one allegiance, and it is to us, to the customer. And remember, it's customer. It's a question of principle. If somebody says consumer, you know what hides behind their eyes. But for terrible news and a omen of how absolutely terrible the situation is, I have to admit that this post is refreshingly candid. Now, let's start with the bad, okay? There is no way to ever spin this, so I'm glad that they didn't try. In the post, Asha says that they will finish this fiscal year at 3% accountability margin. In other words, a 3% profit margin. Let us put that into perspective. Most banks, at the very minimum, will offer you with their safest investment plans a 4% interest rate. The most conservative 401ks give 3% to 5%. In other words, it would have been better for Xbox to straight up put all of their money in the bank, especially considering, you know, Microsoft, the parent company here, probably would not invest their money into something that would give just a 4% return. So what I'm saying is they could have done pretty much anything else with this money, and it would have been a better financial strategy. Now look, of course, that doesn't paint the full picture because you're allegedly building a brand, getting a hold on the market. You know, you're building something that could potentially down the road be much more beneficial to you in many intangible ways. But that would be too much thinking for a company that has to respond to people who only care about their wallets. So in this post, Xbox is being very honest. They put in $20 billion over the last 5 years, and that's outside of the Activision Blizzard King deal, and yet the annual revenue has gone down by $500 million. These are stern words. Going forward, this cannot continue. And that means massive reforms to be more efficient and make more money. Normally, that does not align with what we want, and it doesn't align with better games and better conditions for the people who make them, especially conditions that would allow for, I don't know, creativity and innovation to flourish. And instead, it means making more games that they believe will appeal to a large audience, large enough to generate much more money than they cost to make. But this is where we encounter a pretty big crossroad. In scenario 1, they fire a bunch of people who are important, who are essential, people that have talent and that will now suffer as the overall video game industry suffers and will not have the opportunity to work. This of course sucks on a personal human level, but it also sucks on losing talent that could be delivering us games that we want to play. All in pursuit of this efficiency and actually making Xbox profitable, but in the end falling into the same tropes and trying to chase the same money that they haven't been able to attain in the last 5 years. Scenario 2 is that indeed there is bloat and lack of efficiency, especially from a management perspective, and hopefully restructuring and rethinking the entirety of the business, reevaluating what are sustainable business practices and games that should be made leads to less bloat, ideally shortened production times, which is one of the biggest issues that the industry is facing. Games take 5-6 years to make, and by the time they come out, the whole thing that they're predicated on is already out of style and people are exhausted. And with this new efficiency, they get to make better games that we care about and we get to play. You might think that is an overly optimistic view of things, but I do think that the closing part of this letter is interesting. For some of you, these realities will be surprising and even frustrating to discover. We won't succeed by hiding hard truths, nor will we succeed by doing the same thing and expecting different results. Like the everyday wins mentality from the first 100 days, we will sprint to make progress against hardware, content, experience, and services together. This is the smallest thing, but it is something to hold on to, that at least they are going to try and restructure and reform and make Xbox profitable. All things that we've heard and seen done before and that have had no result. But maybe this time, maybe they're gonna try a different approach. I might be giving Xbox too much credit here, but I do think that some of their key hires, including Matthew Ball, somebody that I have quoted on the channel before, in my opinion, one of the best analysts of the video game market that there is, means that hopefully they will break free from the vicious cycle of greed and mismanagement and realize that the best way to actually make money is to make good products that people want. However, at the same time that this new leadership is trying to acknowledge some of the problems and trying to fix them, Asha also said in a separate panel that Xbox needs to focus on their biggest franchises like Elder Scrolls and Fallout, good luck with that, Halo, Gears, Forza, and the like. So maybe we'll never get another spike. Maybe this is the end all over again, and they are doing the same thing, because she even mentioned that maybe a solution to the problem is to do more mergers and acquisitions, because that's worked wonders before. Place your bets, everybody. I know the one that's gonna have the most odds, though. And we're about to jump into the whole problem with hardware components and Microsoft causing their own demise from within. I mean, not just their demise, the demise of way too many companies. And as I've said before, I think the lines of the console war moving forward are very clearly PlayStation on their island right now, with their exclusives that they've said will not go to PC, Nintendo, which of course their exclusives will not go to PC, and Xbox, which is slowly becoming one with PC. And if Project Helix, something mentioned in this letter, comes to fruition, even more so. And if you were going to ally yourself with one of the current platforms in the market, if you needed the support of somebody, and even though this isn't true, let's pretend that you have to choose between, should I ally myself with PlayStation or should I ally myself with PC? I think the PC market, especially if we look at the data, is the way to go, especially for the future. Of course, that future is very delayed because the prices of everything are on fire. And this is where the good news comes in. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. Because you see, those three different sides of the console war, the only part that matters about them are the exclusives. Because one of the clearest trends from Summer Game Fest, and something that I think is the proof that we are going to be fine, we are actually going to be better than we've been in a pretty long time, is that everything that isn't exclusive, that isn't produced by one of the big three, wants to be on everything. And it makes sense. How do we offset the absurd costs of producing games? How can we make the most money while still going back to selling video games? Well, the answer is you can't limit yourself to one platform, because that is not sustainable. The exclusives are sustainable to platform holders because they obtain a ton of benefits from the exclusive, including bringing people into the ecosystem, buying consoles, and then because they're there, they get a cut of all of the profits afterwards. But if you're a Capcom, you have no benefit in exclusivity, something that Capcom has said. And we can see they're putting their money where their mouth is, because every Capcom game that is currently announced is also coming to Switch 2. Even the ones that I'm pretty sure are going to make the Switch 2 catch on fire, like Dragon's Dogma 2 Dark Arisen. I don't know what black magic Capcom intends to pull off to make a game that did not run well in general when it came out originally, run well on a Switch 2. But the fact that they are committed to doing it shows how important they believe being on everything is, to the point that Capcom's main market at the moment is PC. That's where they see the majority of their sales. One of my favorite moments of this last Summer Game Fest was seeing Square Enix announce as proudly as possible that they are not console exclusive. You can buy our new games on any platform as soon as they're available. And the reason that they probably insisted on this being repeated multiple times when they showed Final Fantasy VII Revelation, Jeff Keighley stood up on stage and said, available everywhere.
At last, the promise is fulfilled. The journey ends here.
There you have it. Final Fantasy VII Revelation coming to all platforms.
Is because Square Enix has previously blamed the failure of Final Fantasy XVI and the current remake games that are out on their deals with PlayStation for exclusivity, saying that they closed themselves off from an avenue and from a potential huge marketing push that comes with being available to everybody in order to take some money from PlayStation, and that it was not worth it in any way. So they are very desperate to try out their new strategy of we are available everywhere day one, everyone please play this game, and they're doing so. Now, whether the failure of those games commercially can be attributed to PlayStation, we will never fully know, but we will definitely know the difference between those and the new ones very soon. Even Shift Up with Stellar Blade Blood Rain made it a point to say, hey, we will be everywhere day one. We are not PlayStation exclusive this time around. By the way, if you're on Switch 2, please play Stellar Blade 1. We made it run on Switch 2. So everywhere. Just put the games everywhere that is possible. And the funny thing is that the Switch 2 in this context is very important. Let's be honest here, the Switch 2 isn't particularly powerful. If anything, it's a bit of an underpowered machine given where we are. But the problem is that where we are is kind of where we have to stay. If what this Xbox letter says of an expectation of 5 times the component prices compared to 2 years ago, the possibility for next hardware being efficient, cheap, affordable, anything that you could consider a positive adjective, those are out the window. But as I just stated, nobody can afford to put out games only for that next upcoming, impossible to pay for hardware. And so instead, the focus is on making games, whether they're designed for the current generation or for a future generation, work on stuff like the Switch 2. And this lends credence to something that I kind of mentioned before, which is the optimization wars, as I have decided to call. Every publisher, every developer rushing to find ways to make their games scalable, and instead of depending on stuff like DLSS and FrameGen, doing everything possible to squeeze every tool to make their games run everywhere. As many platforms as possible, leading to a shift back to an era where we could expect games to get better and better on the same hardware over time. For those of you that are too young to remember, that's what used to happen. Consoles used to go down in price and the games used to look and play better and better. Now somehow the consoles go up in price and the games get worse. Isn't that great? But that is honestly the most logical conclusion to come to here. Companies need the next crop of games for the next 3 or 4 years to run as best as possible on current hardware, not on future hardware.
Why you keep handling to the wings?
When the new consoles come out, no matter what their price is, they know that they won't actually make money off of them until there is widespread adoption of them. And that is going to depend on the prices of them and the economic circumstances that are very much out of their control as just game developers. What I'm saying is that there might be a new console generation, and there might be developers and publishers that make games that work on those, that look great on those. They are definitely not going to release them only for those. At most, you'll see a couple of people that have been financed by the console manufacturers to show that off, if there is indeed that big of a jump moving forward. But currently, no developer can afford to make games for a future generation and ignore the largest install base. Quite the opposite. They are trying to make games that, sure, look incredible and run flawlessly on top-of-the-line PC specs, but also that run well from the now gamut that is run between the PS5 Pro through the PS5 and Xbox Series, the Xbox Series S, and the Switch 2. In this scenario, we win. We win by a lot, because it means that not only will we be able to stretch the life of our hardware to outlast the AI bubble and the impending crash and collapse of everything that is regarding gaming, but in the process of that, we're going to get better games that are better optimized, that run better, and that start to prioritize other things like actual innovation. Because the business model will shift from, hey, let's make the most money possible doing the same old thing, to let's make the most money possible by doing something new, but making sure we can sell it everywhere. And if I had said that before SGF, nobody would have believed me. But I think that now we have sufficient evidence to see that this is the direction we're heading in. Who will survive this crash? Will Xbox actually come out of this with a potentially affordable Project Helix that is just a change in architecture and ecosystem instead of maybe a generational jump? Is that even possible with how the market is doing? Will there be winners and losers from the chaos of the impending crash? Well, it's going to be fascinating to navigate it all, and I will be here to do so. But what I think is that right now, everything is pointing towards things needing to change. Significant restructuring of major companies. Some companies probably having to disappear altogether. Violent shifts in strategy and how things are made, and reprioritization of the types of games that need to be made, and so many of those signs point to a better future for us as customers, at least while we ride out this crap. Told you you'd feel good. Told you it'd be a really uplifting video.
What the fuck is going on?
Which, by the way, if it was uplifting, if you did like this video, if you think what I'm saying here makes sense, and like all the effort and the research and the keeping up to date with everything that I do, you find that valuable, hitting that like button is incredibly important because it helps this video reach more people. And remember that an informed customer is a smart customer. And if you really like the way that I dig deep into the world of video games, be that from the news and the industry itself to reviews and essays and retrospectives, everything regarding the world of games, maybe by now I have earned your subscription, and I would greatly appreciate that. But thank you for watching. I hope that this has been informative, and it means the world that you're watching. And I want to give an extra special thanks to the members of the wall, be they members on YouTube right here or on Patreon. These are the people that directly support everything I do. In the meantime, I've been Mugged. Thank you so much for watching. Remember that it doesn't really matter what happens. We're going to find a way to stay winning. That's just what we do as customers. They can't take the power away from us because they need us. We don't need them. Go out there, enjoy a great video game today, and I'll see you again very soon.
What's he got on offer? Thomas. Curtin wins it back. Hasn't seen a lot of it. It's a poor entry. A waste,
You will not ever in your lives see a man more charismatic, more flamboyant, or more talented than the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels is often hailed as the greatest wrestler of all time. His unique in-ring aesthetic, his finesse and talent are unparalleled. Michaels knows how to weave emotion into his matches. He tells captivating stories that automatically draw in even non-wrestling fans. No matter how good or bad a show might be, the Shawn Michaels match leaves a lasting impression. What's fascinating about Michaels is that he had at least 2 wrestling careers. One is marked by arrogance, selfishness, partying, and wild brawls, where Shawn Michaels became the Heartbreak Kid in real life too.
50.
Shawn had a lot of issues going on at the time.
And there's the other, Exemplary, where he created matches for the ages and helped young talent launch their careers. In between lay 4 long years of self-discovery, 4 years of searching for God, 4 years battling his own ego.
There was something in him that he despised.
Whoa.
And he was self-destructing.
But the biggest issue was his personal problems, his drug problem. Very difficult to work with.
Headstrong. He wasn't a very happy person.
Today we take a deep dive into the dark side of Shawn Michaels' personality. We explore why he had to harm so many people, just to give back so much more to others later. Why was Michaels fired from the WWF? What led to the tag team split with Marty Jannetty? And what part did Shawn Michaels really play in the Montreal Screwjob? How did a serious injury turn out to be a huge blessing? And what in the world could ruin a perfect career ending in a matter of minutes? This is the dark side of Shawn Michaels.
That's not a mark. Whatever he's suffering from, it's not leather poisoning.
November 2nd, 2018. Back home, the holiday season is fast approaching. In Riyadh, it's around 90 degrees that day. At age 53, Shawn Michaels has chosen the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for his 3rd career finale at Crown Jewel, an event under heavy political and moral scrutiny.
That's a good option, and this looks
While
promising.
notable superstars like John Cena and Daniel Bryan are boycotting the show, Shawn Michaels is glad to step back in the ring for the first time in 8 years. He and his longtime friend Triple H are set to face Kane and The Undertaker one last time for old time's sake. Combined, the participants of this match are 206 years old. Among the 16,000 fans, most of them attending voluntarily, there are now women allowed in the audience, as long as they have a male chaperone by their side. The match, like all of Crown Jewel 2018, was a total disaster. Triple H tore his pec. Kane lost his mask. Most of the time, the four oldsters lied motionless on the ground, reminiscing about the better days of their glorious careers. Michaels actually performed the best out of all of them. But was this match the kind of farewell this wrestling legend had envisioned? Why on earth did he agree to this? Reports suggest that Shawn Michaels was paid around $3 million for this single match. That kind of money can change anybody's mind. That kind of money can turn your whole life around. But maybe Shawn just wanted to see if he still had it. Would he still wrestle? Would he still entertain a crowd of fans? What would it be like to feel that rush? One more time. Looking back, Michaels would love nothing more than to erase Crown Jewel 2018 from his memory and ours.
I just looked at that match as just another tag match, and just sort of an opportunity for me to go out there with my buddies and just have some fun and not take anything too seriously.
That's good work rate.
His second career ending in 2010 is a whole different story. Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker had quite a journey to get here. A year prior, at WrestleMania 25, Mr. WrestleMania himself, Shawn Michaels, had lost by a hair's breadth to The Undertaker in one of the greatest matches of all time.
This is what it gets
Michaels had to come up with something.
Goals.
He had to find a way to come out on top, after all, and finally defeat The Undertaker in order to place his own WrestleMania legacy above that of his opponent's
So many
streak.
tackles.
But then, Michaels was eliminated in the 2010 Royal Rumble. All was lost, or so it seemed. Michaels didn't give up, neither in wrestling nor in real life. He earned a spot in his fifth and last WrestleMania main event. But here's the catch. If Michaels fails to end the dead man's immortal streak, he must never step foot
that shot at goal, but the inability to convert really let them down.
Going for
The
territory.
legendary career of Michael Shawn Hickenbottom began at the tender age of 12. Together with his brothers and his best friend Kenny, he practiced wrestling moves in the pool and dressed up as the nature boy, Ric Flair.
What do you keep trying to
Never
handle to
his
the
wildest
wing
dreams
for?
did he imagined that he would one day send his idol into retirement.
Waterman appreciates that
For a school
delivery.
talent show, Shawn and Kenny put on a wrestling match, complete with chair shots and fake blood. They almost won the competition. Shawn's parents weren't too thrilled about it. They wanted their son to do something respectable,
He hasn't hit
something
the
safe.
scoreboard yet. He has now.
At about the age of 12, he began to watch wrestling on television,
There was nothing
which
in
I
it at
tried to
halftime,
discourage,
and there's
and
still
I was
nothing
sure
in it. We have
that
a thrilling
ultimately he
last
would grow out of that, but he never did.
Michaels wasn't just into wrestling, but he played basketball, baseball, and football too. None of his three older siblings called him Michael,
Gary's with
as
us
he much
again. What's
preferred
on your
to go
mind,
by
Gaz?
his middle
Full
name,
credit to both
Shawn.
sides for their defensive pressure. Neither
Shawn's
of them have
family
looked
moved
like
around a
buckling,
lot
and it's
when
not
he
hard
was
to
younger.
see this one remaining
His father,
tough
Richard,
and tight.
was a
I'll
colonel
be
in the Air
surprised if
Force.
there's more than a couple of
Depending
kicks
on
in
where
it
he
at
was
the end.
stationed
Thanks
and
for
for
those
how
observations,
long,
Gary, as we
Shawn
get
grew
back
up in
underway.
a more or less
Solid
stable
hit out for
environment.
both sides.
Living in San
With great
Antonio,
intensity
Texas
for a
at
practice
Randolph
match.
Air Force Base,
Curvis
he found the
wins
daily
it.
grind
Laurel
of
has
school
brought
life
his own
monotonous.
ball. Keep an eye out
Just
for
like
team
many others his
selection next
age,
week.
this is where
And
the trouble
remember
began.
this moment. A
At
goal
age
scoring
20, Michaels hit the
opportunity
jackpot on his first time playing a slot machine. He won $750 and
38.
promptly blew it on some cocaine. Michaels called it the beginning of his ultimate downfall.
It's the first line of Yale, you know, the first line of blow, and it's, oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing ever. And just this whole world opens up.
7 with Swans.
Gone begging there. Neither side
Michaels
able
went to
to clear the
college,
footy.
but dropped out after one semester.
Defense
Then, legendary wrestling trainer Jose Lothario took him under his wing.
Putting up well.
When it
Goals
came
haven't
to
been easy
wrestling,
to come by.
Shawn Michaels was ambitious and eager to learn. But after the grueling training sessions, he was just as keen to go out with his buddies and paint the town red. He developed a taste for liquor and scrapes. Shawn Michaels' wild years had just begun.
Is teaching him a lesson.
Michaels had his first match in 1984 in NWA's Mid-South Wrestling. He was already turning heads. Just 6 months after his debut, he was calling the shots and leading matches. He paid his dues traveling between other NWA territories like Dallas and Kansas City. He had stints in Texas All-Star Wrestling and the American Wrestling Association, AWA. He plied his trade and upped his game. For most of his performances, Michaels took payment in cocaine. It was during this period that he became best friends with Marty Jannetty, both in and out of the ring.
Me and Sean partied Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. Come Friday, we burn out.
When we look at Marty Jannetty today, we see a broken man with controversial opinions and objectionable behavior. It's not a stretch to think Michaels could have gone the same route. The Midnight Rockers quickly became the main attraction for small promotions. Two young, equally handsome athletes with innovative tag team moves and a high-octane style put the territories of the mid-'80s in a frenzy.
I would say that Shawn and Marty in the ring in the early days were very, very gifted. I would say outside the ring at times they were very immature, very carefree. It was a life in the fast lane.
After 2 years, the Midnight Rockers were Midnight Rock stars, and up to their ears in women. Another night, another bar, another beauty. The two.
We always did the job, but it was just partying all night.
That's Mark
And
number
we don't
4.
roll 300 days a year. We party 290 of them. We used to do a lot of drugs. There was a lot of powder around.
They did rock all night long, those two. They were tough to handle.
He's finally on the score sheet.
As now,
Kick it.
Vince McMahon smells success in wrestling. He's going after it. In 1987, just a few months after Hogan's legendary body slam on Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 3, Michaels and Jannetty debuted in the WWF on Pat Patterson's recommendation. The Midnight Rockers, who were tag champs in the AWA at the time, had to drop the belts on a very short notice. The opposite of wrestling etiquette, but Michaels couldn't care less. Vince McMahon couldn't care less. Shawn partied even harder now that he had made it to the big leagues. His ego soared along with his popularity, and Michaels felt invincible. However, in the 2 weeks later, he and Marty were kicked to the curb by the WWF. The two young hotshots tried to prove themselves to the vets and went a little too far one night at the bar. The exact details of the story vary, depending on who's telling it. Apparently, a beer bottle and glasses were thrown around the joint. Maybe Shawn Michaels was innocent. Maybe he didn't start the brawl. Maybe he didn't do anything wrong. What's certain is that it could have been any other night that cost the Midnight Rockers their jobs. It took less than 2 weeks and one single match in the WWF for Michaels to understand even celebrated indie stars started way down the bottom in Vince's promotion.
From a personal, me, you had your chance, your life is over. It was the one thing you always waited to do, and it's gone. So then it was like, who cares now?
Shawn wasn't happy at all.
Michaels could have given up at this juncture. He might have returned to
Oh
football,
my God,
put on
really?
his wrestling boots for good, or he could have given up entirely. The first few weeks were incredibly tough for the future Heartbreak Kid. So tough, in fact, that with every night, he sank deeper into addiction. One time, he held a gun to his own head and thought about pulling the trigger. Life seemed meaningless all of a sudden.
I can remember one night, you know, sitting there by myself,
He's generally a good kick.
after being drugged out of my gourd, thinking, you know what, if I had a gun, I'd just get it done.
Delivers it
Just
inside
do
50.
it.
Reed tries to spike
However,
it out of the danger
it was the same
zone.
ego that would later make him one of the most despised WWE superstars of all time, that also fueled his determination to get back on his feet. He had received a harsh wake-up call, and was more motivated than ever to prove himself in his passion. pro wrestling. For years, Sean and Marty hit the road again and returned to Vern Gagne, to AWA, where they were no longer offered long-term contracts. They spent that year fighting to reclaim their reputation while still finding time to celebrate their successes along the way.
Make an effort to keep the ball in play.
Insufficient intent or skill error? You decide.
These two guys will bring a lot of excitement here in the World Wrestling Federation.
In July 1988, the revamped Rockers signed with the WWF again and made their comeback. Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard gave them a more realistic edge. They took the comic book style tag team and gave them depth, which increased their drawing power.
That's it.
I think we brought maturity
That was a struggle.
to the matches, and I think that maturity is the way that young kids in this business always get better. You got to work and wrestle somebody better than you. And that's exactly the situation we had at the time, and before you know it, they were teaching us.
For 2 years, they worked their way through the mid-card until they became top stars nationwide, under the banner of the WWF, as high-energy tag team specialists.
They certainly revolutionized the style in the WWE in that period.
They were high flyers at a time when high flying wasn't standard operating procedure like it is now.
The Rockers may be the best team I've ever been in the ring with.
The next step should have been championship gold, but ironically, Shawn Michaels fell victim to the same backstage politics that he would soon abuse to his own advantage. Jim Neidhart wanted to renegotiate his contract. Consequently, the Hart Foundation, which he was a part of, lost the titles to the Rockers. However, the match was never aired, and the decision to let the title change hands was reversed. Michaels felt a part of his ego chip off. He was mad. But at least now he knew the benefits of holding power backstage. Now it was just a matter of gaining that power. The Rockers never won the tag team championship. Instead, Michaels was cut loose from Jannetty and became a singles wrestler. The Rockers did sell tickets, but Shawn knew very well that the big money and a hefty dose of backstage power came with being a singles champion. In January 1992, Michaels betrayed his former friend Marty Jannetty in the legendary segment from Brutus Beefcake's barbershop. Shawn threw his partner through a glass window. Of course, the moment was scripted, but it had its roots in reality. Shawn and Marty were constantly together in their grueling daily routine, suffering from the sheer frequency of bookings, both knowing that drugs and alcohol are no long-term solution. At least Marty got to see his girlfriend for a few hours in the early morning. But Michaels was pissed that he was left alone with his cocaine. A contract offer from WCW caused further tensions, but it's hard to pinpoint the exact cause of their conflict. At some point, things got out of hand, and police was called to intervene. It was time for each of them to stand on their own 2 feet.
Mix drugs and alcohol into any type of relationship, okay, eventually it's not going to go well. That's obviously one big aspect of it. And I think there's also part of me I was starting to yearn for more.
For Shawn Michaels, this meant that he could be the only one with success. He increasingly pushed out his former partner. It's no coincidence that since the Rockers split, wrestling fans always speak of a Jannetty in the team, when a tag team breaks up and only one achieves success. For Marty Jannetty, nothing in the WWF ever matched the success of the Rockers. Michaels, on the other hand, was on the fast track to becoming the company's #1 superstar. He just got his first taste of backstage power. Reading statements from Shawn's colleagues at the time, it's hard to imagine that this is the same man that is now a role model for the next generation of wrestlers. As the head of WWE's developmental territory, NXT, Shawn Michaels works day in and day out with young wrestlers, giving them valuable advice and often referring to himself as an example of how not to do things. Because from '92 onward, Shawn Michaels became increasingly hard to stand. He became a power-hungry egomaniac, and everyone hated him. The better and the more successful he became in the ring, the worse he got. His in-ring persona closely mirrored his real character. The Heartbreak Kid, so named by Kurt Hennig, broke the hearts of many women. He surrounded himself with villainous managers and bodyguards and let everyone know at all times just how good he was.
The showstopper, the headliner, the main event.
After betraying Marty Jannetty, Michaels went into his next career phase as the ultimate heel.
How much do you get for
Sensational Sherry was his manager. The crowd sang "Sexy Boy." Michaels' arrogance and demeanor, as well as some in-ring moves, were inspired by Elvis Presley and Freddie Mercury, two legendary rock stars who were also struggling in their personal lives. The crowds accepted Shawn as a heel and his career took off. The search for the reason why Shawn Michaels had his dark side keeps turning up these painful setbacks, which often Shawn alone was responsible for. The next of these setbacks came in September 1993, and again, Shawn Michaels himself was likely at fault. Shawn managed to immortalize himself as Intercontinental Champion, briefly lost the title to Marty Jannetty, and then replaced Sherry with his new bodyguard Diesel. Since the big steroid trial 2 years earlier, the WWF had been testing its workers for banned substances, and Shawn Michaels was the next big name to test positive for anabolic steroids. To this day, Michaels denies taking them, but his noticeably sunken head after the 6-week suspension told a different story.
I can assure you, as God is my witness, I wasn't taking steroids. I just, that hasn't been, I've had a lot of vices in my career. That wasn't one of them.
At first, Shawn Michaels refused to give up the belt, and then had to worry about his career once again. Shawn Michaels' career momentum was unstoppable at this point. He came back, and life in the fast lane continued. Only now, Shawn was one of the big shots at the bar. In his early days as a singles wrestler, he rarely took advice, which would have been held against him if he hadn't been so damn good at his job.
Shawn always entertained me when he worked in the ring, and I just loved his work. His personality outside the ring,
6 hours.
Not that good.
Shawn Michaels became a man of firsts. First episode of Raw, first Rumble win from number 1, first Iron Man match, first Hell in a Cell match, first Elimination Chamber match, and right after his suspension, the first televised ladder match in WWE history. While Shawn Michaels wrestled against the Twin Towers at WrestleMania 5 with a massive hangover, no one noticed anything odd at WrestleMania 10 when HBK and Razor Ramon conjured up a match for the ages. Another bar brawl ended in the hospital with a supposed concussion, which was then woven into a storyline meant to be so real that Shawn himself left even his closest confidants believing he had a serious injury. By 1994, no one could deny Shawn Michaels' drawing power as a singles wrestler, so it came as no surprise when the Heartbreak Kid was allowed to win his first world title at WrestleMania 12 in 1996 against Bret Hart, who brought a new dark